Welcome. Welcome.
There were two different things in limbo. They were the same fated was kind of like two worthy or bold. It turned out to be the same hair color. In fact, it was this last emotion eroded in his lap, his shoulders, rags of his shirt he pulled off. However, device to protect him from the wind pulled him underneath his coat, which is nice and puts an end to some nasty nightmares. What could possibly be raining?
Hello and welcome to Ars Electronica 2020. Welcome to the start of a very unusual and for us rather new form of festival. A festival that itself has grown into a huge global network of festivals. A platform for more than 160 project partners and partner institutions who together with us are joining for these next 5 days to celebrate this wonderful world of art, technology, innovation, and who are analyzing and investigating how these new technologies are shaping our world, our society, our culture, and how we as artists, as people from the creative and cultural sector, can contribute to a better, more human development of this digital world. Of course, it has been very much due to the circumstances of the global corona crisis and lockdown that very soon it was clear to us that Ars Electronica this year would have to happen in a completely different way. We would have to go online, of course, something that for Ars Electronica and many of our partners in the digital world is a very usual thing, but none of us has ever made this endeavor, ever gone into this risk of really trying to not only broadcast your own content, not just putting up a local festival and then send it out to the world, but creating a platform where we are not presenting but sharing, where we are getting in dialogue and communication, in exchange and in interaction. And I think this is one of the most important things that we can do and that we have to do. We see on a global scale how solidarity is going back, how continents, countries are isolating each other, where even now within societies we feel and we see a tremendous amount of extremism, a tremendous amount of loss of faith, loss of trust. And I think in particular art, culture, sciences are those areas of our society, of our world, who depend on exchange and communication and who have to contribute to exchange and communication. And this is actually what this year's Ars Electronica is about. It's not so much about the topics that we are discussing, which are of course very important, but the real topic, the real theme of this year's Ars Electronica is the network. A network that we created all together, a festival that is not a festival from us here in Linz, for you, for the audiences, but a festival that we are doing together, coming together, doing together, working together, talking to each other. I mean, these are the inspiring things of a festival. A festival is never just the program that you present. The quality of a festival depends on the quality of exchange, the possibilities to meet each other, the inspiration that grows out of this coming together. And this was a wonderful experience to see after this very depressing first months of the Corona lockdown, that more and more of you partners were joining us and contributing with your own energy, with your own inspirations, really also helping out to say, okay, yes, this is the direction where we want to go.
We are here on the main square of Linz, the city that has a long tradition in transformation. A transformation that is coined by industry, by other circumstances, but also by the culture and by the arts. And what you see around me is a circle of 120 chairs from the wonderful Baroque monastery of St. Florian. Each chair is representing the absence of the guests that we are normally expecting. But in times like that, where nobody is able to travel, this is a symbol for the beautiful transformation the international crowd is doing normally in this 1 week when Ars Electronica is on in the city of Linz.
Ars Electronica 2020 in
Silicon Valley,
Linz,
Oslo,
Belgrade, Montreal,
Tequila, Riga,
Barcelona,
Auckland, Osaka,
Seoul,
Australia,
Yamaguchi,
Adriatic Sea, Porto, New York, Athens, Moscow, Paris,
London.
Of course, we have important topics to talk, and many of you have in particular addressed the probably most important topic of our times, which is not really the Corona crisis, but even more so the climate crisis, the big environmental disaster that we are going to. And it's exciting to see how many artists, cultural activities are addressing this topic right now. And of course there is the second very important topic and theme, the conflict between autonomy, democracy and the digital technologies. Will democracy even be able to survive in the age of social media and artificial intelligence? Will we be able to develop a new understanding of the importance of our autonomy, of our self-determination as an important part to contribute again to that way how we are developing this digital world. The digital world is, as we all know, no longer just a technical infrastructure. It's really a living space, it's a social space, and it depends on us how we are designing the circumstances under which we can act and live in this space. And we see, of course, these dramatic activities all over the world. We see the huge protests in Hong Kong, we see the big problems in Belarus, we see the problems in many European countries, and of course we have the huge turmoil going on in the US in front of this big election campaign that is going on. All these are areas where we as a society have to take our stand. We have to take up our responsibilities, and we see in all these countries, in all these areas, it's very often the artists, the creative people who are leading the activities, who are going in front, who are using new technologies to empower, to support the communities and their needs and their desires and their fight against oppression. So these are some of the things that will be strongly in the focus of these 5 days. There will be wonderful concert events, performances from many of your countries. There will be exciting views where we can see interesting collaborations of artists and scientists doing new types of research, and not only investigating the way how our world is changing, but contributing to it. Art is taking action. This is a very inspiring and very hope-giving development that we could strongly see. In particular, in one of our huge program areas, the Ars Electronica. We have wonderful and exciting prize-winning projects in the Ars Electronica, in the ST+ARTS Prize of the European Commission. These are all projects that really have the power to lead the way for not only here, for us in Austria, but I think for all of us globally. So please take all your energy, your excitement with which you were helping to put these 5 days together. Take it along through the next 5 days. Let's make all together a wonderful and strong festival, a network of festival that is carried on by all of us. And thanks for your contribution.
And now I'd like to introduce you a panel around European perspectives of art thinking, how this can be employed, and what art thinking in general is about. We will welcome speakers like Veronica Liebel, Camille Baker, Yuri Capran, and Alejandro Martin. Please enjoy.
Welcome to the opening day of Ars Electronica 2020. Under special circumstances, we'll kick off this year's festival day with the ST+ARTS Day, a session which is dedicated to art thinking and how 4 different European organizations are approaching, facilitating, and developing art thinking strategies. My name is Veronica Liebel, and I am director at the Department Festival Pre-Exhibitions at Ars Electronica here. Art thinking encapsulates the notion that artistic approaches and creative thinking can be applied to solve real social challenges. Today, we'll give the award to 4 European organizations and their representatives who will present their role in how to nurture art thinking and how to systematically include artists in value chains of sectors other than the culture. Following this, my colleague Hideaki Ogawa from the Ars Electronica Future Lab will continue with the Art Thinking Forum, a live discussion panel with a focus on humanizing technology. Before starting now with presenting just one of Ars Electronica's initiatives in the field of art thinking, I would like to introduce to you the speakers of today. Camille Baker, Professor at University for the Creative Arts. Alejandro Martin, Head of Innovation and EU Project at Espronceda Institute of Art and Culture. And Juri Kripan, Artistic Director and Chief Curator at Kapelica. Let's travel to Ljubljana in Slovenia, and one of Europe's pioneering organizations when it comes to interdisciplinary artistic practice. Juri Kripan is the artistic director and conceived the Kapelica Gallery in the year of 1995. As a senior curator, he contributed to domestic and international festivals, one of the biggest international productions to date being the organization and artistic management of the Slovenian Pavilion in the 15th Venice Biennial in 2003. In September 2008, he curated the presentation of the Kapelica Gallery in the featured art scene section of Ars Electronica Festival in Linz. Since 2017, he's working on the systematic solution for bringing artistic ideation into the process of innovation for a more sustainable, safe, inclusive, and ethical future, of which we're excited to hear about now.
In my 10 minutes keynote, I will be talking about the difference between art thinking and art making, and how innovation catalyst, about which I will talk at the end, can translate art thinking to scientists, engineers, and designers in order to achieve a really good innovation. So let me first give a super short general introduction on how the artists are thematizing the society saturated with technological applications and how they can see beyond what technology is offering by understanding the scientific principles behind. So, to use the tech components available and assembling them according to needs of their artistic narrative, it means to use technology against the utilitaristic manner as we consumers usually know it. Artists are building machines that are producing epistemology of tech influence on human and non-human animals, plants, and other living beings that are affected by technologies. Since the technological applications are basically reverse engineering of nature that engineers were inspired from, the artists are trying to rethink that initial inspiration and starting from the critical evaluation of the science behind, bring forward meaningful compounds of the natural phenomena that was left out when engineers perform certain simplifications in order to create a product. So the artistic approach of building artistic machines is what we at Kapelica and at Kersnikova are recently looking forward. In order to explain that, I would like to explain 3 situations from our recent past where 3 different machines were built for 3 completely different artistic projects enabling totally different poetics. So their experiences, their artistic experiences led us at Kersnikova to transfer their art thinking, their artistic approach in developing their artistic machines. So we were inspired to transfer that to a company who is specialist in the field of incubator and heat exchange machines. And we're trying to develop an incubator that is a perfect case of radical innovation. So let me first introduce these three artistic approaches in solving the incubator chambers with cameras that are allowing them to allowing artists direct contact to the culture growing into petri dishes, and that are allowing them to invite us and the audience to follow this drama of micro-performativity. The first project I would like to mention is a project Strange Encounter of Spela Petric, where she was created a DIY incubator. She sat inside an environment with special pumps. It was kind of bioreactor where the lateral symbiosis between the somatic cells and algae could form a hybrid form of life. Every time we had to take the petri dish out from the incubator, we risked that the culture inside got ill and that we will damage the whole process of the artwork. So it was already then that we were fantasizing about the possibility of installing inside a microscope and a camera, but with so much electronics in almost 100 degrees of humidity, that was quite impossible. Then there is the second artwork of Mojca Založnik and Gregor Krpić, where the microscope and a camera attached on it was used to sonify the culture that was monitoring the performativity on a submolecular level. The whole instrument is trying to shed light on quantum biology as a kind of event horizon that needs other way of cognition or different kind of approaches, possibly non-scientific ones. And there was a third project of Maja Smrekar, K9 topology, where the long-term project brought the artist to the hybrid trans-species cell that was stored in cryosleep, but awakened every time when the installation was on public display. So, since cell is a living proof of the trans-species hybridization, an incubator with microscope was developed, and that newly made incubator enabled a visual contact with the hybrid living cell for the audience who came to see the installation. We are in Biotechna now. It's our wet lab at Kersnikova. And that brings us to a project of Zoran Srdic that is preparing his BioBot. BioBot is a robot that is going to be powered by artificially grown neurons on multi-array electrode, and its locomotion will be enabled with the lab-grown muscles. It's a long process, and to embark into this process, and informed by the three projects and three experiences we had before, we applied to ST+ARTS residency call, and Zoran and other experts involved in lab in Biotechna, together with laboratory equipment company Kambic, started a 6-month residency, and where they were exchanging ideas, where our thinking was leading the development of the incubator that would meet the demands of the artwork that we are preparing. So we have a first result here already, but I have to mention that it was not super smooth. I have to admit that the confrontation with engineers in the company, in this confrontation we suffered a lot of misunderstanding. There was quite a few frustrative moments regarding the definition of our joint projects. It was super difficult to explain whether we are doing working on artwork or we are working on a product. So. And we had to invest a lot of effort to draw the distinction between what is art making and what is art thinking. And once the definition was done, the company engineers felt more prone for collaboration. So what we have now is something that we are quite satisfied with. It's an incubator that doesn't look like usual incubators at all. This is the first thing. The second thing is that it enables a setup of multi-temperature setup at the same moment. So we don't need to repeat the growing of the cultures one after another, but we can grow simultaneously like 9 cultures in the incubators with a setup that it's on 10th degree Celsius difference, so we can understand really fast what is the best growing condition. It enables us, since every field has its own microscope with a camera, it enables us to monitor what is going on inside the culture like 24/7, and moreover it is enabling visitors to delve into the idea of a living artwork, because it's super approachable. They can see it with naked eye, and they can see it on monitor, the magnification of what it's happening on the molecular level, so that it's really something that we weren't able to offer before. So that's actually a device that can be then sold also to other end users, and this is something that brought us to the post-STARTS assessment, where we, together with Cambridge, figured out how to market the device, what are our target groups, and how to address them, and actually how to develop the whole narrative behind the machine in order to be more understandable for the scientific or some another kind of use that has not such possibilities so far. As I mentioned already before at the beginning of my keynote, one of the most crucial parts of the innovation process was to positively engage engineers in development of something that was totally different from what they were doing so far. The need to translate between the unusual ideas that has to meet unusual, mostly irrational demands of artists, and on the other side, the available knowledge, materials, and technological capabilities of the company, that was crucial. So the person that was responsible for that mitigations is somebody we name innovation catalyst. And since his or her capability to bring together all these sometimes divergent elements is crucial to establish a good alchemy for well-thought innovation. This person is not an artist, it's not a scientist, it's not an engineer, but can be all of it. His or her position is a position of a negotiator, trying to bring, during the innovation process, trying to bring best of everyone involved in the process of challenge solving. So, at the end, the profile of this innovation catalyst became the central part in other 2 EU-funded projects. One is Master Model in Art and Technology, and another one is CONS, that is a regional project. So in Master Model in Art and Technology, we partnered together with 3 universities, and also with 2 other European NGOs. And we are developing a curriculum for a profile innovation catalyst, while the other projects named CONS, it's a project where innovation catalyst will be responsible to develop the innovation culture in Slovenia, where art will be finally used as a meaningful inspiration for the building of a better world.
Today I will focus on a couple of STARTS Prize winners and how they manifest various really relevant directions for art thinking. STARTS is an initiative from the European Commission to bring out innovation, new forms of innovation at the nexus of science, technology, and the arts. So STARTS. The STARTS program evolved from evaluations from an increased number of high-tech companies worldwide who claimed that in addition to the scientific and technological skills, the critical skills needed for innovation to happen and to be of value for our society are skills such as creativity and criticality rooted in artistic practice. Ars Electronica is issuing annually, in collaboration with Beaux-Arts, the Center for Fine Arts in Brussels, and WAAG, the STARTS Prize, which honors outstanding examples and collaborations at exactly this nexus. Each year, we are looking for innovative collaborations between industry or technology on the one side and the arts or the creative sector on the other side that open new pathways for innovation. Secondly, our focus also lies on artistic explorations and artworks where appropriation by the arts has a strong potential to influence or alter the use, deployment, or perception of a technology. In exactly this context, arts gains prominence worldwide and also across different disciplines and sectors as a catalyst of an efficient conversion of science and technology knowledge into innovative products, services, and processes. Exactly there, artists are at the forefront of thinking solutions which address our socio-ecological and economic challenges as well. An expertise which we call art thinking here at Ars Electronica. Art thinking is a core research topic of our Ars Electronica Future Lab, and our thinker Hideaki Ogawa will share details on his research in the next session here on the channel. Unlike design thinking, where one's exercise is directly linked to creative solutions for specific product or service challenges, art thinking really tries to zoom out by questioning the problems on a holistic scale. As we master today's challenges and set on also the path towards our common new future, we want to set visions and perspectives first. Art is a catalyst for taking our society's responsibility into account, a way to open up new perspectives, encourage also curiosity and look of what is behind the scenes, and to stimulate creative solutions. Exactly this is done in so many ways by the STARTS Prize winners. Just this year, Anne Knighton conducted a research on the development of STARTS Prize winners and their methods to be a relevant catalyst. She will present a short recap also this evening on this channel, or you can download the full publication also on our website. Of course, art thinking can catalyze innovation in really many ways. Which power, for example, artistic vision can have to advance technological developments is shown in this project. It started in 2011 with the artistic vision of a designer to 3D print a bridge with robots while crossing a river. At this time, it was not even possible to 3D print steel on large scale, but with this iconic image and a vision, they were able to gather a large interdisciplinary team with many industry, research, and university partners, and over many, many years, developed the technology and now actually 3D printed the bridge. Another example here showcases in a really wonderful way how researchers from the ETH Zurich tried to challenge the construction method itself and not only thinking of new materiality. The structure you can see here on the slides consists solely out of these light white gravels and a string. Nothing else, so no adhesive material is connected to this. And the structures are very stable, but at the same time also fully reusable, fully recyclable, and reconfigurable. So when you pull the string, They fall apart in its pieces and you can build a new structure out of the same material somewhere else again. Art thinking's role is also to question the use and the abuse of technology or our relationship to it. What you can do, for example, to regain control over your smart home assistant is shown by Project Elias. This open source DIY project paralyzes your home assistant and only wakes it up when you want it to listen to you. Elias is a teachable parasite that is designed to give users more control over their smart home assistants, both when it comes to customization and privacy. Not only have we seen projects that encourage people to get more knowledge or take action, also raising awareness and provoking a public discourse, for example, on taboo topics, is one of the strengths of S+T+ARTS. Future Flora is a design proposal for a do-it-yourself kit to treat and prevent vaginal infections. Artists are also powerful thinkers when it comes to breaking up silos of used practices. A really perfect example for this is Andrea Ling's project Design by Decay, Decay by Design, as she is not only reinventing recycling, but using biotechnology as the key to design waste firsthand. How to actively organize decay and decomposition, in other words, how to make the waste material, especially plastic waste that a product produces after its lifespan, that starting material for design consideration, and actively design it from the outside in such a way that it gradually decomposes. A similar interesting approach is followed by the grand prize winner of S+T+ARTS Prize from 2017 in the category of artistic exploration. Etsuko Yakushimaru, a Japanese pop star, was the first one who released a song not only on a CD or MP3, but also on a living microorganism that is able to continuously self-replicate. A project which also uses completely new practices through citizens' involvement and data collection, and outstanding also use of information visualization to make non-experts understand scientific knowledge, is Ciudad Vea's land use plan. By bringing citizens' participation together with a big data analysis, also knowledge discovery, and the government, the collective was able to develop a land use plan for the city center of Barcelona. It takes into account all parties and ensures also the coexistence of both the economic part and activity, as well as the citizens' quality of life. Giving a better understanding of the processes behind technologies we are interacting with is also the goal of Kate Crawford's and Vlada Miola's large-scale map and essay that investigates into and visualizes human labor, data, and planetary resources that are required to build and operate an Amazon Echo. Art thinking is yet also strongly about innovating our relationship between humans and technologies, and how technologies in particular can contribute to social improvements. Artificial Skins and Bones is a collaborative project between the Fab Lab Berlin, students of the Kunsthochschule, Otto Bock, a big private prosthetics company. Together they explored the design and the interaction with and artificial body parts and developed new materials and new forms of interaction of prosthetics. Humanizing technology in general is one of the key aspects of S+T+ARTS. So this project Blink, Humanizing Autonomy, is an interactive device that allows us to communicate with self-driving cars in a more natural, in a more human way. Thanks for following me through this journey of various examples of how art thinking can be manifested through exciting projects. And we are now inviting another organization on screen. Up next, I would like to invite Camille Baker for her presentation. Camille Baker is an interdisciplinary artist, curator, and researcher with a background in digital and electronic art and design, working across creative digital disciplines. Baker's digital media practice and experience includes making, teaching, and curating with a background in wearable technology and textile, mobile media art and performance, VR, AR, mixed reality, and emerging technologies research and education. With all these fields of expertise, let's hear now how Camille is facilitating art thinking.
Hi, my name is Camille Baker. I am a professor of interactive and immersive arts from the School of Film, Media and Performing Arts at the University for the Creative Arts in Farnham, UK. Today I'm going to do a talk called Art Thinking and Practice, Curation, Teaching and Research for the S+T+ARTS Day. At the center of my life since childhood has been art and music. I wanted to be a ballet dancer when I was little, but my mother couldn't afford to give me the lessons. So I joined a modern dance class when I was 16 and continued dancing into university. I loved art through school and got hooked when I won a pottery contest. And I also wrote poetry and music and went on to start and sing in several rock bands from the age of 17. In addition, I took computer science class at 16 and focused on game design. So my interest in creative technology started early as well. I was also very political as early as 16 and became the chair of the Grand Forks Peace Committee, which had a pretty big profile in the town. I worked at Greenpeace at 20 and was in every anti-nuclear peace and environmental demonstration and march in Vancouver in my 20s. I had trouble finding ways to marry my politics with my creativity until more recently. My creative activities were expressions of my emotional life, and my political activity was an extension of my intellectual life and development, and they were quite split for a long time. Here's me at 19 in a photo shoot for a fashion mag. Creative thinking isn't something I really analyzed until more recent years. It was a desire, a thirst, just to create. From an early age, I absorbed myself in music, in film, in theater, in live art, and various forms of visual art, and tried to become a connoisseur in my 20s, especially film, educating myself, though I had only formal dance training and not art or music study. Performance in dance and music were my art avenues early on, and then I discovered video production, as I couldn't afford to go to film school. After my undergrad, I also studied classes in sculpture and video production. I made many small video art pieces and did very well in my classes and went on to try to explore documentary filmmaking. In my practice, I've followed my instincts. I've explored technologies and topics that interested me, developed work in those mediums as a way to understand them. I wanted to learn as many creative technologies as I could to develop different ideas with them. But once the internet came along, I started to think that that was the way to get my videos and creativity distributed without the gatekeepers of film and TV and other art forms. I taught myself HTML and got into new media. After several years in bands with several recordings, but not really making it very far in the alternative music scene, at least in Canada, and having a day job in employment counseling while trying to start a new media and web design company with a boyfriend, I decided to take a one-year creative technology course. Also having failed an attempt at running an art gallery, mostly due to funds, I decided to go back then after that and get my interactive arts and technology master's at the SFU. For me, creative thinking has always been intuitive, and the focus has been how to express really urgent feelings or concerns through music, through movement in the body, through video, through digital design, through technology, through curation. I've always just followed where the art led me. I've used, and this is a quote from my master's thesis, I've used different techniques and processes depending on whether I'm working with music, movement, poetry, sculpture, video, or web-based arts. My creative process has always begun as a personal and spontaneous activity that comes to me in a pre-dream state upon waking, sometimes as a complete whole, whereby very little editing or iteration is necessary. the process seems to be common amongst artists and can be reduced to inspiration, brainstorm, prototype, improvise, repeat, improve, practice, gather more skills, collaborate, practice, show, or perform. It's often a process that is personal, implicit, inferred, experiential, largely unconscious, deriving from a combination of training, practice, natural creative sensitivity. This step-by-step approach often includes collaboration, feedback, presentation, exhibition, review, discussion. Therefore, the process of art practice might be said to involve trial and error, much like design methods. In the last 6 years, my focus has really been to marry the political and the creative and to make work that matters. So whether it's my ongoing environmental focus since my 20s, which manifests recently in the Where Sustain project, or my interest in surveillance and data privacy that became one of the concerns of hacking the body, or my feminist project that I'm currently working on about female reproductive diseases called Into Her, or my not yet off the ground project, Activate, about using immersive experiences to engage people in climate change issues. Bringing creativity and social change has become a focus in all these projects. In my teaching, while I've not been taught how to nurture creativity formally, instead I've sought techniques on my own and experimented with different ways of nurturing it with students through a combination of skill building, creative challenges, teaching the skills and tools, and then challenging students to use them and tackle critical issues or social problems in their own ways. I've never been an expert of any technique, tool, discipline, and I've always collaborated. I've always crossed over and tried to understand as much or many different perspectives. I realize not everyone does or can do this, but I can't do anything else. My only anchor or starting point is the art, and that's malleable. My practice, as you can see, in terms of the technologies and focuses, has always been focused primarily around using emerging technologies with performance, with an emphasis more recently on wearable technologies and mobile phones as performance tools and collaborators. I make work that is participatory performance and interactive art, VR, immersive experiences, fashion tech, wearable electronics, mobile media art, using responsive interfaces and environments, and often curating interactive art. I explore ever new mechanisms to elicit engaging experiences, using evolving approaches to technology and the body in participatory performance and interactive art. I have an ongoing fascination with all things emotional, corporeal, felt, sensed, and the visceral, physical, relational, participatory, and have developed unique methods and approaches to exploring the body through or with the aid of technology, to explore expressive, nonverbal modes of communication and extended embodiment through interactive and immersive art and performance. I aim to connect people to each other in more visceral, felt, and sensed ways. Artists are instigators, troublemakers, problem solvers, critical thinkers, critical makers, disruptive innovators, experimenters, expressing the mood of the moment, social mirrors, reporters, investigators, and catalyzers of change. And as this still says, apparently in 2015, while on the advisory board of the EU-funded project ICT and Art Connect study, I said, artists should be incorporated as catalysts for new ways of thinking, not only about art, but about the world we live in, to change the world we live in, to change the way things are done, made, and developed in the world. So I still feel that way. I feel that art itself must be considered, or can be considered, a mirror, reflecting ourselves, our world, our fears, our lives, and when we can use it to teach or communicate or actually solve a problem, then we are taking direct action and changing the world. If we put our minds to solving a problem, then it's no different than using artistic thinking than it is using engineering or medical thinking. It's just a use of different tools, language, and approaches. Artistic thinking is distilled into a number of common elements: passion and obsession, imagination and belief, observation and connection, visualization and pondering, learning and exploring, practice and repetition, and they all provide a spark for self-transformation and innovation. This is what Marisol de Andrea said in 2019 in her Power of Artistic Thinking, think like an artist and innovate. Because artists are not afraid of breaking their own disciplinary rules and incorporating other disciplines and approaches, or even breaking and not quite learning the rules of other disciplines, they can be more free in some ways. They can create new avenues of ideation or innovation. When we open up the parameters and blend disciplines and cross-disciplinary boundaries, then new possibilities can arise. There's a need to move towards reconciliation of the process-product dichotomy. This involves a melding of the psychological view that describes art learning as thinking in a medium, and the interpretive position that describes art knowing as thinking in a language. This can be described as thinking in a setting. And this comes from Gavin Sullivan, quoting himself in his 2001 book, Artistic Thinking as a Transcognitive Practice, a Reconciliation of the Process-Product Dichotomy. To think like an artist is to dedicate practice to remain connected to the intuitive spirit of exploration, fully engage in your life's work and have discipline in your mind and passion. Practicing creativity can be an exhilarating risk. As artists, we have to stand at the edges of the map of our culture and push outward. These stances on creative thinking embrace risk and an element of the unknown. They require courage and a resilient passion for looking. In our world focused on product and economy, there should be a place left for transformation, where creativity is fostered and boundaries and destinations fall away. And this comes from multimedia artist Paula Crown in her 2017 article in Medium called Thinking Like an Artist, Translating Ideas into Form. So here's finally some images from the S+T+ARTS prize winners in the last 3 years, and they really exemplify that connection between art, technology, innovation, risk-taking, and boundary thinking. And this is what artists have to offer. And this is what catalytic artistic thinking is. Thank you. If you have questions, please go to my website or follow me, contact me. Thank you.
Now I would like to hand over the word to Barcelona and Alejandro Martin. He is the head of Innovation and EU projects at S+T+ARTS Institute of Art and Culture. He is a contemporary art curator, art collector, artist, chemical engineer, and international business professional. He has been cooperating with S+T+ARTS Institute for Art and Culture since 2015 as curator and strategic advisor for international development and cooperation with key art institutions and universities. He developed programs and projects about interdisciplinarity of art, science, technology, and entrepreneurship, and represents S+T+ARTS in the project S+T+ARTS Lighthouse Pilot Mindspaces. Alejandro Martin will give today an insight into S+T+ARTS arts practice of art thinking, used also in projects like Mindspaces. In case you want to learn more about Mindspaces, please feel free to visit their garden on the Ars Electronica website.
Hello, I'm Alejandro Martin, Head of Innovation at S+T+ARTS Institute for Art and Culture, Barcelona, and co-founder of Invensiva, that is a platform for art and advanced technologies. I'm very happy to be here in this art thinking session organized by Ars Electronica during the S+T+ARTS Day. Thank you very much to Ars Electronica for inviting me, and also to S+T+ARTS for the great work they are doing, funding projects like Mindspace, we are operating S+T+ARTS like partners, and all the programs developed by S+T+ARTS Ecosystem and S+T+ARTS in Motion. And also thanks to the audience of this year, Ars Electronica, Kepler's Garden, to be here and follow all these presentations. First, I want to talk a little about me. I have an art science and technology background. I'm a chemical engineer. I was product manager with innovative products for the industry, and after I was artist, curator, and cultural manager in the last years. I have degree studies in chemistry, engineering, and also degree in art and master degree in research and production and in cultural management. My philosophy is based in art thinking because I have an immense curiosity on all kinds of knowledge, and I like the visionary innovation, and I promote art that creates experimentation and risk. Art thinking from humanism to technology. I think art thinking in front of the tech thinking are all product of humans, but with a different approach. Art thinking creates no limits, have a critical point of view, and could be visionary, making bolding and speculation. Tech thinking is also solving problems through technology, but sometimes it forgets the human impact. That means that this combination, art thinking and tech thinking, will produce probably a very exciting innovation in these years. Now I'm talking about Immersiva. Immersiva is a project that was powered from S+T+ARTS Institute for Art and Culture last year. S+T+ARTS is a cultural center and artist residency with a working philosophy that is rooted in a dynamic international cooperation between art, innovation, and social impact. And like I said before, it's partnered in the Mindless Space project of Stars Horizon 2020, and soon it will be in the AI for Future, the Creative Europe program. Immersiva, the concept. The concept is a platform ecosystem of artists working with advanced technologies like virtual reality, artificial intelligence, full dome immersive projections, sensors, 3D scanners, and many others. That's why it's immersive, the immensity we have in front of the possibilities. Actions. We create exhibitions, art residencies, festivals, and soon we are performing. What we did in the past. Last February we did the Immersiva via Virtual Reality Artificial Intelligence Residency 2020, and the magic happens. Why? Because we create an international and interdisciplinary ecosystem of curators, of artists, with the result of S+T+ARTS international relationships and a successful international open call. We did a team building strategy. The first day, the participants attended a workshop organized by Epica Foundation La Fura dels Baus, where participants were interacting and cooperating in games experience where body and mind were fusioned. We promote the co-creation versus personal projects. The participants were asked to forget their personal artistic projects and to start a new one in cooperation with their colleagues in groups of 2 or 3. This innovation methodology is also based in the interaction with the creative ecosystem. We create a dynamic to talk with other realities happening in Barcelona, like Hangar, be another lab, the Fab Lab in the Institute of Advanced Architecture, the Young Festival, and many others. We challenge the experimentations. That means that we were not asking to deliver an exhibition. Quite often the artists are worried about the exhibition moment. That means that it will block the creativity. Working without pressure of delivering a finished work will create a playful way of doing an open mind to visionary goals. Also, they have the feedback and the collaboration of curators during the process that makes more friendly the relationship with this part that is normally criticized in the world. And finally, and most important, we were creating movement, immersive flow. The participants in the residency are continuing the collaboration in other projects and finding new opportunities to be together. The results were amazing. After 3 weeks of residency, the projects delivered were exceptional. Nobody was waiting for this kind of works. Also, the artists were surprised because the complexity and the curiosity created by these works were more important than the personal initiative. The next steps, we are working to create this rhythmatic creative ecosystem through Immersiva Festival 2020 that goes from mid-August to mid-October. Under this extended umbrella, we will welcome a series of events, the Quintessence Dome Lab, that is a residency in full dome technologies and virtual reality, the Venice Biennale VR Expanded exhibition, that is the program of virtual reality works of the official program of the Biennale. Also the Ars Electronica, we are organizing an artathon ideathon via another lab, and a kickoff meeting and a focus group hosted by the project AI for Future. And finally, a great exhibition show the results. We have vision. That means that we create ecosystem for experimenting and future speculation that could happen in a dynamic, in a fluid manner. We are looking for diversity in the talent people that comes from different cultures, genders, educational background, professional perspectives, and we are based in our thinking that don't mean our system. We need to create this dynamic that the creative people, the artists, forget the art market and they start to work in this association of artists and stacks. That's not easy. Also, to do this kind of projects, we need fundraising. Fundraising probably from the technological enterprises that will be the new patrons in the future. Thank you very much, and see you soon in Barcelona and in our project. Thank you.
I'm closing this session by by thanking all the speakers and inviting you now for the next Art Thinking panel on humanizing technology on this specific channel here at Ars Electronica New World.
Hello and welcome to the first day of Ars Electronica, and welcome to a really interesting program that we have put together for you for the next 1 hour. It's all about art thinking and the idea that the contribution of artists can really help us to humanize technology in a way that benefits the society, that benefits us as consumers and users of these technologies, but also the business and the applications of technology. It's a program that we developed together with our partner in Japan, with Hakuodo, and we have 3 wonderful experts joining us for this next hour. Alexander Mankowski, who is something like the futurologist of Daimler Mercedes-Benz. His ideas actually inspired their first prototype of self-driving cars. And he's together here with Mara Balestrini. She's often referred to as cultural technologist. And one of her important topics is how technology can be really used to emancipate, to support, to empower citizens. And last but not least, we have Olga Kiselova. She is a wonderful artist coming from Russia, now living and working out of Paris. And besides a huge number of really wonderful projects, she is also the winner of this year's S+T+ARTS prize. So please enjoy the next hour talking, thinking about art and its importance for our society.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Art Thinking Forum at Ars Electronica Festival 2020. How are you doing? Actually, I and Olga in the Yotokayu, which is Johannes Kepler University here in Linz. It's a really wonderful location, full of nature, but in the modern, super modern architecture. And we are also showing the S+T+ARTS exhibit. My name is Hideaki Ogawa. I'm a director of Ars Electronica Future Lab, and today I would like to moderate this session. Art is a catalyst for shaping a better future society. The Art Thinking Forum, this forum is a platform for discussing the role of art in the future through cutting-edge examples of creative chemistry between various disciplines and art, and sharing expertise on how to utilize art for a better society. Art thinking itself is a process that each one of us has a compass for the future through practice and dialogues, questioning common sense. In the age of probably you feel uncertainty, when the conventional wisdom of the world has been turned on its head, I think this art thinking is becoming more and more important. This symposium invites activists, like you guys, who are practicing art thinking in art, industry, and society to talk about the role of and the benefits of art from their perspectives. So before going to the talk, I would like to mention this program is realized through a long-term creative alliance with Hakuodo, which is Japanese communication design company. And I would like to thank Hakuodo for co-creating this wonderful opportunity together. And of course, today we have wonderful guests from all over the world. Next to me first, Olga Kiseleva, welcome. So she's an artist and a scientist, also a winner of this year's grand prize for innovative collaboration in S+T+ARTS prize. And once again, congratulations. Then next is Alexander Mankowski, welcome. Welcome to this session virtually. He's a futurist and from Daimler AG. And yeah, we met many times in the collaboration between your company and Ars Electronica Future Lab for co-creating the research of future mobility. And he's a jury of S+T+ARTS Prize. And finally, Mara Balestrini, so welcome. So she's a human-computer interaction expert and a technology strategist, and also CEO of Ideas for Change. So also she's a jury of S+TARTS Prize this year. And I saw you guys very special article about remaining growth and decay, artistic research in service of the circular economy. So it was, I think, written for the catalog and the book. So it was very interesting overview of this year's S+TARTS Prize category. And today, we would like to discuss again what is the role of art for society and how can we utilize art of humanized technologies. So as agenda today, I would like to speak a little bit about the art thinking a bit first. And it's, sorry, I went too much. And afterwards, each panelist will have their own presentation, so how they are practicing the art thinking. And finally, we will have enough time to discuss the latest state of art thinking together. So from my side, as a short introduction, I would like to speak about a little bit art thinking. So just a moment, I pushed wrong. Well, for you guys, for everyone, 2020. So how do you live in every places? I think 2020 is quite special, maybe, for everyone. But I feel, as I mentioned at the beginning, the role of art is getting more and more important. I would like to refer one quote from John Maeda. Designers create solutions, and artists create questions. I think design is quite used to be nicely for our society so far. And in my perspective, artwork was, I think now, really needed to make the right questions for our society. So in this way, I'm researching, by the way, about this art thinking. What's the art thinking? So this is my diagram. As John Maeda mentioned, design is very effective for shaping the direction for the future. So through the creative solutions. And on the other hand, I think art is very effective on questioning and looking around 360 degrees, many possibilities, many, in a way, problems. And so it's like creating a new compass. Considering 2020, as I mentioned, I think it's pretty important to reset and update and stop to think where to go, because our future is quite up to us, and we needed to have enough time to think. But I believe that art is quite effective on doing so. Connecting to design, I think the point is, I don't mean art versus design, but the collaboration, continuous collaboration, and art and the designs are really important. But in conventional ways, I think the theme and the subjects were defined by someone, authorities or someone, and then quite often the issue and the agendas are wrong. But to avoid it, I think art thinking is effective to coin and to point out the right questions to be solved by really smart design solutions. I believe the combination between art and design as one creative thinking doing is an important thing. Actually, as a director from Ars Electronica Future Lab, we have quite many practices of art thinking and art doing as a laboratory and atelier for future systems. But today, I have wonderful doers from all over the world, except besides me. So I would like to ask you from each doer your practices to deepen the meaning of the role of art for our society. So from now, I would like to ask each panelist to have their own presentation regarding your practice. First speaker would be Olga, and next, Alexander, yes, Alexander, and afterwards, Mara. And one by one, we'll have the small, short presentation regarding the practices. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hide, for this introduction, and thank you for Ars Electronica and S+T+ARTS and all jury members for introducing me in this context. I'm very happy to be here with you and to have a chance to discuss the role of art in the future. And to bring here a few examples of my experience in this field. As an artist, from the beginning, I was not about to create something beautiful, but about to try to make a research to make the world better, to make it like stronger, and to try to fix some problem we can now see in how the work is going, how the world is going on. So as a person who comes from Russia, from north of Russia, I'm very concerned with what happened now in Arctic with big industrialization of this area, which in fact one of the main reasons of climate change. So we worked with different companies and non-governmental structures in this area to build this work, which called Arctic Conquistadors, and which is an interactive map where you can see how the Arctic is now occupied by commercial companies, and more and more, and we can no more see the area, but only its commercial use. Then another experience we had, it is an important project we called Landstream. Landstream comes from landscape and stream, so it is a kind of landscape which represent our territory, our cities, our habitation place, not as architectural ensembles or landscape with mountains and rivers, but as a electromagnetical, like an ensemble of electromagnetical waves which cross the space. And in fact, it represents electromagnetic pollution. So recently we realized this experience in Avenue Georges V in Paris, which is quite a beautiful, large and quiet avenue. And we realized fresco, which represents this landscape, and you can see how it looks like from this point of view. Then we also worked in Paris on the problem of climate change and how the city tried to struggle against it. It was during the COP21, and we made a big sculpture just next to Orsay Museum, like a little bit impressionist form, which is in fact a QR code. And through this QR code, you can see the Paris in augmented reality, and you can see the position of each building, each area of Paris regarding climate change. We also went deeper in the ocean, and we also realized that this datascape program for the role of the ocean in climate changing. And working with a specialist of ocean, we discovered a very interesting organism, which is a microalgae, which is one who is in the same time like animal and also plant. So it's live as animal, but it's consumed as a plant. And it is maybe the more ecological solution which exists today on the planet. So now we started a new project by creating different objects inspired by these organisms, and we try them in the ocean. One of the last projects is a post-oil utopia. It is an utopical project about how the world will change when oil will be no more here, because we know we don't have so much of it, and like quite soon it will be finished. Now, oil is one of the basic elements, not only in energy, but also in creation of different objects of our everyday life. And in fact, we discovered then the comportment of the molecule of oil is today quite similar to the structure of our Western capitalist society. So the utopic idea we had is maybe when the oil will be no more like a main element of our economy and our everyday life, maybe it will also change the structure of the society, and it will give more responsibility and more independence to each element of the society. So we started to develop this idea with philosophers and dancers to try to use their body, our body, to make a modelization of this society. And just the last example of a very known work we realized it. It is biopresence. The work, it was a commission to make a monument for a very old and very known tree which was dead in the small city Biscarrosse in south of France. And we was expected to create like a sculpture in bronze or maybe in gold to commemorate this tree. And I felt it was so pity to go this way and to replace an alive organism by an artwork, but which is like not something alive and coming from the nature. So instead of doing this, we worked on the recreation of a kind of tree which could replace this one, respecting this biological property. And maybe thanks to this artwork, we will be able to save this species, because this tree is a part of the elm, and elm are all contaminated by elm disease in Europe. So the new elm we created for this project, maybe we hope and we work on now, can still stay alive in European forests.
So, thank you, Olga.
Thank you.
Great. I feel really artist is creating new dialogues through artistic expressions, and in your case, artistic explorations, by combining artistic thinking, but also you have very strong science background, right?
I studied as a scientist, yes. And this is why I started to be not only an artist, but artist and researcher. And also this is why I have a possibility, like facility to collaborate with scientists, because we can speak the same language.
Same language, yeah. When did you, in a way, change your, how to say, thinking from scientist thinking to also artistic thinking in the career?
Oh, it was very very early, because I studied as a scientist in Soviet Union, and when I realized that as a scientist, I will have to work for creation of weapons, I decided to stop it and to go another way. But when I came in art school, I was more interested by mathematics and biology than by drawing.
Interesting.
So I was like one of the first science artists, I think.
But I think in this way, as you realize this kind of hybrid language, you know, so because quite many artists or scientists are educated basically in their own disciplines, and pretty hard to have the hybrid language. But I would say you was really one of the pioneer and also doers to combine this hybrid thinking. And also applying this, you have many projects to collaborate with not just the academic or research, but even industries together. I think this, I would say, language based on the hybrid thinking is quite interesting to me. But let's talk about this a little bit later. And thank you very much. And then let's move to the talk by Alexander. Would you start?
Yeah, sure. I just made a, well, very short one about the, can you see it, food for thought? Hopefully, no, you can't, but no, immediately you can. I hope so. Yeah, I can see it. Art thinking about food for thought, yeah. It's a very simple one. In the end, I thought about what I'm doing in the industry. Yeah, what's my job there? What can I do? Because there are so many people, they have so many different perspectives, actors are there on there, they have agency and so on, everybody has. So you can't give, you have to kind of give them impulses and take impulses back. Yeah, so it's a kind of a translation role. Yeah, I have to have. And one thing about the thinking, you can see the thinking. Yeah, I guess thinking is in the best way to see it in a personal way, but also in an organizational way as a kind of a maintaining and caring about the garden. Yeah, you don't have true control about the plants and the animals in this garden. Yeah, they do. They are acting on their own. Yeah, they have their own agenda. Everything. Some are very slow. Some are fast. So thinking like what Olga said about compare oil molecular structure with society. Yeah, that's a thought. Huh? And this thought is able to grow like a seed. Yeah, and you have to seed the fitting thoughts inside this garden, inside your garden, in your head, and inside the garden of thinking inside the company. Yeah, so that the people can grow on your own, because there are many thoughts, which is a pity, which are way maybe uglifying the garden. Yeah. Yeah, so we have to beautify it and make it more productive and make it more meaningful, give it purpose. So it's thinking. You can't control your thinking. Yeah, try to sense when you are thinking. It's impossible. Yeah, try to stop it. Well, maybe 5 minutes it will work. Yeah, try to. So it's the garden metaphor. I like it. So what's about the art then? In this case, I introduced then in this garden the performance of Miwa Matrajek, Infinitely Yours. Yeah, it was a very strong performance about civilization without words. You don't need words for that, but it was emotionally strong. An expression that what we are doing is maybe not so meaningful. Yeah, it's as a society, as a system, yeah, whatsoever, we are part of it, and to introduce these kind of expressions, yeah, inside the garden of thinking. Yeah, I think this one, I'm quite sure, or I have experiences in the last 20 years, that's the only way for meaningful progress. Yeah, there's no other way. Yeah, there's no other way. You can't make a plan and everybody has to follow something like that. It's not about leadership or stuff like that. It's about introducing meaningful seeds, and therefore art is perfect. Yeah, and in the end, the last slow, this one in the middle, this is you can Google that. It's the Avatar show car from Mercedes-Benz, shown at the last CES, the last Open CES now, and it's about the merger between people and nature. The biosphere is the car should show, or is more a messenger than a technology. It should show that we are part of the biosphere and we have to reconnect, feel us again, yeah, as part of the biosphere, and stop thinking about me and nature, yeah. And stuff like that. So, and it's beautifully designed. You can look at it yourself. But that's a kind of a result that I hope will is introduced through art, yeah, into the company, to the designers, to the engineers, to the manager, and so on. And I do that very often. Yeah, these. If it's prints, the prints are in the offices, yeah. So the print out, so the people can look at it, huh? And that has this is can I say, that's effective in a way, yeah, because it's their own thinking then which will change, yeah. So therefore, I like I would say not art thinking, but art and thinking, and yeah, thanks so far.
Yeah,
I hope you're. Yeah, no. Very important.
Yeah, important.
Hey,
yes.
This one, you should read this one. Yeah, read one. Hannah Arendt about thinking. This is perfect. If you, then you have the art at the Ars Electronica, the thinking from Hannah Arendt, and then you are fine.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
yeah, including the good references, and I'm very following and agreeing with you regarding the combination art and thinking, but together with thinking as like a gardening and caring and taking and also thinking slow. And I have a question to you. We worked together in 2014-15 around this time between Ars Electronica and Daimler for thinking, thinking about the future mobility. Why did you, come to the Ars Electronica? Of course, you explained everything maybe, but once again, would you explain why did you collaborate with Ars Electronica?
There were many reasons. I visited the Ars Electronica festival and was totally impressed then about the strengths of the artwork there. Yeah, I visited, and then we had some context about technology because it's art and technology there at Ars Electronica, which was if the ones then the open field of self-driving cars, robots, autonomous machinery, and you have and what was seen that what many artists have already tackled these, shown their art pieces. Maybe say the musicians started with machine learning, very euphoric then, then afterwards they checked out, okay, it's just a tool, but that was something important too. So that was the beginning, and we started to work together with for the then show car, the F015. It's about the interaction between people and machinery, because the important part, the whole purpose of the thing are the people and not the machine, not the car. Many engineers tend to forget that. So it's the people, and we made some experiments with the cars or robots and people. The best one was a race between a baby, a baby with maybe 8 months, I guess, and some small robots, and they are starting from one point to the other, So I think 5 robots and 1 baby, and that was so perfect to see the difference between life, a living being, and a machine. The machines try to straight up to the goal, and the baby totally different. It makes this one. It was learning around the way. It was curious, It did something, The machines didn't, But baby did, Everything. It found holes in the floor while crawling to the and it was competitive too. It won, It was faster in the end as the machine. It was very funny. But it was this picture, then this movie I showed very often to people inside the company, outside the company, and there were two things were very important. First one, your perception, what the people have seen, the eyes, they looked at the baby, not at the robots, because the robots were not alive, and your perception is differentiating between dead things and things that are not dead, that are not things that are alive. So the only important thing, so you wouldn't see in an autonomous robot if there's an interesting person in the middle, in between the robots, because. These are not. That's one thing. The other thing is that the agency is completely different, and so we have to design these cars or robots, in a way that we people have the agency to do something with them, that we can feel them like that. Typically, the engineers do it the other way around. The cars should, or the robots should be mighty, and read us, but that's not important. The otherwise. So that was about the art piece between technology, art, science, and insight, new insight, fresh insight. Now I think 7 years later.
7 years.
The first university professors are reaching out. That's because they found out. So artists early is an artist are often very Early, yeah.
Absolutely, very advanced thinking and practices. Yeah,
sometimes very late.
Yeah, but I'm very happy to hear from you by encountering with Ars Electronica in a way creative gardens. You also found the new chemistry to nurture such kind of attitude within the company, and I think as you end as the result will differ. I think very strong. If you say, if I say, maybe nobody might trust. But if you say the results will differ as a position from industry, I'm very encouraged. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So then let's move to Mara. So would you start your presentation?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here again.
Yeah.
Let's see if this works properly.
Yep.
So a key concern in my everyday practice, both as an HCI, a human-computer interaction researcher, and as someone who works with in the intersection between science and technology, is that as technologies become more embedded into everyday life, and as people bring them into their homes and carry them in their bodies, there is a big need to humanize technology. Rather than turn people into machines, we need to understand how we may design systems in a way that they gain more acceptance and they reflect the values that us as societies have. This obviously is today manifested in the big concerns that we have about privacy and security of technology systems. How can we ensure that we humanize technologies and that these technologies are something that augments human beings and people rather than undermine and create conflict, societal conflict? So this is one key concern that drives my practice. And at the same time, a second big concern is how we may democratize science and scientific thinking. I truly believe that as society becomes more complex and we face complex issues, we need to be able to ask new questions, new scientific and research questions to push the boundaries of scientific breakthrough. So in the middle of these two questions, creativity and artistic practice steps up as a real opportunity to both incentivize new thinking around technology design, but also around scientific discovery. It is clear that bringing the creative perspective and artists on board in technology design and scientific practice can trigger new research questions. So there are, to me, these three big contributions that creative thinking and artistic and participatory artistic practices can contribute in science. One is new questions. The second one is the creation of new methods and investigation in new methods and tools. And the third one is interdisciplinarity. And this is how I frame my contribution today. So I want to give you examples of how this can be done, or at least how we try to do it in a number of different projects. The first one, when it comes to new questions, we've been working for a number of years with trying to open up citizen science as a means, or to open science through citizen science as a means to involve people in the co-creation of scientific studies and also the design of new technologies. In the context of the project that we ran in Bristol, the Bristol approach in 2015, 2016, one of the things that we did was involve artists who would conduct different ethnographic and participatory methods to talk to people and to find out which were citizens' concerns in the that could be tackled with data technologies. It turned out that this method was useful to evidence 3 concerns that people had and that were not currently being addressed by the city council or by technologists or scientists. One was the biodiversity in the parks of Bristol and how pollution was affecting this biodiversity. The third one was why shops were disappearing, local shops, as footfall was falling in the streets of the town. And the third one was humidity and damp within houses. The community of participants decided to focus on the third one because this was a problem that was affecting people who are renting homes. The prices of homes are going up, and there's not much incentive for landlords to take care of damp and humidity in the house. And it turns out that damp is correlated to health impacts. So what we can see here is that by working with people to try to evidence what their matters of concern are, we ended up having research questions that were guiding research opportunities, scientific opportunities, the relationship between certain types of homes and environmental factors, and the relationship between health and damp, and at the same time, the opportunity to create new technologies, new sensing technologies to address this. We also did the same in Barcelona, where we worked with citizens to try and identify new research questions and new technology designs to tackle the problem of noise pollution in public squares in the city, a problem that, again, it's complex because it has many variables that come into play to define the problem. And what we do is bring the community that is affected by a specific problem to interrogate that problem and to come up with scientific ways and creative ways of addressing the problem while being a crucial part in the process of coming up with solutions. We have also done that in the project Cities Health, where we work with citizens to understand the relationship between air quality in the city and the impact that it may have in their health. And they, by collaborating with scientists and working together, come up with a scientific question that they would want to address throughout the process of citizen science. I said that the second contribution, the creativity can bring into, and participation can bring into scientific and technological breakthroughs, is the creation of new methods. As we know, the artistic practice has always been associated to the discovery of new tools and new methods, and this has been crucial to both create new forms of creation and at the same time to produce innovation and even bring in serendipity to processes and therefore come out with different outputs. In the processes of citizen science and technology design, we have also seen how working with participatory practices and creative thinking can lead to much more humane technologies that people feel ownership upon. In the case of the damp project that I recently explained in Bristol, citizens came up with the sensing technology that is this frog that you can see here, that was co-created by the affected community, but also was bringing in a big team that included artists, technologists, experts in sciences and mathematics, and so on. This frog sensor can sense the difference, can sense temperature and humidity, and was used in the houses of the participants to better understand the problem of damp. The fact that it was co-created by the citizens themselves meant that, and using open source technologies, meant that they could put forward a toolkit and empower others to build the tool themselves, but also it created a much more effective relationship and acceptance of the pet, of the frog pet at home. And also it created opportunities for people who are not familiar with data systems, data technologies, to develop the skills that are necessary to make sense of data, statistics, and other scientific methods. This was a new method that was created by them to assess the problem of damp in their own homes. A similar approach took place with the second case study that I just described, the Making Sense project in Barcelona, where citizens came together to appropriate open source technologies, tweak them, in this case the Smart Citizen Kit, to collect data on noise pollution. And as you can see, here, this 12-year-old boy, Martin, he was very active trying to make sense of the data. And he was one of the participants who realized something that none of the scientists in the team realized. See the square where we were mapping noise. It's a very nice square in the neighborhood of Gracia, and sensors to collect noise data were co-located around in the balconies around the square. And we could see, when analyzing the data, a very strange pattern where noise began on one side of the square, but then with time it moved around the square. Martin, this kid here, he lives in front of the square and he looks at the square every day. And he was the one to realize that there was a correlation between the movement of the sun and the movement of people in the square. And obviously this explained why at certain times there was this pattern, because people were moving, chasing the shade in the square. And therefore, as they got closer to some sensors in an area, they created more noise. So this is, again, what can happen with people, and creative thinking are brought together in coming up with new methods to assess reality, to create technologies, to somehow reinvent or participate in scientific discovery. Another method that we have put in place with the Cities Health Project was using strawberry plants to measure air quality. This meant deploying 1,000 strawberry plants in the balconies of citizens in Barcelona. The plants were to be kept in the same place and geolocated. And after 3 months, particles in the air sit down in the leaves of the magnetic system, analyze the amount of metal content that had landed in the leaves. And this allowed us to create a map of pollution in Barcelona, piggybacking on the participation of citizens who used plants, strawberry plants, as a sensing device. And again, this pushes new thinking about how we may integrate civic engagement, participation, and biosensors to address pressing issues such as pollution in urban settings, and how we may be able to bring people together using new materials and new methods to inquire and create new thinking around these issues. As you can see here, where the strawberries were located, we were able to create a map that clearly shows how pollution behaves in the city and how it concentrates in different hotspots, allowing citizens also the opportunity to visualize the type of pollution that they might be exposed to without using any technologies, really, rather than the strawberry plants and the method to analyze them. The third huge contribution of creativity and participation into scientific discovery and technology design, in my view, is interdisciplinarity. I think that Olga's work and the work of Andrea, Ling, also the two winners of the S+T+ARTS prize this year, clearly demonstrate how much humanity, science and technology can contribute through interdisciplinarity. When I think of the type of questions that we are faced with nowadays, they're so complex. I don't see any other way of coming up with potential solutions without interdisciplinarity. We also try to seek this in all the projects that we have. We try to see how people manifest, different peoples with different levels of ability and expertise and backgrounds can come together as a collective and put their creativity and thinking to explore new ways of doing things. This, what you can see here is the noise box in the square in Barcelona. After we had collected noise data, citizens wanted to create a machine that would allow to help people who make noise in the square to make sense of the noise levels that there are in the square. So we worked together with them, with artists, engineers, and designers at a Fab Lab Barcelona to come up with this machine called the Noise Box that was deployed in the square and allowed people to press a button and see with this line of LED lights how much noise was there at that time in the square. And it also provided information of the health impacts of this level of noise, creating a device that brings together engineering and creative approaches to kind of visualize an environmental problem and try to bring people together to question that problem. They also decided to take the square with images of themselves to reclaim public space again, using their creativity and the machines available in maker spaces to make a statement on a social and environmental problem. In the case of the strawberry projects, we've also seen how interdisciplinarity has brought up different appropriations of the project, where different people started to come up with 3D designs for the flower pots and see how these flower pots may be able to visualize the data that is collected by the plants and manifest that, providing some level of awareness about pollution, and also how other actors, such as in this case the Center of Contemporary Culture of Barcelona, decided to turn their strawberry plant into a monitoring station made public for the neighborhood, opening up the opportunity to interact with it by others. So I truly believe that these are we can conceptualize the contribution of the arts and participation in terms of research questions, methods, and interdisciplinarity.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mara. So for humanizing technology and humanizing a better society, I really understood your approaches, and now so important, isn't it, this approach? Because before COVID, of course, people realized the importance, but after the COVID, again, now, people are really facing to the more social questions, I think, rather than the normal scientific research questions. I think, in a way, art can contribute to, in a way, artist is a humanity researcher, right? So I think the power of art is combining the conventional research question to be social questions, and I suppose you have many efforts to facilitate. Of course, today you presented really structured and nice things, but I would like to later ask you, what's the effort behind it? Because, many challenges, I suppose, but thank you very much. Then let's move to the discussion. As you listen to the each presentation, we had quite many insights regarding this question. For instance, what are the benefit of the of art that you have experienced in your practice? To be honest, one by one, you explained a lot about the benefits from each. From Olga, of course, as an artist, you really always doing artistic explorations, but to address the important kind of message to our society through artistic and scientific hybrid thinking. And for doing so, in a way connecting to Mara's approach, creating the social questions, I think Olga's examples are very connecting well. And Alexander's example is very clear for industries and also industry context as well, to differ the result. And why are we, and also are we creating new service and the product for what? And, in this case, we needed to carefully think of the meaning of also this civilization and also new society. So art can definitely contribute to make differences regarding the results. So I think we are quite sure about the benefits of the art that can contribute. But my next question might be quite tricky, I think. Well, not tricky, but I would like to really ask you for the real voices, because I suppose, of course, today, in this presentation, we are showing and telling also good stories, of course. But we can also address missing elements or some challenges that we are still facing. So I would like to ask you each, what are the challenges of utilizing the power of the art? You explained the benefits and also approaches to apply the art. But in reality, for instance, in Mara's case, I suppose, by involving many citizens and governors and also as a strategy for the city or area, I think it's pretty hard to maybe mention or communicate with those different types of people. Maybe from Mara, would you tell us your kind of episode when you are utilizing the power of art in your context?
I think that, well, there are many challenges associated to doing the type of work that we've been doing, because first of all, it takes time and in involving people in a horizontal way. That means that scientists are not telling people what to do, but rather creating a horizontal collaboration and governance of the project that is shared across actors that act in full capacity and with full agency is not easy, because we're used to having experts tell us what to do. But now this is about reverting the idea of expertise and making sure that we create processes that allow people to contribute in any forms their expertise that they have. So a key crucial problem that emerges in these kind of projects is that scientists are used to doing things in a given way. There is an established method that is accepted by a community in a given time. And when you bring in people and non-experts and creative ideas, they may turn as or may be perceived as non-scientific to scientists, which means that they are often underestimated or underappreciated. And obviously, we all know that some of the most important scientific discoveries actually emerged because we had some lateral thinking, because we did something that was different, and it always takes time for that to be accepted within a community. So there is this battle in every citizen science project where you need to find the balance between rigor scientific and academic rigor and what is well accepted and established, and be able to also open up opportunities for experimentation where it is okay to introduce a method, a material, or a procedure that is not necessarily fully accepted within the community, but otherwise, if we don't do it, then we won't be able to explore new thinking and come out with breakthroughs. So that requires negotiation, and it's not necessarily easy to do. And I think it's one of the biggest challenges. And finally, all this, when you're operating within reality, you have, so I don't do lab studies. I do what we call innovation in the wild, where you will deploy methods and tools that are new in real life settings. And obviously this has an impact, and this will backlash, and also it means that there are a number of variables that come together to create the problem that you cannot isolate or control. So dealing with these emergent contents and this complexity has to be embraced as part of the project, but obviously it's not easy when you're also juggling all the other tensions that I just described.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Well, actually, after this question, I have another question to discuss, but clearly, of course, there are many things to do, and also in the university and in the traditional academic society, still, of course, a silo thinking, and also artists as well. Actually, you know, art community has a. By the way, I'm an artist and she's an artist. I'm going to ask also our side as an artist, because art has also, in a way, traditional thinking, but updating the art. You know, art is not for art, right? Art is for society. This case, I think also science and research for society, this kind of level of understanding and forming a new language and to collaborate, I think those are definitely needed. And also, I think I feel your efforts, and afterwards you needed to convert it to the really policy, right? Policy is another level. Would you say something shortly about the effort converting those things to be policy? Policies, you know, governance in a way.
Yes, a lot of the work that we do actually aims at achieving policy change. And this is another level of complexity. Something that I've learned throughout these years is that, and where I think we have a lot of power, citizen participation creates a lot of power, is that we tend to think that evidence informs policy change, that and this is the way we want it to be, and this is why we encourage citizens to collect data and to use scientific methods, because we want policy to be informed by scientific thinking and by evidence. But then the truth is that if you look at the societies that we have and the policies that we have, we'll see that a lot of times we have the evidence, but yet the policy is not reflecting that. Say the case of sugar, we know sugar is really bad for you. I mean, eating a lot of industrialized foods with a high content of sugar is very bad for you, and yet we don't have strict policies to address the negative health effects. But what we've discovered is that when evidence is coupled with collective demand, with the mobilization of citizens, then it is much more stronger at achieving policy change. And this can be done when you facilitate, when you mobilize people around a shared matter of concern, a problem that they care about, that they want to see change about this, and you work with these people using a reliable method to collect data, evidence, and make sense of it. And these two things together, civic engagement, mobilization, and data, are a very powerful combination when it comes to achieving policy change.
Yeah.
In the case of the Plaza del Sol, the square, the noisy square in Barcelona, the citizens were able to, after years of collective demand, to have the square changed and new policies implemented to alleviate the problem of noise pollution. And this is an example of a collective award and achievement that should be celebrated because it brings in participation, scientific thinking, and creativity.
Yeah, super. I think social questioning and social experimenting can argue the governors or country or whatsoever to make the new policy, and art can be a catalyst for creating the new dialogue for that. Thank you very much. Really great. Then next, Alexander, I'm very interested in your efforts. Of course, since 7 years, you are quite famous now, like as futurists, and many try and errors, I think, in the company. I think many people are interested in your, in a way, job position and kind of position in the industries, because as far as I met many business people, they are looking for the new kind of system or a new role in the company to be a catalyst. I think as futurist in Daimler AG, what are the challenges of convincing maybe the company or utilizing the power of art continuously for the strategy of industry initiatives? Would you tell us?
Yeah. Some Mara has mentioned a few, like time, latency, inertia. Yeah, things are slow. Yeah, it's slow from an individual perspective, from an individual feeling of time, sense of time. Yes, it's many things are slow. But the challenges you mentioned is, or tasks, more tasks than a challenge. So one thing is to bring good questions or a good framework to the artists. Yeah, good framework is something that will have some purpose, that will have meaningful impact. For example, we are doing now the second time challenges with design artists for THU. Yeah? And we give them short questions, and then they can make up what they want. But these questions that what we are asking, or this framework, then it's for us simpler to bring it back. It's a translation process, so to say. And that's one thing, one way. Reach out, give them insight. What is industry doing? What are the what is it? What is about? That's one thing. And the other thing is then bring it back and like the gardening example. Put it on the right places. Find the right situations and be, what can I say? You have to find the windows of opportunity to show it. We had, for example, this then our now Markus Schäfer, our the highest level in research and development, and then he had in the ES, he had in his presentation he had pictures, so artwork. Behind him, and he explained the company's strategy, and the product, the show car, these about biology and human and nature merger, and something was in front of him. So that's perfect, because then you have the message, you have the what can I say, the spirit, this change, the mindset has. You have the influence of the mindset has changed a bit, like that. So it doesn't mean that it's so that it's immediately implemented, As Mara said, 7 years. So what you have said, it's not immediately implemented, but it's langsam. It's like growing, like this garden model, It takes roots, and then you find different people in different departments, and they call me from sales departments whatsoever. What they can do and what their thinking is about, for example, about the switch to more natural production, to more to sustainable production, and they have ideas on their own like that. It's like a network, growing network, and these. But you have to first don't forget, you have to give the framework, the right questions to the artists. Otherwise, they will do their stuff, yeah. But maybe you can't connect it back. Understand? They can do their own. That's totally true. But you have to give some frame, yeah. So that's simpler, or give them for example for the F-15 for the research car, we invited people drive these cars and look at what these AI systems are sensing around them. Yeah, it was a fascinating experience. We were totally open. Yeah, the engineers were there to ask to answer questions, and stuff like that is important too. Yeah.
By the way, may I ask a very fundamental question? How many futurists do you have in your company? Or what's your kind of belonging? Do you have any special department?
We had some foresight department, but foresight departments
I see.
are, in my opinion, not a good idea, because then you have a small group of people, reading stuff all the time and producing papers, and they are then in a way, on their own moon. After a while, and that's not a good idea. I would say futurist is not a term which is not a label which is everybody can. We have a network of people thinking like that.
Yeah. Well,
it's a network. I would say in my personal network, I would say 20 to 30 people are immediately there. Yeah. It's not a way of thinking.
Yeah. But this might be one challenge, maybe, because in the company, still it's not so, how to say, being established yet about the kind of catalyzing, horizontal, interdisciplinary, social, questioning team or something like this, right?
But it's more, you can't. I wouldn't think that it's possible to establish this as a department or a function. I don't think so. You can, but it is establishing in in the way of doing it. Yeah, people get used to it.
Yeah.
You get used to be confronted with artwork and then talking about the issues and challenges and whatsoever what they are doing about. Like that, yeah. So I wouldn't. In my case, I wouldn't integrate the artists themselves. Say for a year. I think this is. I don't believe in that, because then you have in a large organization like Daimler you have them on one point, but then they are lost in a way in this.
But in the future might be changing, because you are creating nice examples, and I think some interesting industries or even city, they might be applying such kind of role within the organization to make an impact.
But
I think.
Look at it the other way around. Yeah, so we have them in the design department now. We have a designer. He made his own events. Yeah, with artwork, with stuff was much better than what he was doing in the company. And then I took him and I say, hey, show that to the people around. That's much better than much more what you're doing. And then he showed. So often it is a way of curating.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, people do so much stuff on their own. You don't believe that.
Okay.
But they won't show.
Yeah.
Everybody is famous like Olga.
Olga, so I want to ask the same question, but I and you, we are from art background. As far as we talk to Mara and Alexander, they are really collaborating and also breathing the air of art in their practices. And but I feel sometimes also issues in the education of art, to confront with big social changes. Because in the conventional art school, have you ever thought about, to apply art for society or something? No, nobody taught us much. Yeah? Would you tell us, what are the challenges of, in a way, applying art for our society from the perspective of artists, maybe in terms of education?
Thank you very much for this question. I have a chance, in fact, to teach in Sorbonne, and it is what exactly the classes I proposed. It is how to apply art to the society. And in my class, I ask each student to bring a case, like a problem from the society, and during 1 year to try to study it, to question it, and to try to find a solution to resolve it. However, as an artist, I am quite modest. Like I would not speak about the power of art. For me, the power of art, it is very small. It is just in disturbing, in asking questions. And sometimes the good questions, like the interesting question, make things go another way and find a solution.
Absolutely. May I know what's your criteria about the good question? Because today we talked about questions. I think everyone has definitely some sort of sense to judge. Oh, this is so great a question, right? Would you tell us?
Yes, I think now the problem is we always try to like we do something. We have a lot of projects, and the question we always ask is how to do it better, how to be more efficient, how to go quicker, how to be stronger. But sometimes the good question is it the right way? Maybe we don't have to continue this project, this way, this solution. Maybe we have to go other side.
Yeah, I think so.
And to look at other side.
And also the questions are definitely being refined in the practices, right?
Yeah.
Because by doing and by touching and detecting, censoring, we will know, and also referring Mara's approach by talking to people, by inviting people, artists will be definitely refining better questions. Also, I have the same experiences. Artists tend to think like this first, but by exposing the idea, as a baby into the public spaces, suddenly people are gathering and they are giving us feedback, and then we'll find the really better questions from original. I would say it needs a kind of spiral of refining of the questions, but I feel the also power of the questioning, and also artists in different sectors, we needed to also find the, in a way, approach to reach to the good question and social questions as well. Since the time is getting short, I would like to ask you the final question. It's about, based on the discussion, what are needed? Maybe we talked almost kind of hints to make the statement about this session, because I would like to conclude this session together with your statement. In a way, your mission that you would like to tackle. So for doing so, what are needed to bring the power of art for society? So, and what would you like to do as your own activity? Would you tell me about it, maybe from you?
So I would like to go back to your last sentence.
Yeah.
You said it is important to ask society, to ask people, to make them participate. But I think now we are also about to discover or to rediscover another kind of intelligence, not only the human one, not only the artificial one, not only the collective one, but also what we call intelligence in SM. It's the intelligence of nature and intelligence of non-human elements. And maybe now the artists are here to bring it also into the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel there's a tendency. Now artists are looking for such new connection and language to appreciate the in a way, natural thinking. In a way. Natural thinking is the most powerful, in a way, very intuitive, and also digesting many things. And so I feel not just thinking about, the important thing is not just thinking about humanizing something, but harmonizing something, to really utilize many approaches, including nature. I think that's really important. And that is one of the missing elements, and also it's your agenda, right? Super, thank you. Now I'm going to ask Alexander.
Well, what's Olga said it already, and that's how I made it too. We have to create the right framework, that these creative people can express themselves in a way that is can contribute. And I think the main question, what we have as a species now, as a company, as everybody, is to humanize ourselves. As Olga said, everything is about efficiency and money. Everything has a price tag, and you said, "Oh, God, I can't do that like that." But that we have touch and feel and smell and everything, and we are part of the biosphere and so on. And this is often a pseudo-rationality. So we have to rehumanize ourselves, and therefore, especially therefore, artwork is perfect. As you have seen these. What I have, this is this performance of, I always forget the name, this infinitely used performance. That was only a dance and some pictures, not very artful technology, but the body, her body movement, behind these pictures, that was totally enough to say this is a human being, and we are human beings. And what is this rehumanize ourselves? It's a little bit of pity that we have to name it that way. But I think this is the task at hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mara. Finally.
I agree. I totally agree with Olga. I mean, my passion and my focus right now is what lies at the intersection of collective intelligence, artificial intelligence, and plant and environmental intelligence. And I think that what is needed is that we are able to, on the one hand, create more opportunities for these many different actors to come together and interact in a way that new questions emerge that are not so anthropocentric or not so focused on what we already know and the paradigms that exist, but focused on the opportunities that may emerge when these different forms of intelligence come together. And the second thing is more spaces for interdisciplinarity. On the other hand, for this to happen, we need to really be able to foster places for experimentation and interdisciplinarity to genuinely occur. And this means, I mean, we can be very poetic and wishful, but this requires a real investment. This requires funds. This requires venues like Ars Electronica, and this requires spaces where this can be fostered, and that where this is legitimized as important and relevant to society, so that it can be continued over time, that it is real and sustainable. So I was very happy both last year as being at Ars Electronica, and this year as a jury member to the S+T+ARTS Prize, because I could really see that this thinking about the environmental, the intelligence of plants, the intelligence of other species, and artificial intelligence are really starting to be very evident in the work of the artists that are part of the Ars Electronica community. And I really think that this is the way forward.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Yeah, I think it's time to end this. As we've discussed today, to be honest, to me, I'm extremely happy today because I couldn't have enough time to discuss with really different types of people so far in a couple of months. But to me, I think also for viewers to watch at this session, this could be a nice, in a way, hope and a torch to encourage everyone's initiatives working for interdisciplinary activities, and also not just thinking, but for doers of art, and also for innovation and for society. I hope this conference helps you inspire the next mission that you would like to tackle together with many people. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. I would like to thank Olga, Alexander, Mara.
Thank you.
Then yeah, well, apparently, still I have time, but it's gonna be ending. So see you next time. Bye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Eden, Ethics, Durability, Ecology, Nature, is the body of work by Olga Kiseleva that received the STARTS Prize 2020 for innovative collaboration. Artist Olga Kiseleva approaches her work just like a scientist. She calls upon collaborations with exact sciences, biology and geophysics, and she proceeds with experiments, calculations, and analysis while strictly respecting the methods of the scientific domain. She teaches contemporary art in the Sorbonne University of Paris. She's the head of Art and New Media program and founding director of Art and Science International Institute. We are very much looking forward to her talk.
Where's the sound? Could you open the sound file? That we can try it.
Yeah, let's go back to. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here and to speak a little bit about the Eden project, which is the huge team of work trying to put together the natural intelligence and the human one. The project started about 10 years ago when I was invited to create a monument for a tree, an elm tree, which was dead in the small city in the south of France. This elm was not only a very old and beautiful tree, but also a legend of the city, because it was related to some stories of princes and who fell in love and died next to this tree. Then troubadours was not far. They wrote the poetry and songs. And finally, this tree became a part of history and history of art, and it was a big monument for this city of Biscarrosse. When the tree was dead, and it was dead because of elm disease, which affect all elms in the south of Europe, the city asked me as an artist to make a monument. And of course they imagine some bronze or golden monument to commemorate this tree. But my desire was to have still an alive tree in this mineral place, which is the city. But it was not possible to replant the same tree, the same elm, because of elm disease. And instead of create some beautiful statue or something to commemorate the tree, we worked with this, my scientific team to create an elm resistant to the elm disease. And we mixed it with the old died tree and its memory of this romantic story which happened here, and we planted it, and it was a successful experience, and now this tree is still here. It is alive, and it is the best monument for the old historical tree we could imagine. So this is the process, and since we did this, we was asked from all around the world to come and to help this tree which has a problem. First was the elm forest all across Europe. Now we are working on replanting them with the new elms resistant to the elm disease. Then we was invited in Northern Europe to work on the problem of drunken forest. Drunken forest, it is not the forest who drank a lot of beer, but it is a forest in which, because of climate change, the tree doesn't have no more enough of support from the ground, and they cannot grow straight. So we work with them to help them to survive despite this difficulty. We also work on the restoring the apple tree in Kazakhstan, which is in fact the place where we can still find the original apple tree as a wild species. Recently we was invited in New Zealand to work with kauri trees, which are all affected by kauri disease, and here we even don't know the reason, so we work now with scientists and with native Maori community on the reason of this disease and the way to struggle against it. So during all these experiences, of course, it was not so efficient, and it was also a very bad footprint, ecological footprint, to constantly travel all across the world for this examination of different trees and to find solutions how to help them. So we created a system of communication with trees to be able to get their data in real time in our laboratory. The communication with trees, it is not something magic, it is not something spiritual, it is very pragmatic. We only use the way the tree communicate. So we created two ways of communication. The first one is the tree-to network, when we get the communication from the tree and we send it to network. Then we was able, for example, to speak to kauri trees. Sorry. Okay, I will not open the video. To speak to kauri trees and to bring the messages as a human world, as a human language. The second way of communication, it is tree to tree. By this way, we can put together in communication different trees. Of course, you will ask why we need to put the tree in communication, because we can communicate together without humans. But sometimes it can be useful when the tree we would like to communicate are far one from other. For example, we worked with Volemi pine, which is a historical tree, like very old one. It is a tree which doesn't exist anymore since 10,000 years. And few specimens was found out in Australia, in Volemi Valley, in Blue Mountains, not far from Sydney. But this tree, which was like enclosed in this very hermetic value, without any communication with external world, cannot live normally in our contemporary world, because this tree don't know anything about it. So this is the place this tree was found. So we put this tree in communication with cedars in Japanese Alps, because Volemi pine, in fact, it is ancestor of all cedars. And these cedars teach it to Volemi pine how is the world is 21st century and how the tree can survive in this world. Then we also put Volemi pine in the communication with this tree, which is Chateaubriand cedar, which was planted by René Chateaubriand when his house was just next to this place, and it looks like Chateaubriand was inspired in his writing by this tree. But now this tree is in very urban environment. It is like the building behind, it is a Cartier building, and in front we have a big avenue. It is the very center of Paris. And this tree also teaches to Volumipine how can be the life in the world of 21st century when you don't have chance to be in the forest, but when you are an urban tree. So we created this intercontinental communication for trees, and we try to use this tree intelligence, this natural intelligence, to not only preserve, but to increase the biodiversity in our planet. I have a lot of different examples because now we work with like about 25 or 30 trees, different, not trees, but different species all around the world. But I think I don't have time now to present all these cases. So please see some of them presented in the STARS exhibition in Ars Electronica. Thank you very much. Okay, shall I go? Yeah.
Welcome back to the STARTS Day of Ars Electronica 2020, dedicated to the nexus of science, technology and the arts. The Linz Institute of Technology of the Johannes Kepler University awarded successful examples of transdisciplinary innovation projects, which are presented here at the Kepler Gardens. The participating institutes initiated collaborations with international and regional artists, designers, research organizations and companies in order to develop collaborative prototypes and transformation projects, while at the same time also making their research accessible for a broad public. The next hour will be devoted to 4 of these teams: the LIT Robot Psychology Lab, the JKU Linz School of Education, the LIT Soft Material Lab, as well as the Institute for Integrated Circuits and their collaboration partner GDEC Medical Engineering.
Aber du bist als Dritter dran.
Ach so.
Als Zweiter.
Okay. Ach so.
Hello and welcome here at the Salon Universitas. Actually, also welcome to our beautiful university. Unfortunately, most of you are not able to see this wonderful campus these days. Actually, there is so many things are happening now, and if you wander around here at the campus, you find so many inspiring things, so many projects which are somewhere between art and science, which have very provocative things, and also some kind of really great science projects which are on display here. What is very interesting here is to see all these transdisciplinary works, these transdisciplinary discussions which are led here, which are held here in the upcoming days. And actually this kind of approach towards transdisciplinarity, art and science, and this wider understanding of technology is something what the Johannes Kepler University and the Ars Electronica have in common. And so it's a pleasure to also welcome Ars Electronica here on the campus in Linz. Actually, the big challenges of our time, which we are now facing, if you name it like climate crisis and so on, they all need a certain approach to tackle with these challenges. And one aspect which we believe in is that transdisciplinarity is a key towards these problems or to address these issues. So this is also the reason why the Johannes Kepler University started some months ago with the topic to claim a manifesto in innovation through Universitas, where we actually call for a new transdisciplinary culture in universities. And this manifesto is not only for us a call, it's also a certain mission which we would like to fulfill. And so we thought very much about what can we do to address this, to bring this culture into university, to make projects happening, to foster this discussion. So what we did is once to start, for instance, with University of Applied Arts in Vienna, a special cooperation where we make a call for artists, a call for scientists to work together on new projects. But also we have here on the campus the LIT, the Linz Institute of Technology. And in its founding idea of the LIT, there is this broader technology term in it. And we understand technology not only as a technical discovery, we also understand technology in the sense, what does this technology make to our society, to our economy in a broader sense. And this is how we define technology here. And this is also where a lot of things in transdisciplinary thinking are within. And so we made the decision to make a special call for projects on the edge between art and science, on this theme of transdisciplinarity, and we got a very, very great response. We had I think, over 50 applicants, and we have chosen 12 very interesting projects which are on show these days at Ars Electronica. And I'm very pleased that we have today with us 4 of those projects that introduce themselves for a couple of minutes, and to give you a teaser to come here at Ars Electronica to look at them and get inspired. So the first project I would like to call on stage, not only the project, but also the person behind, Alice Hofstetter from the School of Education. And she's introducing the first project. Alice, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alicia Hofstetter. I'm representing the JKU Linz School of Education. And I'd like to present our project, the STEAM Pop-Up Lab, with the special topic of patterns. We created a series, actually a network of online workshops, especially for the occasion of the festival, where we want to showcase different things. So one important thing for us is collaboration between the sciences, because this is not only bringing us forward in reality, in life, also this is something that we believe we should do in school. And we still have a lot of artificial borders between the different subjects. So what we did is that we created this network of workshops where visitors can go through every workshop individually, but they can also jump in between. So one can either do chemistry experiments, one after another, but also watch simulations or watch videos and then decide where to continue from the one that they started with. And some of the workshops that we presented here also happened in collaboration. So for example, the Lichtenberg patterns is a collaboration between biology and physics that shows where those patterns exist. Especially now that a lot happens online and students a lot of times are not able to go to school, we still want to engage people to take things into their hands, to try things out at home, and to really go back to having something in your hand. So this is why, for example, on the origami workshop, we engage people to really take it into their hands, take a piece of paper, create something, and then on the way, learn about patterns, learn about mathematical concepts. So within this workshop, for example, there's also the mathematical part, where you not only create something, but also learn about the axioms of folding origami, and with that, the corresponding mathematical concepts behind it. We also want people to experiment. So we created a series of experiments that you can easily do at home with things that most of you have at home or that you can easily buy. And with those experiments, some of them are easy, some of them are hard. So you can start at the beginning, or if you prefer starting with the hard stuff, you're welcome to do so. Then we also have workshops that allow you to experience. So for example, you can go outside with your phone, with an app, go down a slide, measure what happens, and then play with those values and see what happens next. Or you can go walk through a virtual maze on the grass, which you can also do here on the park. So if you're coming to the campus here at JKU visiting the festival event, then please come see us. We also have this workshop in the park. And of course, we are the School of Education. We will never forget about the learning part. So within all those workshops, it's about having fun, it's about exploring, but of course, it's also about learning. So if you want to see more, and if you're interested in trying it out, then please come visit us at geogebra.org/STEAM Pop-Up Lab.
Okay, thank you very much for this short insight. Actually, there's, I think, a lot more to talk about. What I would be interested in, I mean, the School of Education here is pretty famous for the mathematical education here. I mean, you have the name also that this is a place where GeoGebra is coming from, one of the most successful tools for in the field of mathematics in schools. And I just wonder, you're working a lot with pattern, with aesthetics, with children, and I wonder if there is any impact which you can measure, which you found out that people get a better access to mathematics with these kind of approaches?
Yes, of course, there's science and research around that topic, but I think it's like quite easy to understand that if you can take something in your hand and really explore the reality around it, then it's easier to understand the concept behind it too.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to go to the next speaker for now, which is who is Martina Mara, and she is from the LIT Robopsychology Lab. Martina, please. The stage is yours.
Hi. Common habits these days. Oh my God. Disinfection, taking off the mask. The LIT Robopsychology Lab is a relatively young lab here at the JKU campus. We are trying to combine findings and methods from psychology with upcoming issues on robotics and artificial intelligence. And we are so excited because this Ars Electronica festival is the very first opportunity for us to present to a broader audience the questions we deal with and how we conduct our research. So for this festival, we've created a whole interactive area which you can find at the LIT Open Innovation Center, and it's called Robots Talking to Me. It consists of various projects, all dealing with question of human machine communication, how we want robots and AI systems to talk to us, what voice we want to give them, and what it takes for us people to trust all these clever machines in our environments. In general, with our research, also with these projects, we would like to contribute a small bit to a more human-centered future of technology. And I think it's absolutely key. It's so necessary that we have transdisciplinary teams working on such a positive future, because we need all their skills. We need the different perspectives of different disciplines. And this is absolutely reflected in the 4 projects that I quickly want to introduce now, and that you can find in the Robots Talking to Me area at the Open Innovation Center. The first project is a virtual reality game called Cobot Studio. Cobot stands for Collaborative Robots, and in this game, by taking on a VR headset, you would meet virtual industrial robots, and together with them you have to sort, pack or paint rubber ducks in a virtual rubber ducks industry hall. What is our research interest when we let our visitors play this game? We want to find out what kind of non-verbal signals of industrial robots are well understandable for their human teammates, and how is this understandability and how is this communication by industrial robots connected to trust or trustful team play with industrial robots. This VR game is created by a highly transdisciplinary team by 7 partners coming from all over Austria, and the disciplines that took part in creating this VR game range from psychology, that's us, and robotics, to game designers, to media arts, to safety, to multimodal communication. The game looks like this. Oh no, there's sound. Could you mute the sound, please? Thank you. Okay, this is how the virtual environment looks like. You would get beamed in this industrial hall, and in this sequence of the game, for example, you have to guess as quickly as possible which target location the robot wants to move to by reading its nonverbal signals. All right. We have a second virtual reality game on display which you can try out in our area, and it's completely different. It's called Serum 13, and in this game you won't meet embodied robots, virtually embodied robots, but you have to cooperate with a non-embodied AI assistant called X21 to solve puzzles, tricky puzzles in a virtual biotech laboratory. Because in this game you have to create a saving serum for a untouched island world and their creatures. So what is interesting for us in this game is that we let the players decide when do they want to trust the recommendations, the decisions that the AI assistant gives them in the game, and when do people prefer to find solutions for themselves. And we're going to find out what factors influence the trust building in AI assistant. This world looks a bit different. You would find yourself in this virtual medical lab. For example, you have to decode X-rays, sometimes by yourself, sometimes with the help of an AI system. You have to get proteins in the right order. This game so far only exists in German. The former one, the Cobalt Studio, could be played in English or in German. For both VR games, our visitors would have to register themselves in advance. So please look for Robots Talking to Me on the internet and book your slot for one of the games via the Ars Electronica website or via the website of the Robopsychology Lab. Another project that I really like and that we're going to present the very first time tomorrow is completely different. It's not virtual, it's very haptic. It's called Vote Panels, the future we want. We're going to have 3 wooden haptic display boards around the Open Innovation Center, which invite you as the audience to vote on fundamental ethical questions about the use of robots and AI in our future society. The panels are still in production, but they will be there tomorrow. And you're going to find 3 different questions on these panels and a QR code. You can scan the QR code, and via the app, you can vote yes or no regarding the question you would find on this panel. And the magic part about this project is that in the lower part of our haptic panels, the current mood of the voters is displayed in real time via an LED display and a mechanical mood meter. And this was also a transdisciplinary cooperation with graphics and interface designer Florian Reiche from Germany, currently based in Linz. The last project I quickly want to show you is an ongoing cooperation between the Robopsychology Lab and the AI Lab here at JKU. It's called K. That's referring to Johannes Kepler, and it's our small, cute, interactive robocar. This little car will drive autonomously on changing terrains, and it can already recognize gestures and predict movement patterns of pedestrians. And a part of my lab was that we created an interaction design for this car, and together with designers from Vienna, we've created this interactive LED shell, which you can see in this short smartphone video, which we took last night. Okay. So come by at the LIT Open Innovation Center and try out all our stuff. You'll find us in the Robots Talking to Me area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I mean, it's obviously, if we look at your project, that you have a big track record of interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary projects, and not only talking about the positive sides of transdisciplinary projects. I just wonder, where do you see the downsides, the negative aspects, or the hurdles you sometimes have with transdisciplinary projects?
Okay, of course. I mean, if you're involved and if you have some experience with different disciplines working together in such projects, of course, you recognize that it's actually damn difficult. Because in reality, I mean, you really have to learn each other's language, for example. There are terms that are used completely different in the one discipline than in the other ones. And what else is important, I think, is that we have to probably still come over the stereotypical preconceptions that we have about the others, the other communities. Like some people think that software engineers only think about, you know, creating cool code, but don't think at all about ethical issues. Computer scientists think that psychologists don't have any clue about mathematics or don't understand technology at all. So we have to overcome this. And what we try at JKU, I think, already by, for example, bringing together students from psychology and students from computer sciences is to get them in touch as early as possible and let them learn how to communicate to each other and how to cooperate. I think it's very important that we teach that to young people. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this insight.
Thank you.
And thank you for your contribution. Okay, we are going to the next project. Actually, we are staying in the topic of robotics, a different kind of robotics, more I would say soft robotics, from the LIT Soft Materials Lab from Professor Kaltenbrunner. And we have today on stage two people from his lab, Florian Hartmann and Melanie Baumgartner. And please come here on stage with me. And we also bring extra person or an animal in the room, the elephant. So please start with your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your introduction and giving us the opportunity to present here our project, The Elephant in the Room. So Florian Hartmann and I, we're both from the Soft Matter Physics Division and LIT Soft Materials Lab, and there we work on many different projects. So on the one hand, we do robotics and electronics made of soft materials because we want them to mimic nature as good as possible. On the other hand, we do imperceptible electronics. So these are electronics that are so lightweight, even lighter than a feather. And if you wear them on skin, you do not feel them at all. Another very important topic for us is sustainable technologies. So we are working on a new kind of solar cells, which are very cheap, easy to produce, and with good mechanics. And besides that many different topics, we also have a very international team from many different backgrounds. So we have from people from different areas of physics, different areas of chemistry, biology, mechanical engineering, and the thing that combines us and puts us together is our vision. So we want to create a world where technology, the lines between technology and nature are blurred. So what we wanted is that technology is integrated seamlessly into our everyday life. But when you want such a thing, you always know that there is also a downside. And this is where we come to the elephant in the room. So the elephant in the room is a metaphorical idiom when you know there's a problem, there's an issue, everybody sees it, but nobody is talking about. And when you want to have more technology, more robotics, you always have to keep in mind that this need will produce an enormous amount of waste, very problematic waste. And this is the part where our research begins.
So, in the beginning of our project, The Elephant in the Room, we asked ourselves a simple question. Can we unite high performance and environmental friendliness in a single soft material, and at the same time keep the production and material costs low? And of course, the simple answer, or the short answer, is yes, indeed we can. But it's not always simple when you're doing this. And the full answer we were able to publish recently in the high-impact journal Nature Materials. And this is really a breakthrough in materials research, as we for the first time developed a material composition that unites very important features. We have extremely high stretchability, which we need for soft robotics and electronics that can be attached to our skin. Our material has a very long shelf life and low cost, which makes it attractive for industry. And it's also very similar to our own body, because we call it a biogel. That's because it's biologically derived to 100%, and it's also a hydrogel, a polymer that contains larger amounts of water. And this kind of material is very similar to our own body. We also contain a lot of water. And that gives us a distinct advantage over conventional rubber-like materials, because this water content allows interaction with body fluids like sweat, or we can put dissolved drugs in it and generate the next generation of medical devices and healthcare monitoring. As an example, we developed an electronic skin, a sensor patch that you can attach to your real skin and which measures temperature, humidity, and pressure, just like the functionality you have with your own skin. And this very same material we can use for soft robotics. Soft robotics is a class of robots that mimic nature. For example, the fluent movements of an octopus or fish. And they do this much better than any conventional robots out of metal and electric motors. So for our project, The Elephant in the Room, we did not make any fish, but an elephant trunk. And this elephant trunk, it consists of our biogel. It's a tube which you can inflate, and it has a cotton textile exoskeleton, which directs the movement of this elephant trunk. So if you look at nature and you see an elephant, you have two distinct movements, like this S-shaped lifting movement or a simple U-shaped bending movement. And this we wanted to replicate. In a broader context, of course, you just not want to mimic animals, but think of soft robotics as part of human interacting technology. For example, soft robotic prosthetics or grippers that harvest delicate fruits or produce in general. So what we have prepared for you, if you have the chance to see us here in Linz, is an exhibition where you show you 3 of these elephant trunks which move in these characteristic patterns to music or just as we wish to. And as sustainability is very important for us, we tried to use as much renewable resources and biodegradable materials as possible. So we have lots of wood materials, cotton, fabrics. We have even fungus as a display or construction material. And of course, our biogel, which is used for the elephant trunk. So with our project, we hope that we can show you how the future of technology can be made sustainable. And I would very much like to see you at our exhibition.
Okay, thank you very much for this. Just one question, where is the exhibition placed?
our exhibition is also in the Open Innovation Center on the west side of the JKU campus.
Okay, and I mean the project and everything what you're doing in your lab is quite inspiring for a lot of people, and you know, Ars Electronica is attracting a lot of designers, a lot of people from industries. Actually, did you already had contact with people interested in this technology, or where do you see, I mean, you named some applications before, but where do you see possibilities, or how would it be possible to work with you together?
So, of course, if we combine these actuators and fabrics for prosthetics, you can make gloves that have integrated soft robots, which can help you to lift your arm. Or if we're speaking of interacting with designers and artists, we can also think of gloves that have some movement built in. So not only to display a wearable, but a smart wearable, which has technology as central part to show it to the rest of the world.
Okay.
Yes, so I also think that maybe people from industry would be interested, because we already tried to really make the best of our biogel, but of course with machinery like extrusion molding, we even would get better mechanical performances. So if there is a company maybe interested, this would also be very interesting for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we are coming to the next and also to the last project in this slot. And I'm happy to welcome the two people, the brains behind this next project. I mean, one brain is sitting somewhere in, I think, Miami or something like this. We are talking about the Pangolin project, which is a project which was initiated by the Institute of Integrated Circuits, yes, and GTEC, and we have here Thomas Fasetto with us and Christoph Guger, and they give an insight into this project now. Thank you very much.
So thanks for the short introduction. Today we're here to present our project Pangolin Scales, which is basically a combination of a PCI interface and a robotic dress. So Christoph, can you tell us something about
brain-computer interfaces are used for many years at the Ars Electronica festival. Here on the image you can see, for example, a project where Dragan Ilic hooked the brain-computer interface up to a robotic device, and with mental activity they could design drawings. And on this slide you can see an example of the Cybertron. So this is like the Olympic Games for paralyzed people, and they can use the brain-computer interface to drive a wheelchair. There was just 3 years ago the last Cybertron. I have to go back a little bit. Sorry. And brain-computer interfaces are used also in medical applications. So in this case, for example, neurosurgeons are implanting electrode grids directly on the cortex. For that you need a neurosurgeon. They remove the scalp and then they place the electrodes directly onto the brain. And this is a very good chance for developing brain-computer interfaces. And here in this video you can see an epilepsy patient who has 256 electrodes implanted. And the brain-computer interface is analyzing hand gestures. So on the computer screen you can see that the instruction is to make a peace sign. The patient makes the peace sign, and then the robotic hand is controlled with the brain-computer interface, and it's copying the behavior of the patient. But this experiment is only possible if we are implanting the electrodes directly onto the cortex, and this is pretty invasive, so you always need a neurosurgeon for that. And we also wanted to do it non-invasively. This means directly on the head without a neurosurgeon. And this was inspired by the pangolin. So you can see the animal has a lot of scales. And for that reason, we designed EEG electrodes that look like the scales of the pangolin. And one of these grids holds actually 16 channels. And when we place 64 of these grids on the human head, then we can read out 1024 EEG channels with a never seen resolution before in brain imaging. Please go ahead.
So thanks, Christoph, for the introduction of all the possible applications. And for many of those applications, definitely there would be a benefit if the EEG signal, so perhaps we can stop the fast-flowing animations there. It would be definitely beneficial if we would be able to wirelessly transmit the EEG signal. And that's where our science, the Institute for Integrated Circuits comes in. So we have managed to more or less compress all the standard electronics needed for the EEG signal recording and added a further layer of wireless communication to it. And here we see a photo of the model where we placed our wireless EEG electrode on top of her head. We have there the EEG sensing grid directly mounted on the skin. And then we have several layers of PCBs where we at the moment have some configuration and other interfaces there. And on the top PCB, we have mounted basically an antenna and our microchip that does all the magic. So for future applications, we will be definitely able to realize a system like that we see on the right side of the slide. So we basically only would have an antenna that will transmit the information signal of the EEG signal, and we have the signal, also the system on the chip that is basically all the integrated electronics there. So what's inside such a system? So I really do not know how this now all happens, but we can jump back. So the standard EEG system, it more or less tries to record an electrical voltage that is collected from an electrode. We do that also in our integrated circuit. We amplify the signal, we digitize it using a custom-built analog-digital converter, we do some DSP processing, and finally we transmit the recorded data using a customized RF transmitter. We're using an antenna also for future applications for harvesting the supply voltages and the supply power basically for all the blocks. So we generate the electrical energy basically from the field surrounding our transponder electrodes. That's called power harvesting. To give you an example, we are harvesting a power in the order of 5 to 10 microwatts there. And with that amount of energy, basically all the system blocks are working. And the magic is to give all the functionality with this small amount of power. And that's where our research, the integrated circuits, come in. I have presented here some block diagrams of the circuits. We see the transmitter, the power harvester, and so on. And basically also we do not use simple resistors because of constraints in the area. We're using switched cap circuits, for example, to replace a simple resistive element. And we're doing much more tricks to get rid of the power constraints and also to deliver the performance there. The final realization will look like that. That's the so-called layout view. We have made a chip photo there within an area of around 1.5 millimeters squared. We have there the ADC and all the things here more or less painted in yellow and green. So here on this slide we see our model when we did the first prototyping test. The JKU electrode is placed on top of her head, and that is surrounded by all the electrodes connected with the cables to the GTEC system, where GTEC provides then the BCI signal processing and so on.
And then we had Anouk Wipprecht, who designed the pangolin dress with several actuators. So there are servos inside so that the scales can move, and we have also lights inside that can blink and flash. And this is all controlled with the brain-computer interface, and we can calibrate the brain-computer interface on different tasks, and the dress is actually afterwards reacting to it. And one task is, for example, to recognize Gerfried Stocker. When the model sees Gerfried Stocker, the brain-computer interface recognizes it, and suddenly all the scales are moving. And Anouk made also a very nice video, which is already online, where you can see how the dress is reacting to brain waves.
So perhaps you can now switch on the audio for the audience. This is Anouk, by the way. So basically, Pangolin Skills is a BCI system that uses this pangolin scale stress to visualize the EEG recorded data. So the dress reacts directly on the signals that are recorded by the BCI system. And that you will see in the Learning Center. So I want to thank all the partners. Anouk could not be here today. I want to thank GTEC and also the people from my institute. We developed the integrated circuits for the project during the last 4 years, and many people were involved there. I just want to mention the last project partners, Professor Harald Prettel, and also Stefan Schmickel and Patrick Vater. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, you were talking before, Thomas, about the wireless version of it. So how far are you ahead or behind, or what is the plan or time frame?
As we have seen in the block diagram, all of those blocks are basically available and they are more or less functional. So all is ready, but the last steps are to do. So the industrialization, let's call it that way, that has to do. And I think the path to go there, especially for the large amount of channels. At the moment, we are having just a few of them. One of those grids has 16 channels. So we want to do a whole of the 1,000 channels doing the wireless thing, and also trying to not use, for example, external buffering batteries and so on. So I think we are at around 85% of the project, I think. So it's quite far, I think.
Super, great. And Christoph, to you, I mean, actually it's not the first collaboration with Anouk. I think it's the second one. I'm not sure if there had been something in between. I just know about one. And I just wonder, when you worked first with her or with designers, I remember you had been a little bit skeptic at the beginning, but what changed, and what changed in the collaboration, or what is the benefit for you also as a high-tech company to work with designers and so on?
No, we were not skeptic against Anouk. We just have so many collaborations that we have to be picky because we have limited resources. But Anouk is very unique in her dresses that she is designing, and she understands very well the technical side. So it's very easy to interface engineers with her skills. So for us, it would be impossible to design such a dress because we are limited brains engineers. And you need a fashion designer like Anouk to put it into a good-looking piece of work. So we can solve the engineering part, but you need Anouk so that it's good-looking and sells well, very well.
Okay.
And I can also comment on that. Anouk really helped us to understand all the parts of the project, also her part of the artistic things and so on. And she really had an open ear for all our problems. So thanks again, Anouk, if you hear us.
Yeah. So Super, thank you very much. And it's also great that we had this last project where there had been so many, first of all, a great project outcomes with all dimensions, with a great scientific outcome, a great artistic and design project, a project where everybody involved learned a lot out of it. And I'm very happy that these projects are on show here on the campus, but all the 4 projects you have seen, they are just 4 out of 12, I think. There are many more to discover, and so please keep your eyes open, keep the streams on, come here, look at the project. There's a lot of inspirational things, and it was a pleasure for me to welcome you here in this little panel, and have a nice day, and see you hopefully soon at Ars Electronica.
collaborative practice is hosted by the University of Wolverhampton as part of Garden UK. The panel presents some of the outcomes and findings of the interdisciplinary research project identifying successful STARTS methodologies, led by Denise Doyle. Initiated by an interdisciplinary team of researchers from the university, the project builds its research on examples of collaborative practice within winning projects of the annual STARTS Prize, organized by Ars Electronica, Vach, and Beaux-Arts. Over the course of the last year, the team interviewed STARTS Prize winners to determine the characteristics of successful interdisciplinary collaborations. We're now going to hear from the research team themselves and the participating artists about their experiences in collaborating across the fields of science, arts, and technology.
Welcome to the Identifying Successful STARTS Methodologies exhibition, project and artist-scientist roundtable. The research project began in 2019, a collaboration between the STARTS Prize, Ars Electronica and the University of Wolverhampton in the UK. The threats of the COVID crisis have also brought about new opportunities, such as participating in a distributed Ars Electronica festival this year, and has prompted us to host our project exhibition early in order to showcase the work of the project alongside some of the winners and honorary mentions of the STARTS Prize. The exhibition includes Julia Tomasello's project Future Flora and Jen Keen's This Is Grown. Future Flora was the winner of the 2018 STARTS Prize for Artistic Exploration and is a project celebrating and embracing women's bodies. Using wearable technologies, it is a harvesting kit designed for women who are taking control of their own bodies as a precious and intimate practice of self-care. From this year's STARTS Prize in 2020, we were keen to host the work of Taiwanese artist Pei Ying Lin, given the immense global impact that COVID-19 is having. Her project, Virophilia, investigates the possibilities of human-virus encounters. One part of the installation is a 7-meter-high scroll that lists all known viruses in the world, with space for more to be added. Also installed are the printed pages from Pei's Virophilia cookbook, written for humans living in the 22nd century, when the world has returned to considering human beings as part of a greater ecosystem. Recipes for dishes such as temporal, cocktail, and influenza egg on rice offer a playful view of our human virus futures. During our research project, we have focused on identifying the collaborative methodologies that are common in STARTS projects, having undertaken over 20 interviews with artists and scientists, which have resulted in a series of case studies of projects from the last 4 years of the prize. A number of the artists and scientists describe how they have to build a third space in order for them to find a common language together. Through the case studies undertaken, there appears to be an emergence of anti-disciplinary practices that do not fit within existing academic disciplines. And finally, if art, science and technology embrace different ways of knowing, this can lead to greater insights for the challenges of the contemporary world. Today we've brought together 3 sets of collaborators from projects that have been recognised by the prize. These are Library of Ourselves by Be Another Lab, Future Flora by Julia Tomasella, and Virophilia by Pei Ying Ling. In this artist-scientist roundtable entitled Mapping Collaborative Practice, we asked the presenters to reflect upon moments of uncertainty when working across the arts and science. I hand you over now to Dr. Richard Glover and Dr. Martin Kashara, who are facilitators of this session.
Hello, welcome to the roundtable discussion with participants from 3 of the projects in our STARTS Methodologies exhibition at the University of Wolverhampton. My name is Richard Glover. I'm a reader in music here at the university, working in composition and how different processes can be experienced through performing music. I'm co-hosting this roundtable with Martin Kuchera. Martin?
Hello, yes, I'm Martin Kuchera, and I'm an Associate Professor for Engagement in STEM, and I'll be your other host for this this Artists and Scientists Roundtable today, along with Richard. And I think we're going to have some fantastic discussions around the collaborations that we've seen as part of our projects between scientists, technologists, and artists that have been part of the projects we've had today.
Thanks, Martin. So, to give you an idea of the structure of this roundtable, we'll be hearing presentations on each of the 3 projects first, followed by individual discussions on each project before opening up for wider discussion. So, we'll begin with a presentation by Giulia Tomasello on the ALMA project, which is a follow-on project from Future Flora.
Hello, everyone. I'm Giulia Tomasello. I'm an interaction designer. I'm Italian, but recently based between Berlin and Italy. And in the talk, there is also Tommaso Busolo, the material scientist and tech part of the project that we are going to introduce you now. And the project is called ALMA. So when I started to work in this field as an interaction designer, I always thought that there is the best introduction for me. It's really with a sentence from Simone de Beauvoir, which says, "That's me. I have a body. I'm a woman, and my body is a social construction rather than a naturally given datum." And with this sentence, Simone de Beauvoir really wanted to say, how actually in the society female are perceived. So they are perceived as the female that actually they give birth, so the natural body, but also the female that are, they have a constructed body. So what actually the society is expecting for female. And this is something that as a designer really kind of struggled me to understand why somehow we are so surrounded by taboo. And so in my work, I really base the use of technology and biotechnology for the female intimate care. And as you can see, I'm taking inspiration from the women in Boston in 1970, where they were meeting every week to really talk about topics that they were been always considered taboo. So topics like menstruation, giving birth, birth control, or even sexual health, that most of the time have been spoken with the male doctors, and we can argue that even now those topics are considered taboo. And they were meeting really between female to try to understand how to destigmatize this taboo. And they made a book called Our Bodies, Ourselves that spread all over to really try to give education to female. So my approach as a designer started with actually growing bacteria. So I was studying in the Central St. Martin's Material Futures, and I started to grow textile on bacteria. And especially I was growing from my body, so from my vulva skin, my nose, different parts that most of the time are considered quite taboo, and see what it was growing. And then I was combining it with textile to see actually how the combination could really merge together. And then I started to think about, so actually, what if we would wear bacteria to empower female? So what actually if we see what is behind already products existing in the market, and we can try to understand that actually maybe they are made as well of bacteria as we are as well as human. So the project NEAR, Future Flora, which is actually also an exhibition with STARTS methodology, and was also a case from Denise Dual, is actually a kit designed for women to treat and prevent Candida infection. And it's a kit where the woman has at home a little pad made of agar-agar, where she can swab healthy bacteria on top and try to grow healthy bacteria to balance her flora. And Girl Biophilia is actually a documentary that we produced in 2017, and it really kind of speaks loud on how female could try to actually embrace biotechnology at home. And I talk about this innovation as about time because at the beginning has been perceived very provocative, this project, but actually in 2018, it received the STARTS Prize from Ars Electronica as an honor and innovation in science society for the arts. And so it completely changed like the vision, which actually is not anymore something that we perceive far, but why not that one day we will have an incubator at home, we know how to grow bacteria, and we as female, we can take care of our own body. So then from Future Flora, we moved on to ALMA. And ALMA is a wearable biosensor for monitoring vaginal fluids. And at the moment, actually until 2 days ago, it has been funded from REFRIM, which is another Horizon 2020 European funding that really gave us the opportunity to push forward this project. And we had a technical support, which was Fraunhofer in IZM in Berlin. So Tommaso, maybe now you can introduce better the product.
So, hi everyone. As Julia said, I'm Tommaso, I'm the material scientist. And here I'm gonna tell you a bit more about the ALMA project, and particularly why we build, where we're building this, and what have we built so far. So first, we kind of want to focus on vaginal infections because 75% of women suffer of one of these infections in their lifetime, and 8% of women suffer from recurrent forms of infections. So this is something that is clearly a problem, but is not really much talked about because of the taboo and the stigma around this. So we decided to combine Julia's expertise in design and my technical background to produce a pH sensor to measure the pH in vaginal fluids. This is was done in collaboration with Fraunhofer, and here you can see us working in the lab or working remotely, where I'm based in Cambridge, I'm a PhD student there, and I was kind of like helping out all the chemistry work. And this has been a very successful project because we built an underwear that has an embedded pH sensor that is able to record data and wirelessly transmit it to the user's phone so that female can be informed about their vaginal health on a continuous method.
So, and actually the picture you saw before is actually the last prototypes that we have been producing and that we will show more during the Ars Electronica Festival, because we will have actually our final presentation of REFRIM. And this is just a little like a peek of how it was our approach. So it was really dictated by a user experience approach and a co-design and participatory design. And we really like dive through like what is actually mean to talk about intimate healthcare. So we have been running so far from the beginning of REFRIM in October, different workshops from also different parts of the world because of the nature of my work that I was quite nomad. So we started with a workshop in Rio de Janeiro, then in Milan, Bangkok, Malaysia, in Penang, and then Basel, to really try also to understand how female from different cultures and different also ages, but different backgrounds can really talk about intimate care, and if we do. And as you can expect, like the majority actually, we don't talk because it's still really a taboo, but actually when you put female together, it's when the sparkling starts, because actually we want to talk about and we want to have an understanding of what is happening. So Alma Meets Flora is actually the title of this workshop that also is a survey that you can find online. And it's called Alma Meets Flora because it looks like kind of two girls meeting up, but actually it's Alma, the sensor, meeting the vaginal flora. We are still running workshops and surveys, so please, if you're interested to actually like help us to design this future of this underwear, support us and go on my website and actually apply for the survey. And this is who we are. Like it's a very big team so far, and we really like remotely we managed to work, and it's the best part. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you for that presentation. Okay, I think we're now moving on to the Be Another Lab presentation for Library of Ourselves.
So hello, my name is Christian. So thank you very much for having us on the panel here. I'm looking forward to exchanging perspectives with everybody. So beforehand, I'll just give a little brief introduction to some of the work we've been doing, particularly around this broader project called Library of Ourselves. So we've been active since 2012. There's about 8 different members of the team spread about in different countries. We come from very different disciplinary contexts, from computer science, from conflict resolution, from social anthropology, cognitive science. And really what we've been working on is on the notion of embodiment, and trying to create interfaces and protocols for altering your sense of self, your sense of embodiment and what your body is, and looking into the possibilities of sharing experiences with others and inhabiting other sorts of realities and perspectives. So there's a physical component of this, which is, as you can see here, there's 2 users exchanging perspectives with real-time feedback, let's say tactile feedback, to kind of hack that bodily perception. On top of this bottom-up layer, let's say, we also have, I guess, a top-down layer that aids in this body transfer illusion of narrative as well. So it's not just about inhabiting a body, but about how that body, who that is situated in a particular context, and what their story might be. So our way of generating or approaching this this project has been very collaborative in nature. Usually in each context that we work in, we start from the ground up in terms of clearly kind of isolating and talking through what the goals are of the project, what the expectations are, what the risks are, and trying to use the methodologies more of like from an artistic background, let's say, that allow for a different hierarchical nature, different power structure in the generation of the projects that we do. So these are, while the projects might be similar, let's say from one context to the next, they are very much determined by the local context, by our collaborators from different communities, from different institutional partners, about what the needs and particularities are of engaging in that context. So it's really a hyper-local formulation of the project in each context that it goes. So while we did a lot of stuff which was very much real time and performative, we also were working with immersive video and using some of the same immersive theater protocols to create this physical illusion of being in the body of another person. And with that, then we used, or we approached it as a way of telling different stories also. So as you can see, if you just go back a couple of slides, there you go. So here you'll see that there's a user and there's a facilitator facilitating the experience. If you see just on the screen there, it's quite small on the bottom, it's the next slide as well. What they're seeing is this. So this is a video that we filmed with Joe, who's a trans man, and talks about their transition, their embodied identity, reflecting that, how they feel in public space, in the home, relations, and so forth. And it's a way of stepping into what their experience might be. So with each particular project, there's been different goals about what they've been targeted for. If you go to the next one, this was a collaboration that we did with Muslim teenagers in Barcelona, looking at trying to reflect their lived experience. In this case, it was more theatrical reconstructions of things that had happened to them in public spaces, in schools, and job interviews, of discrimination that they had faced. And what their idea was to use this material to create some public interventions around it as well. So we took the setup to the street, did different, gathered people, oh, come try VR, not telling them what it was about, having them step into these experiences. And then afterwards, the people who had created the experiences would appear and have a chat with them and say, well, have you ever experienced this? Have you seen this happen? Do you know how to behave when this happens? And really using it as a possible intervention to generate these kinds of conversations. If you go to the next slide, that's also from that same project. There's another slide there. If you go to the next one as well, this was in Argentina, working with people from the refugee community there. You can go to the next slide also. This is, again, more of one of these reconstructed ones. We were working in an event that was, I suppose, like a hackathon around the peace initiative in Colombia. And so what we created here was a collection of different people's experiences that they sort of constructed into a common narrative around the notion of violence, forgiveness, and in this case, you take the point of view of the aggressor, starting from their childhood up until a scene of a kidnapping, and then you meet the person that you've kidnapped later. It's the sister of your partner at the time. There's a narrative to these things, and it's all really about forgiveness. So in each of these cases, none of these things would have been narratives that we would have been able to come up with on our own if we tried to go in there and impose a particular view of what should have happened, but rather they emerged from this collaborative quite horizontal process of narrative construction and utilizing the technology for this. Now, each of these different projects also offer up opportunities for, let's say, analysis or research around these issues, around people's public perceptions of them, around the effectiveness of these interventions for generating different empathic or responses, or perspective taking. And so we've been involved a lot in a lot of that as well. So different members of the team have been actively embedded in research institutions, doing more formalized work and reformulating some of these more public experiments, more social experiments into lab contexts as well. If you go to the next slide. There's just the scene from the kidnapping thing here. And it's interesting to think about the notion of agency, I think. Like in this case, the user is the interaction design, let's say, is to talk about that a little bit. The user, in order to be able to have the physical experience of being in the body of the other person, can only imitate the movements that they're seeing in the video, which is different than the real-time setup that we have of swapping bodies. So the notion of agency is that they have less agency. So in this case, having to put the tape over the person's mouth, most of the users that we've talked to afterwards said, I really did not, like, I did not want to do that at all. Like, this is the last thing I wanted to do. It was really quite a jarring emotional experience. But feeling like the desire to not want to do something and still having to do it allowed them to empathize with the person's perspective of also being in that situation, maybe participating in an act of aggression, not wanting to do it, but feeling compelled to, feeling pressure that there was really no escape and having to participate in that. So it's very interesting how the notion of agency also translates into like an affordance, let's say, of a particular interactive system can allow for different kinds of perspectives into individual experiences, which have nothing to do with technology. If we go to the next slide. This is, again, another project that we did in community gypsy. Looking at lived experiences there. So each of these places are places where we've been invited to go. We don't necessarily seek them out. There's usually an embedded person within an institution, within a community that is interested in collaborating with us. And that's what helps us facilitate this work. I think I might stop there and see if Norma wants to add anything.
Yeah, maybe just briefly. I guess I'm a hybrid myself in this collective. So Be Another Lab really started in 2013, and everybody has an interdisciplinary background, but I first started collaborating with the team as an anthropologist. So I was doing my PhD research with them. And in this process, I became a member of the lab as well. So, and now I'm kind of having to think what is the epistemology of my own knowledge production, being a member of the team, at the same time, learn what kind of research do I do with the collective. And I think, yeah, it's posing some interesting questions of how collaborative knowledge production can work, and also how it works in the kind of under the umbrella of art, and then being based at the university, so having a way more formal context, and then which kind of constraints I have in my participation here. But yeah, I would also like to discuss that in more detail later, maybe.
Okay, thank you so much, Christian and Norma. Much appreciated. So we'll turn finally to the project Virophilia, which is led by Pei-Ying Lin with Miranda de Graaf as well.
Yes, so hello everyone. I'm Pei-Ying Ling. I'm from Taiwan, but currently reside in the Netherlands, and with my collaborator Miranda de Graaf. I'll start with the concept. So I have a series of projects that's surrounding the topic of viruses. And it was during my collaboration with Miranda that she introduced me this idea of virusphere. So the virusphere is all those places where viruses are found or which they interact with their host. We are probably already very familiar with the idea of biosphere, where it consists of all the living beings. But then viruses are a little bit odd, like they're considered in biology that they're not alive, but at the same time, they are alive and replicating on other living beings. And that creates a very interesting area, which, yes, please, next slide, which it was the starting point of my collaboration with Miranda, which is the project Tames to Tame. And I was suggesting that we perhaps can tame the viruses. But before I start with the project itself, I'll leave it to Miranda to talk about the virus we were dealing with.
Yeah, so to first introduce the virus that we work with, which is norovirus. So norovirus, there's a huge diversity. So on the right, you see a phylogenetic tree representing the diversity of viruses that we have for norovirus. And what you can see is that not only is there a lot of diversity, it also affects a lot of different human and animal species. And actually, each species has its own type of norovirus. So in humans, 80% of all infections is only caused by one type. But what we see during time is that we see novel variants emerging, and the process behind this really is part of my research questions that I have. So next slide, please. So my work group mainly works on these questions. So where do these new viruses come from, and where do they originate? And what are the mechanisms behind this process? So we have some theories that either they emerge in humans that we don't test for norovirus, or perhaps they emerge in immunocompromised patients because they can be infected with norovirus for many months. Or it can also happen that these viruses emerge in the animal population and then go to humans. Next slide.
Yes. So Miranda mentioned this really interesting thing that I never thought of, is that there's no vaccine available for norovirus so far. And then I think a lot of the people have been infected by norovirus probably at least once in your lifetime, because it causes you puke and diarrhea. And you feel like you are almost dying when you're puking. Well, so it becomes interesting. If we don't have the vaccine for it, that means we cannot protect ourselves from it. So we are always vulnerable towards them. Then is it possible that we can live with them? And so we start with this concept of having virus tamers. These tamers are trying to live with the viruses. And so the next slide, which we can see in the manifesto, we ask the tamers to think about 5 important questions to define ourselves. So we need to think of whether humans are a part of nature or not. And we need to think about viruses. Are they just like another wild animals, or are they our enemies? And also we need to think about individual human, or do we think about the others like our species more when we make decisions? And also the final one is, do we think ourselves as the habitant of the viruses, or they are living on us and they are our parasite? And by changing all this concept, could we possibly become more friendly towards them and live with them? So what you see in the picture right now is a plushy doll that you can actually try to hug it is on the shape of a norovirus. It's not exactly one-to-one, but the geometric shape is the same. And then the next slide. We also have this question of if we have different affinity with the viruses, like what Miranda was talking about earlier, there are different strains of the norovirus. And if I got infected with a certain strain, then I will have immunity towards it, and that's the only way we can. Then does that immunity define ourselves and also change our behavior? So the next slide, you can see this is the array that we did our blood test on, and to see my reaction, my antibody reactions towards the norovirus and Miranda's. And Miranda will talk about the detail how it works.
So what we see here on top is the genetic material of norovirus, and the genetic material encodes several proteins. And what we do is we express those proteins, and we don't do it for one type of norovirus, but we do it for all the types of norovirus. And we print these on small glass slides. And these glass slides we can incubate with serum, just like me and Pei did. And by doing this, you can see which viruses are recognized. So you can see which viruses you were probably infected by.
Yeah, so we create a profile of ourselves, and so we can see that what kind of immunity we have towards it. And then it turns out I have reacted and encountered a bit more viruses before. So this profile actually suggests us to behave differently as a tamer. So the next slide. The squirrels are the 2 years history of our routes of traveling, like where we've been on Earth, and also the time of our sickness. So we will know that we actually came across the path of the virus at a certain time. And that makes me become the virus tamers who want to encounter more viruses all the time to gain immunity. So as long as I get the immunity, that I can deliver the resources or take care of people when they get sick. When Miranda, she's in the lab all the time with norovirus, and she has to protect herself. So she has to regulate her movements all the time to make sure that she's not encountering the viruses. So the next slide. For some tamers, if they want to go my route and to get sick all the time, then you have to be mentally prepared. So this is a tea that makes the tamers to drink so you can have puke and diarrhea. And once you get used to that physical experience, then you don't get panic when you get sick. And the next one. There is also this movement exercise that the tamers can do. So you get a better control of your body, and also you get more used to cuff on your arms if it's required, because that physicality is not that common before COVID-19, probably more common now. And you always hold your hands so you don't touch whatever. These kind of exercises. And the next one. We also do the exploration of a dance to see what our movement will change once we take this concept of taming the virus, encountering the virus all the time. Will us move differently in the space? And the next one. And there's also this board game where you can impersonate with real biological data to play different characters with different immunity and different age, so you can collaborate with each other, trying to make sure that the viruses don't die out completely, but at the same time don't harm the vulnerable people. And this one leads to the next project, which is virophilia. It's the one that is showing this time. So virophilia comes after the question, after this T for puke and diarrhea, that I was questioning how close can we get with the viruses? And also, can these physical reactions create something beneficial for us? So the next one. The virophilia sometimes exists as a performance and sometimes as an installation. And what you see here is a scroll. It has all the names of viruses that we know so far, but it's only the master list. So there are still some other names in there, like, for example, the one called COVID-19 is not on there. It's increasing massively every year. And then the cookbook. So the cookbook is written in the year of 2068. I wrote it like 2 years ago, but the concept that is written in the future, but looking back at now and see how we can develop our history as a collaboration with the viruses later on, which you can see in the chapters. Like it starts with simulating the viral experiences, like simulating how they make us sick, and then starting with using viruses like bacteria for fermentation to change the texture and taste of plants or other food material which was once living. And then the third chapter is using viruses as active ingredients, like something makes your throat hurt as a part of the dining experience. And then chapter 4, dynamic cuisine, which is using the viruses to control the change of taste and change of a whole microbe system when you're fermenting. And the last chapter is cuisines that designed for everybody that's in a food chain. So it's a dinner, but it's the dinner that's for everybody involved. And the next page. So this is a simulation of influenza. And the next page. This is another simulation for norovirus, which if you eat the oyster, it will make you puke, diarrhea. Yeah. And the next one. This is the snapshot of the viral fermentation. And next one, this is influenza egg on rice, which when you eat the raw egg, it creates a slight sensation of sickness with your throat and slightly higher temperature. And the next one. So it also exists in a video format where you will see a person eating the virus's dish, and then there was a text indicating how virus is interacting with her body at that moment. And then the next. So during the dinner performance, people are served with these foods. I will guide them by letting them listening to how the virus is entering through the food into their body, and to create the sensation of viruses in contact with the human body. And the next one, which we also did it back in June, when during the quarantine, that the food are delivered through food delivery at home, and I perform through the internet, so they can experience how the viruses interact with their body while there's viruses outside. And that was done in Taiwan. So this is pretty much the project. I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you so much, Pei-Ying and Miranda, for that. And to all of you, really fascinating insights into the project with a lot of detail there. So absolutely wonderful to see the variety of thought that's gone into that, and also how the lines of thought have fed into what we see as the sort of final outcomes on the STARTS project website. I'll just briefly say that our project here at Wolverhampton, as part of the STARTS methodologies team, is focusing on those different methods of working, the different ways of working that collaborators from different backgrounds use in order to successfully pull off a project, and how their different backgrounds impact upon the pathways and the processes that are taken. So if we come back to Julia and Tommaso to talk about Future Flora and Alma, I'll sort of group those two together. But I know, Tommaso, you've been more involved in Alma, I think that's right. So I'll just start with a broader question, because one of the things that we found in our research, collaborators often put a lot of significance on the importance of meeting on a different plane together, or inhabiting something like a third space, a space that's separate to the disciplines that people bring to the table. So there is a kind of a new third space created when you work together. Is that something that you found when working together?
I will say so, yes, because actually, as you can imagine, it was not, but actually we kind of align like organically, but yeah, at the beginning it was really an effort between like both of us to get closer with the language. So we really like worked on creating a bridge to really merge the scientific language with the design artistic language and try to see how we can both speak to each other. So I was reading more scientific paper while Tommaso was like more also like getting into the speculative design and the biohacking, even though like it's really far from what it could do in the lab. And I would say that now, like without this actually bridge that we created, we wouldn't be able to really like this and go in depth so much with ALMA. And in the team now, it's really like with medical anthropologists, physicists, material scientists, biotechnologists, fashion designer, like we really open up because it's essential. So it's really essential to be an interdisciplinary group.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Tommaso. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with Julia in terms of like, yes, we have to create a new sort of like field in terms of like where we sit, as you said, like want to join to kind of create a third layer. But I think it's like not as far from where each of us come from as you might think, because like we are comfortable with our expertise, but then obviously, as Julia said, we need to shift our mindset and our language to sort of be able to approach different people, and also to sort of like make them feel comfortable with the topics and the language that we use.
So just to explore this notion of a bridge, what are we talking about there? Are we talking about a shared language or sort of set of terms? Are we talking about a sort of framework of seeing or knowing that you can both share?
Definitely language, and then also methodology in working. So of course, like design and science has different time in work, like but really like timetable, but also time in space, and we kind of aligned recently because of course while sometimes like the science took more time to really like explore and validate, meanwhile I was joining in with like different methodologies now to explore, for example, the user. So I was more, if Tommaso was more technical, I was trying to be more social and from an anthropological level to merge the technology. And but then we meet in the lab, which is also very nice. So we meet in the lab with prototyping and with actually merging technology, science, and fashion together, which is the most exciting part, I will say now, especially when you are in the field of like wearable technology, biotechnology for the healthcare. It's where now like you can create more interesting exploration, I would say.
I think the other sort of like from a practical point of view, it's sort of like understanding each other's mental framework in the way you do a project. So the way I'm a scientist, I kind of see the goal of the project, that's what we're trying to do, and then kind of break it down in different ways. And I generally try to keep it as linear as possible because that's the fastest way you can do something. But then in the design world, this is not necessarily the case because we might not know the ending, but the more interesting part is the question. And the question might take us in a spiral way or like from point B to F to D to N randomly. And so it's something that it took us time to understand that neither of these approaches is wrong, but we need to sort of understand where our vision, where we want to go, and then like we kind of merge our paths in a way that is efficient enough to reach our goal, but sort of like creative enough or like say open to allow us to actually reach a different goal that we didn't even know existed at the beginning.
And this idea of moving from point B to F, moving in a way that you can't predict, underlying that, there has to be quite a strong sense of trust between you, that moving in a direction that might not seem clear or obvious at the beginning is going to lead somewhere.
Yes, it's essential. I will say like it's also my first and only, no, it's not the only one now, but it's the first also work relationship I had in Italian language with Tommaso, even though most of the time we speak in English, by being also both Italian, but both expat. And yeah, another interesting part is that, of course, like as a designer, I tend to be very speculative and creative and really like push it very far with vision. And Tommaso, as a scientist, much more based in statistics and numbers. So it's very funny that most of the time, like I completely say something very far away, and then Tommaso is bringing me back to the present. Actually, you know, this is what is based now in research. So let's first do this, and then we move on. But it's the perfect balance, because then we don't get bored, and we really like move on to explore something that yet probably doesn't exist or is not very well developed yet.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been working together for over 2 years. So it's something to say, trust is extremely important, and it's not something that we build in a month. This like has been a process, and it's sort of like, we definitely had like miscommunication. We definitely see like different sort of like misunderstandings and sort of like problems, but then like it's sort of like we really took it down to understand like our values and our vision and what we really feel like it's important, from a project level, more from like a human level, what we think is important. And I think sort of having this sort of like deep connection from like a value standpoint and like a vision standpoint really like make us overlook or overcome easily this sort of like more practical point of view of from like a bit of language or maybe like some other sort of turn in the design or the creative process.
Okay, thank you so much, both of you. I'm going to hand you over to Martin to discuss with Norma and Christian about Library of Ourselves.
Thank you, Richard. And yeah, so Norma and Christian, thank you for joining us today. And yeah, we just heard from Julia and Tommaso about their project, you know, and but your collective represents a different sort of approach to sort of instead of looking at the individual, it's about embodying something, embodying the whole thing in a slightly different way. So we've talked about this notional sort of concept of this third space in which everybody sort of collaborates, you know, and we have seen in our research how people sort of move in and out of this collaborative space. So how do you think the way that you collaborate as in your collective differs from the previous projects?
Maybe there's two things I want to say. Like as a collective, so the collaboration we have in the collective, it's really, yes, we have very different backgrounds. So we all have different nationalities as well, speak different languages, different professional backgrounds. And so we have like developed something, I think that is more akin to code switching. So it's really, through my work with Being at the Lab, I have learned a neuroscientific vocabulary that I didn't have before. And now I'm able to talk to other neuroscientists, also outside of my work with Being at the Lab. And at the same time, I've also, like, as an anthropologist, I mean, I also needed to learn like an artistic vocabulary, for example. So that is an ability I like still learning, you know, but something that I gained through my work with Being at the Lab. And I think the others, like I just talked about this with Marte, another member of the collective, about this yesterday, because he started out with Being at the Lab as an artist, and now he's close to finishing his PhD in psychology. So doing very experimental science really in the lab. So, but there's not so much, I think, and I don't know if this is a failure of our work or if this is something that we still need to develop, or if it's just like, I mean, it's important to acknowledge it, which is that it's not so much a collective practice. So we are not so much, we don't have a dictionary, you know, that we sit together and it's like, okay, let's talk artistic in artistic manner. Okay, now let's talk scientifically. I wouldn't even know how you do that. Yeah. So that is one thing. And then the other thing, so I guess we are a third space in that regard. But then the second thing is that in the installation we have, in the machine to be another, where two people are swapping perspectives, embodied perspectives, they also very often describe it as a third space. So they can't say where their own body starts and the other begins, or like, this is also the thing, like you and I, the linguistic reference kind of lose their meaning, because people often say, oh, when I lifted my arm, I mean, you lifted your arm, and then like, who's you, who's I, when we are in this body swapping together. So it's interesting how the artistic practice really determines or shapes the organization of the laboratory itself.
Yeah, sure. And actually, it's really interesting that you say, I mean, we're talking about a third space as this sort of, this imaginary place, but actually you're making it a real space where people are experiencing something else. So what do you think, Christian?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's not so much a third space, as Norma was saying, it's rather an in-between space. And I think there's a lot of ambiguity, there's a lot of tension, there's a lot of different baggage that people come with, that we all come with, that or power structures that exist in these structures. But I think it's a very productive space to be working in. And as Norma said, there's not really, let's say, a synthesis that we've achieved of how to do this as a collective, since the project is also very modular. And not only do we have different backgrounds, but we end up executing different aspects of the projects in different contexts. So our learnings that we develop and trying to share them internally with the team is also this collaborative process, which is also fraught with ambiguity and tensions of its own. But I think it's part of it. Somehow we've managed to continue the project and keep on expanding for all these years, and it's still going ahead. And I think it gives us all a lot of energy. And the lack of concreteness, let's say, or a synthesis or arriving at a certain point is at least for me, like a motivating aspect of this project. Like, there's always stuff to learn. There's always a degree of humility in how you have to approach this, and listening and learning from each context that you are able to share.
And it almost seems like, almost from what you're suggesting, that the team almost sort of mirrors the project itself, and it's really it's really interesting to hear how artists and anthropologists and things that are collaborating to create this fantastic thing that you've made. So what I'm really interested in, this sort of boundary crossing, these objects that you have to, the way that you collaborate, how, say, coming back to Norma, you're an anthropologist, and a scientist, and you've crossed over into the world of the arts and humanities almost. And how have you negotiated that? I mean, is that, how have you managed? That's a really interesting thing, I think.
Yeah, it's just by try and error, really. I mean, it really, this is, it becomes its own prototyping process, like the way we develop the machine to be another, the way we develop the laboratory around it, like it is this prototyping process that also, working out what goes well and what feels right and what doesn't. And then very often we also, because we are based in different countries, we have to do the consolidatory work in place. So say at an event, often also high pressure events. So then it is coming together, how do we do this, and we improvise. And that what I had imagined, like when I became a member of the team, is that, okay, we sit together and we discuss, what does it mean? Like, I'm an anthropologist, I have obligations to my graduate program, certain criteria of knowledge production that I have to maintain. And that just didn't happen, like that just didn't happen. There was no, like, we don't have time for this. We have to, do this and that and the other. And it became like a sustained long-term conversation that I, just by the time passing by, I learned how to position myself, really. And I'm still, it's still all moving around, really.
Okay, so thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass you back over to Richard now, so we can have some insights into virophilia.
Thanks, Martin. Okay, so I'm actually going to direct a question initially to Miranda about the project, because to me it highlights the importance of different ways of knowing of whether one learns about the aspects of a virus through reading or through watching a documentary or feeling the virus inside the mouth or the esophagus, as happens through the cooking performances that Pei Ying gives. I'm just wondering what impact this project has had, if any, on the ways that you see perhaps public understanding about the virus and about viruses, and different ways of explaining or experiencing the virus and the related conditions from them.
I think so this is really work from Pei, because I was more involved in the Tame to Tame project. But what I see is that it's such a beautiful way to better understand viruses. Of course, I'm in the lab with viruses all day, so I have certain ideas about them and how you behave around viruses. But that's not the case for everyone. For most people, it's something that you are afraid of, and maybe I can tell you a little bit about the technical background. But I think through her work, Pei makes them more visible, as you say, more understandable. And of course, the current situation with the SARS, it's also, people are so much more aware about the viruses around them and how they behave. It's maybe not the food aspect, but in Tame to Tame, Pei developed a dance with how you connect or behave around the virus. And currently, if I'm in the supermarket, I always have the feeling that I do the similar dance. It really sort of gets back again. I'm not sure if more people have that, but yeah, it's a different way of behaving.
Yes, I definitely do the COVID dance every day, I think, in various ways. Pei Ying, if I can turn to you and sort of, I guess, just go along the same lines of that question, in terms of the public understanding of of viruses. So I just wonder if you feel there is a greater urgency for projects such as yours for people to not just read about, but actually experience aspects of the virus in the ways that you're doing through the cookbook, particularly.
Well, I think definitely, and especially, well, before COVID-19, well, my experience with the audience of my project, a lot of them were coming without knowing what virus is, and they are always confusing between viruses and bacteria. So by then, my project sort of always have an aspect of educating people what are viruses. But after COVID-19, it changed completely, that people seem to have a lot of fear with viruses. And while then it's nice in a way for me in the project that I'm not seeing viruses in a way that is directly related with sickness. And in that sense, I think it's also better because there are like a lot of viruses in this world. And one of the key points where I started virophilia is that one of the virologists I visited, he mentioned that about 90% of viruses are beneficial for their host. And that's something that we miss all the time. So right now, the whole world is a bit distressed by the virus and one single virus that makes us sick. But then to be fair or to be practical, to consider our relationship with viruses, that we need to think about the others that are beneficial for their host, or they're not related with us, but then maybe related with other species. I think for that, then we can have a better understanding of the world simply. It doesn't, like, we don't really have to implement it in a certain way, but we need different light towards these things. And I think that will also help emotionally for people who are really having a hard time facing this pandemic. And I think that's also what art can do, because in art, we have the freedom to imagine and we have the freedom to experience things in different ways. We also have the freedom to experience things just with speculation and not really physical encountering them. So that's why I find very crucial for other people to join and to create different images about viruses.
And thank you for that. And just to briefly follow up, we've talked before about this idea of the third space, separate to your own disciplines. Did you find yourself forging an area where you perhaps developed a different kind of language or way of operating, or did you feel that didn't particularly happen?
I guess in my case, it sort of has, but then also because I had a biological background, so my language, when I'm facing scientists, I'm already putting myself like halfway. Like I was definitely communicating in a different language with people who are from art or who are visiting the exhibition. But I guess also on Miranda's side, I guess by time we gain a bit of trust to each other, and then we know when we can sort of go free on our imaginations and just to speculate strange questions. Like, for example, I was asking Miranda the other time, like, where can I go hunt for viruses that I can get most varieties, which you don't really like bump into a virologist and then you ask that question, because she knows that what I mean and what I'm gonna do with it. So I'm not gonna mess around like media and trying to make it sound horrible, but rather to make it more friendly. So I guess we do have that third space, which is built on trust. And then the language itself does more of a bit, but maybe Miranda has something even more, because I think I have a bit of mixed background. So
yeah, I think for me it was really because the way we started was that you came with me in the lab, and I tried to give my scientific explanation, and you observed and told what you observed, which was, I think, on a different level, more as an artist. And I think the space where we found each other is like, my research has much more boundaries because I have the ethical concerns. My conclusions has to be supported by the data. You know, I'm trying to find what is true, and I have to express what the caveats are. And art is with less boundaries. And for me, that was really something I had to grow into, that not everything has to be precise and correct, but there's also space for pondering what could happen.
I also want to add one thing, like Miranda mentioned the ethics. And for me, the ethics is also important in the sense that I think a lot of time I spend quite a while to trying to listen to Miranda and what are the ethical concerns and how can I transform it into the art space, because we are dealing with something that can cost people life. So if we want to be free in the art, it's still important that to know what are the dangers and to consider it before it's being implemented. And that's, I think, another thing that sort of doesn't go directly around the project, but it always comes even before the project is in a form. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we'll direct to questions there. Thanks, Pei and Miranda. Now, I think Martin and I have asked enough questions for now, so we've got a very brief amount of time. If anyone else wants to pose a question or a prompt to anyone else, Norma's hand was raised. Go ahead, Norma.
Yeah, cheers. Now, I was wondering, with Alma, I was wondering, the way I understood it is basically you put a sensor in panties. So I was wondering, like, in terms of like the ethics of knowledge production, right? Like what are your thoughts about like how you deal with the data and what you will use with the data? You know, like kind of what happens below, or beyond the user's immediate perception in that regard. And then the second thing I was wondering is also, do you have a concrete like framework for your project? Would you say like, okay, this is product design, for example, this is product development, and it just like is maybe a more like democratic form of product development? Like you're outside of, you're not part of like a great company or something? Or would you frame it more as like an art project and a speculative design project?
Okay. Tommy, I start, and then you go with the data. Maybe I go with the second question. So Alma came really as a response from like I feel very close to Pei because I was working as well with bacteria with Future Flora, and somehow as well my relationship was very kind of a symbiosis. So I was really growing them in my room and taking care of them. Beside how much I also knew that I had to be careful because, of course, not having a scientific background, I didn't really know what was growing on. But I really felt that it was like a living relationship with a living organism. And so when I did Future Flora, it was really like, I tried to like show that it can be real, but as it was perceived immediately, was really like, okay, it can never happen. And why, as a female, I should put bacteria in my underwear? Like, it doesn't make sense. It should be wrong. Like, bacteria, we should swipe them out. Like, we always have this perception that bacteria are bad, especially now with this time of virus. Like, it's very difficult to understand what is the boundary, even though when you think that actually we are made also in our skin microbiome of bacteria, then you come back and think, oh, actually, this is why I have to keep always my flora in balance, and I need to actually think also in this different level. And Future Flora had the problem that it was addressed for a future where we are aware of this bacteria environment, but we are in a peaceful symbiosis as we usually are with the body, and that we will have one day also an incubator at home to grow bacteria. So why not for female to grow our own healthy vaginal flora? But of course doesn't exist this reality now, but exists the vaginal infection. So I had many females like writing me by email, like, can I be your beta test, where I can buy the kit? I really need it, like it's essential. And so as a designer and as a female, I really like felt the need like to really try to produce something closer to this reality. And since I'm specialized in electronic textiles, and actually Thomas as well is finishing actually a PhD on as well, like from a material science point of view to like wearable technology, we felt why not that we really try to make a product that can actually respond to this and can give a tool to female to take care of their own body. And so we are trying to move out from the speculative, because actually we're like, our topic is very real. So ethically, I need to be also like, give something now, even though as a designer, I could play speculative forever and I would love it because it's very easy for me. So somehow we are moving towards a product, towards like the market, but yeah, as you can also argue, we are playing also very artistically, because I want to keep this part, because by playing artistically, you can allow the female to accept more technology in the underwear as well. You can really like create a language and a scenario that will let them understand easier that actually technology is not always scary, and it can be implemented even in an intimate area like the vulva. So somehow we are like really like jumping from the scientific to the artistic to the actual like market and product vision to really understand how quicker or not we will arrive probably to have a product.
Norma, that's a very good question about the data privacy. We sort of like spoke a lot internally and tried to speak with others as well. And we basically understand actually what the user needs and what the doctor's needs might be different. We do not want to collect data for the sake of collecting data to create a massive database, kind of like Google style, and then I don't know what we'll do with it. We want to collect data only when it's needed, but we don't believe that all the responsibility of choosing where the data goes can just be a first screen of the app saying, do you want to send your data to the community, to the doctor? It's much more difficult than that, and just simply like, we want to give the user the opportunity to choose, but we need to be an informed choice. There needs to be something where we really explain them where this data goes, what does the doctor really want to know, what does the researcher need to know. So it's something that we take very seriously. We don't have like a one answer for this, but we want to work with the users and the doctors to really only collect the data that is necessary, not any more than that.
Okay, thank you so much, Giulio and Tommaso, for answering, and to Norma for that question. I'm so sorry, we'll have to finish there for time, I'm afraid. So thank you so much, all of you, for your presentations and then the ensuing discussion. It's absolutely fascinating to hear the variety of perspectives and ways of working that people have developed here, and how they're continually changing as well. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counterpoint tunes in the afternoon, cruising through towns like future street clowns, shamanic routines in our looming platoon. I remember last September, we gazed at the rings around the moon, and you shrugged, but then you hugged me, and
In this year's STARTS Prize open call, our team received a broad range of high-quality applications. The main topics of the projects ranged from developments of wearable technology and sustainable materials via future perspectives of technology to artificial intelligence and biotech. In our next segment, you will be virtually visiting our exhibition that presents some of the best practice examples for responsible innovation that we were able to physically bring to Kepler's Garden here in Linz. Welcome to Ars Electronica 2020. My name is Carla Spilotini. I am the producer of STARTS Prize.
And my name is Christina Maurer. I'm senior producer of European Cooperation. We're here at the Kepler Hall, one of this year's festival's main sites for events and programs, and are now going to take you on a journey into our STARTS exhibition.
STARTS is an initiative of the European Commission to foster alliances between science, technology, and the arts. The annual STARTS Prize selects and honors the most outstanding projects from the STARTS field.
In this year's exhibition, you'll see the best practice examples of 2020 of artists operating at the nexus of science, arts, and technology. So follow us along as we go on a journey into the exhibition. To start off, we want to dive into the work of this year's winner of the STARTS Prize for Artistic Exploration, Andrea Ling. Andrea is an architect and installation artist who works at the intersection of art, fabrication technologies, and biological sciences. Her most recent work focuses on how the critical application of biologically and computationally mediated design processes can move society away from exploitative systems of production to regenerative ones. Her winning project, Design by Decay, Decay by Design, is concerned with exploring exactly these strategies for designing objects and architectural structures. This series of artifacts were designed on purpose with their eventual decay in mind, as part of the 2019 Ginkgo Bioworks Creative Residency. Andrea was working on concepts of how to design a world without waste. Her goal was to develop objects displaying an inherent organized decay, using enzymes, fungus, bacteria, and other biological agents as ways of decomposing and composing biological matter at the same time. Mutability in objects and structures of the physical world becomes a desired principle of design here.
The Goal of Eden, Éthique, Durable, Ecologie, Nature, by artist Olga Kiseleva, is to introduce innovative technologies to art by using unorthodox thinking to solve ecological challenges. The project supports global biodiversity by examining the possibilities of the recreation of extinct plant species, as well as adaptation of plants for changing environments through biotechnology. In addition, Olga collaborates with scientific and industry partners, such as Orange Telecom France, to create a network of vegetal communication by utilizing sensors and internet technology to make this communication visible to a human public. One of the directions of bioart explored by the artist is the possibility to avoid or inverse the natural catastrophe by bringing extinct species back to life, or creating new species on pre-existing DNA bases. An artistic utopia, assuming that extinction, despite its supposedly definitive and irreversible nature, can be revoked thanks to the advancement of contemporary human civilization.
Karen Palmer is the storyteller from the future, working at the intersection of AI, immersive storytelling, neuroscience, behavioral psychology, implicit bias, and the parkour philosophy of moving through fear. Her work Perception.io is an immersive experience converging approaches of neuroscience, behavioral psychology, film, AI, facial emotion detection, eye tracking, bias and social justice, and draws a speculative scenario for the future of law enforcement. Taking the participant through an immersive storytelling experience, it reveals how a person's emotions influence their perception of reality. Based on extensive research in AI technologies, the installation enables participants to experience how easily human bias can be integrated into artificial networks by the humans who design and create them. The participant assumes the role of a police officer, watching an interactive training video of an escalating volatile situation. The Perception.io system tracks the participants' facial expressions. How they respond emotionally to the scene will have consequences for the characters in this experience. Perception.io aims to raise awareness for the necessity for transparency and regulation in AI. The immersive experience generates self-reflection and discussion of issues of bias, ethics, and accountability for the participants and people creating these types of systems.
Italian artist Paolo Cirio has hacked the Google Patents search engine to search for and download over 20,000 patents of socially manipulative information technology. He rated the patents and created thousands of compositions with images and flowcharts and titles of inventions. He even created a coloring book for informing on devices that enable discrimination, polarization, addiction, deception, and surveillance. This work integrates both the dystopia surrounding technology and the utopia of its participatory governance, with flowcharts of patents taking the form of documentary and protest art. Over 100 patents can be investigated in our festival location, Kepler's Garden.
Robertina Šebjanić and Chino Šutic have collaborated for many years on projects at the intersection of art and science and are part of this year's STARTS exhibition with their project Aquaforensic, a multi-year research project conducted across various locations in Europe. It is a voyage into the relationship between the microbial seas and humans who are aquaforming the water habitats around the planet. The main question being, how do the oceans experience our impact? Aquaforensic illuminates the invisible anthropogenic pharmaceutical pollutants, residues of human consumption in our waters. The project combines art, science, citizen science in a hunt for a monster and opens the discussion about our solidarity and empathy with waters beyond human perception. If you'd like to experience a deep dive into the Aquaforensic project, head on over to the Ars Electronica Festival website to view their journey Adriatic Garden, which explains in detail the long-term collaborative development process of this project.
The Austrian social and environmental startup Plasticpreneur by Doing Circular develops, produces and sells simple mobile plastics recycling machines and teaches social entrepreneurship skills that can be used to transform plastic waste into new products. This combination enables the creation of innovative products, awareness raising, and the foundation of new social businesses all over the world. Especially in countries of the Global South, this can create jobs and training positions and generate income independently. The local people should be empowered and at the same time inspired to independently develop solutions for local challenges and to become so-called plasticpreneurs. Someone who takes plastic waste out of the environment again because he or she has recognized it as a valuable raw material, reintroduces it into a cycle, and at the same time benefits him and herself and the local population.
Gannett Goldstein is a fashion designer whose interest lies in the intersection between craft and technology, predominantly working to incorporate 3D printing and scanning into 3D textiles. This prototype showcases her Re-Textiles 3D project, which is developed in the framework of a residency with START's lighthouse project Reframe, which focuses on future sustainable methods of fashion design. With her manufacturing technique developed for Re-Textile 3D, Gannett aims to develop a new production system for the fashion industry, based on specific body scans using the latest depth camera technology. The project investigates digital measurement systems that can determine the exact size of specific people without any human touch. To produce these prototypic garments through 3D printing, Gannett Goldstein uses recycled filament made from 100% water bottle waste, which transforms production towards a circular economy and sustainable systems.
Computer 1.0 imagines a display for the future by looking at a display from our past. Artists Julian Goldman and Victoria Manganiello create a large-scale textile woven by hand using hollow polymer tubing and natural fiber thread. With the manufacturing of their work, they reference the textile ancestors of current-day computing, starting from the Jacquard loom, leading up through Charles Babbage, Ada Lovelace, and Alan Turing. This installation reminds us that our current digital existentialism and the persistent question of, are we better off, is a conversation 2 centuries in the making between Luddites and evangelists.
Data Paulette is a multidisciplinary collective based in Paris focused on research and development in textiles and digital technologies. Founded in 2014, Data Paulette has taken the form of an independent laboratory, operating as a hackerspace. Topographie Digitale is an interactive installation developed in collaboration with the pleating specialist Maison Lognon. It investigates the combination of augmenting a textile both with new electrical functionality using polymerization, as well as the new physical features introduced by the patterns and textures of the pleated fabric. The project is an illustration of hybridization between scientific discovery and traditional craftsmanship as a Creole technique, a fundamental subject of research for the collective. Topographie Digitale shows that the combination of crafts and technologies is an alternative to rethink the place of the digital in society in a more resilient way. We hope you enjoyed this virtual guided tour and are looking forward to seeing you online in our STARTS community at starts.eu or at one of our upcoming STARTS events.
Also, we'd like to invite you to head on over to our Ars Electronica Festival website to check out our online programs such as Gardens, hosted by our STARTS initiative partners, or the STARTS Journeys, which were made by artists involved in the STARTS field.
In the following, the STARTS Lighthouse Pilot Reframe kicks off with a session with a keynote questioning our attitude to the clothes we wear and how we can rethink the systems and conditions of their production. The keynote is followed by 3 artists' teams presenting the outcomes and prototypes realized with their residencies in the context of Reframe.
Welcome to the next session, Fashion Technology Responsibility. This session is organized by the project Reframe. It's a START Lighthouse project. In the next 1.5 hours, I will first briefly introduce you to the Reframe project. Then we will hear a keynote from Nina Wienhardt called Uncomfortable Clothes. And afterwards, we will see the final presentations of 3 Reframe artists. Some facts about the Reframe project. It's a project in over 3 years. We organized 2 calls, and in these 2 calls, we invite 20 artists. Per call, there are 10 artists. These artists co-create over 9 months with scientists. So on total, we also have 20 scientists. The artists, they receive 55,000 euros for their project, for this co-creation. We work in 3 co-creation spaces. We call them hubs. They're in different countries. Altogether, we are 12 research partners in 6 countries in this project. In fact, this slide describes pretty much what we are doing. It's a true co-creation between artists and scientists. It's a real exchange. Nobody is a service provider here. I think this is very important about the Reframe projects. Here we already see the work in the different hubs. On the upper left, we see one artist, Fabio Molinas, working in the hub Valencia. The hub Valencia, the topic is from linear to sustainable circular. On the upper right, we see Jessica Smark, an artist from the hub Berlin, working at the IZM Berlin. The topic in the hub Berlin is the integration of electronics into textiles for future ways of communication. And the lower pictures, they show the hub Linz in Profactor and in Haratech, also project partner, and you see Julia Körner and Garnet Goldschein artists. The topic in hub Linz is from 2D to 3D. And especially the last 2 technologies from the hub Linz and from the hub Berlin, why are these technologies so important for fashion, and why is the project Reframe therefore also so important? For fashion, they are pretty much new technologies. If we look at each other, we all wear most probably textiles. We do not wear 3D printed clothes, and our clothes are still not interactive. So this is quite groundbreaking work what our artists are doing. On the other hand, if we hear about fashion today, if you read about fashion, we also have to understand that fashion is became in the last decades a huge fashion industry, and we also read a lot about the negative impact of the fashion industry, and therefore we also have to look at the uncomfortable aspects of clothing. For example, only the fashion and textile industry is today responsible for 6.8% of the CO2 emission. And therefore, it's really clear that we have to change something in fashion. It's not possible that we continue with the traditional business model. We have to really redefine what is fashion. We have to consume and to produce much less. And the less what we produce, we have to do in a very sustainable way. And therefore, for us, it's also important here in the Reframe project to look at the uncomfortable aspects of clothing. And for this, I would like to introduce Nina Wienhardt, also a colleague of mine from Fashion and Technology, who will introduce us a talk series, what we have at Fashion and Technology in the autumn, called Uncomfortable Clothes. Hi, Nina.
Hello, Christiane. Thank you for your introduction.
So my name is Nina Wienhardt. I'm the assistant professor at the Department of Fashion and Technology at the University of Art and Design here in Linz. And today I'm here to tell you about Uncomfortable Clothes, which is a series of talks we initiated and which will start today with a keynote by Otto von Busch. Fashion and Technology, or FAT as we like to call it, is an unusual program. It's a program with an emphasis on contemporary fashion design. Plus, as the name indicates, there's a technological side to it too. Technology, however, is not only regarded as a tool for production, but also, and equally important, as a tool of thought, of reflecting upon the system of fashion and about the society that enables this system, but also about how to change the system from within the society it produces. Technology should not just make us more efficient. It should not kill our fantasy. On the contrary, it can be used to expand our minds and to conceive fashion beyond a mere cover of the body. Technology can be an inspiration for cross-fertilizing fashion with seemingly unrelated areas. During the 5 years of the existence of the program, we have seen that this idea works and how our students path their ways to novel approaches to fashion, as well as invent their own techniques and materials. I want to give you some examples of what I mean. Some are very practical, some very poetical. In our studios, we have a biolab where students develop recipes for bacterial fibers, which one day could replace cotton yarn. One of our undergraduate students uses marine sonar technology to change the way of creating patterns. Another student dealt with quantum physics and the theory of black holes. She applies these physical laws, so to speak, in her own fashion, resulting in unusual shapes that only obey the logics and physics of their own universe. And finally, today, you will hear the presentation of our graduate students, Michael Wieser and Viktor Weichselbaumer, who use robot technology to bring new processes into fashion. These examples indicate how broad the approach is that fashion and technology takes. This broad approach is also reflected in the composition of our team. There are, of course, experts from all areas of fashion, but there are also, no less important, programmers, industrial designers, performing artists, and I myself, for example, am a media art historian. As a teacher, it is important to me that students not only train their mechanical skills, but also train and open their minds. So I show them how artists, authors, musicians, and activists approach their topics, and very frequently how they relate to social problems. By giving examples from outside the fashion universe, I want to teach them to learn to see and perceive the world that surrounds us from different perspectives and connect them with each other. I want them to see structural problems that are so accepted that they have become almost invisible. We discuss how fashion tends to be highly normative and reductive, very often restricting people's lives and opportunities. And this is how Uncomfortable Clothes came into being. When you think about clothing, the last thing you want it to be is uncomfortable. And yet, in a fast fashion world, it has become difficult to find garments that aren't. Clothes are sewn by children. Fashion workers' labor conditions are inhumane. Fabric dyes pollute and poison rivers and water reserves. Fashion dictates how our bodies have to look like. Technologies discriminate by skin color. We have become so used to all of this and so accepting of all the unfairness that comes with it. As a second skin, clothing acts as a membrane between us and the uncomfortable truths, the conditions of Western-centered civilization. Fashion implements and affirms unsustainable conditions. But as well as fashion can be oppressive, it can also be a liberating force, a sign of protest, a symbol of conscience and awareness. I said it before, we want our students to learn to look and to face the problems that are lying blatantly open in front of us, as well as those that are hidden in a device's source code. We want to teach them how to deal with and transform the system they chose to work in. We want to give them examples of creative disobedience, of playful resistance, of thinking and doing otherwise. In the beginning, I said that nobody likes to wear uncomfortable clothes. Now I would like to adjust this initial statement and say fashion has to become even more uncomfortable. It has to speak the uncomfortable truths and ask uncomfortable questions. What codes is the system of fashion based on? How can it be hacked? How can fashion become uncomfortable? To address these questions, Uncomfortable Clothes brings together different perspectives and voices of and around fashion. We have invited former fashion workers, feminists, activists, hacktivists, artists, designers, fashion theorists, as well as analog and virtual personae. Over the course of the semester, we invite one speaker every month. And today we are happy to welcome our very first speaker, fashion theorist and hacktivist Otto von Busch. His presentation will start right after this panel at 5:30 on Zoom. And I will post the link to his presentation in the chat window on your right side. So here's the link, and the presenter is Otto von Busch, and the start is 17:30. Oh, sorry, 17:30. So, and with this, I would like to close my presentation. Thank you all for listening, and hand the mic back to Christiane. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, for your introduction to the talk series Uncomfortable Clothes. I hope that a lot of you guys are joining us this evening at 5:30 to listen to Otto von Busch. I think he's really a forward thinker for our branch. I think this keynote introduction also made clear that in fashion we have to much more take into account socio-economical aspects. And I think it also became clear that we have to focus on the challenges and not so much on disciplinary research. I think this is a very important point, to change something in fashion and to redefine what actually fashion is beside the big industries. One important aspect in speaking about this is urban manufacturing. This is a very important aspect in reframe urban manufacturing. It means that the production is part of a local environment, and this is exactly what our hubs are about in Berlin, in Valencia, and in Linz. I said before already the specializations in the hub Berlin, it's about integration of electronics. And here I also want to present you now the 10 reframe artists. In the hub Berlin, we have 3 artists working. It's the team Witzens, it's Giulia Tomasello and Jessica Smart. Giulia, we will hear afterwards. She will present her final work. In hub Berlin, it's very interesting. I mentioned that the co-creation is very important in an urban manufacturing context. In fact, in Berlin, the co-creation is a lot with the user. It's here? The co-creation in Berlin, it's a lot with the user. And the team Witzens, for example, they also describe themselves as inclusive designer. You can also find more information about those projects which are not presented online. It's called Lovewear, and in fact they develop smart underwear for people of all abilities to self-explore and enhance intimacy and sexuality. And this shows also it's a very responsible way of working with technology. The other project from Jessica Smart, it's called Connect Style, and she developed, she wants to change what is health care. So she developed a garment which stimulates several senses at the same time to heal better stroke patients. So it's all around, also around the well-being and the user in the center of the project. In the hub Linz, as I mentioned before, we work from 2D to 3D. The body is a complex three-dimensional body, and all textiles what we wear is two-dimensional. And the 3D printing technology actually has a lot of potential to directly cover a three-dimensional body. In Linz, we have the artists Julia Körner, Garnet Goldstein, and Yokai. We will hear Yokai later. And in Linz, it's actually a lot of co-creation between artists and scientists. Garnet Goldstein, she's a lot debating craft. What is traditional craft? In fashion, this means a lot of handwork. Traditional crafts, sewing, stitching, embroidery, if you think of haute couture. And she's opposing this to digital craft. So she's somehow redefining what is craft. Can it also be digital craft? And Julia Körner, she's very well known. I am sure most of you know her project. She's inspired by nature pattern and tries to put them in algorithm. So it's clear that they need to co-work a lot with the scientists. And this is in Hub Linz, I think it's very interesting that the artists, they scientifically look at their work, but also the scientists, they get an artistic view on their technology. So it's also a very interesting exchange in Linz. In Hub Valencia, as I mentioned before, it's from linear to sustainable circularity. We have 4 artists actually working in the Hub Valencia. It's Fabio Molinas, Yuan Song, Elizabeth Chaillot, and Jeff Montes. Fabio we will hear just afterwards. And the project from Jeff Montes, for example, it's also very interesting. In fact, in Hub Valencia, they co-create a lot with nature. Jeff Montes, he developed a special fiber, and the garment, what he develops out of the fiber, is reacting to nature. He puts the garment outside, and the form comes with reacting with nature. Also Fabio Lumias, we will hear him, he works with nature. Yuan Yong, in fact, they take biodegradable waste and cook new materials. And Elizabeth Chaillot, she adds somehow a 4th layer to her garment so that the user in the end can redefine the garment if he wants to change, if he's not happy with a certain design anymore. This brings me now to introduce Fabio Molinas. We will show now his final reframe project. In the Hub Valencia, it's very interesting if we speak about circularity. In fact, in fashion, we talk a lot about the endlessness of resources. We consume at the moment so many clothes that we are quite sure we do not have enough resources in the future to keep up with this. Earth doesn't have it. So Fabio Molinas, he starts with waste. He takes waste as the resources, and I think this is a very contemporary approach. Fabio Molinas, he worked with care applications with the scientist Carmina Ferri and with Belén Hinojosa. Fabio is actually a multi-awarded industrial designer from Sardinia. Today he works in Madrid in innovation projects related to product, interior and strategy design. His passion is to find new ways of using materials, concepts and products. He is interested to give materials a twist of their normal uses. Within Reframe, he creates a new vegan material from cork industrial waste, the cork powder. And now, please enjoy the final presentation of Fabio.
Designer and the co-founder of Lebu Company. We provide eco-fabrics and vegan skin for fashion and design sectors, introducing new application of cork waste in a more ecological way.
Hi, this is Carmina Ferri. I am the founder and CEO of Care Applications Company. We are a technological partner within the Reframe project. We make research and development in ecological processes and equipment for garment finishing. Always caring about the client, the final product, the quality, and the environment. We are in the circular economy as we reuse existing
Care Applications work is to develop new collections. We work together with the customers in order to solving problems and optimizing processes for a more sustainable and innovative products.
Hello, I am Romano Campese, Care Applications CTO, and this is our laboratory.
Together, also with ITEX, we developed a new range of eco-materials from stopper industry leftovers, providing a much more animal-friendly alternative and a more ethical material that protects the environment. I came across this idea because I paid attention to a specific industrial sector, which highly contributes to global warming. In fact, the fashion industry is the second most polluting activity in the world, because it is responsible for 20% of the global waste of water and the 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions. In the last 9 months, I had the possibility to improve the characteristics of the material and design the production process to scale it up and be on market by the beginning of 2021. Cork is a noble material that is extracted from the cork oak, which works as CO2 sink. It cleans the air, and it's important it's harvesting because the more you harvest, the faster it cleans the air. Actual cork companies used to incinerate this powder they don't use for the other production. So all the dangerous gases produced from the combustion and the CO2 that has been previously retained from the plant are released again to the atmosphere. So the implementation of this powder residue provides a greener option for buyers and users when choosing a product to buy, due to its origin and process applied. Avoid from the beginning CO2 additional emissions, since the residue doesn't need to be treated before it uses. During the co-creation with textiles and cork technicians, I started a documental investigation on bio-based fabrics and also patent research to guarantee the state of the innovation among the textile industries. Tests conducted with various techniques such as nanoembolization, lamination, coupling, spray, fouling and flock have shown advantage and also restriction of the state of the material at the beginning of the project. So from there, through laboratory practices, the performance of the material has been improved. I think that all industrial sectors which provide products and services for people have to embrace creativity and also non-conventional thinking when creating new concepts for consumer goods. I believe that art and technology collaboration are currently the perfect match to boost innovation in every sector. In the development of the project, I pay attention to important aspects that became the core values of the entire project. These are the environmental sustainability. In fact, the Lebio fabrics are made from cork stopper waste and biobinders in water solution. So we get a biomaterial with similar properties to animal leather, but totally vegan. Another one is to empower the rural economy. We strongly believe in the local community, helping companies that work with cork to reinvent themselves and be more sustainable. So we buy cork waste from small and middle industry that are difficult to dispose it and create local employment and rebooting some old industries that are stuck in the past. And the last one is the cultural heritage. In fact, we think that it's important to protect our heritage as we pretend to protect our environment. The old techniques of producing cork goods introduced by artisans over the years became the identity of the land. It transmits social values such as inclusion, respect, and the know-how that is handed from a generation to another. So it's important to keep this heritage alive with the support of the latest technology. One of the production lines we developed with my partner Care Application is called NanoCork. It is a natural finish that can be applied directly on garments, using the minimum amount of water and chemical products, proposing a new type of much more sustainable and ad hoc finish process, when it produces only what is needed, without overproduction. It is a great alternative to give new life to clothes and also recovering some garments that have been damaged during the production process in textile factories. And now I leave Belen to explain you the production process of NanoCork.
To carry out the co-creation project with Fabio, first we worked on a formulation that was stable, and after we optimized the eco-finish equipment so that the solution was nebulized in a controlled way. In addition, different fabrics were studied as a substrate to apply the cork. To start the finishing process, the garments are introduced inside the washing machine, rotating without water. The cork solution is introduced into the tank to be dosed by programming the eco-finish system. In a controlled and reproducible way, the EcoFinish system nebulized the cork solution inside the washing machine, creating a mist. This is a sustainable process since only is used what the garments can absorb, saving a large amount of water, product, and energy, with zero waste. The last part of the co-creation process has been adding color to the cork formulation.
So we achieve a biodynamic effect with natural resources and decreasing the production time. Other production lines have been highlighted during the co-creation, and these are the cork skin, a bioskin made of cork particle and eco binders that keep the aesthetic appearance of real leather, plus the back part has a spongy effect like the real animal leather. No other synthetic leather on market has such characteristic, since the fabric is usually seen in the back. And the last one is Neobook, a new vegetal nubuck that imitates the real texture but is made out of bioresources, finding a different way to process the cork in a different production cycle. So we get 3 different finishes from a unique raw material and a higher percentage of bio-based content. We also included a natural essence extracted from cork and Mediterranean plants to enrich the experience of the material. The material, in all its variants, is lighter, more resistant to rubbing and to the cut, and is aiming to decrease the carbon footprint of fashion and design industry and also the production of real leather, which is good for our health but also for our environment, since intensive farming is responsible for 20% of total CO2 in the world. So I highly encourage designers to focus on new production cycle with the help of technology to generate the new eco-consciousness and change the actual fashion model into a more sustainable and ethical system.
Welcome. Welcome.
There were two different things in both. They were the same age. It was kind of like two or three or four. They turned out to be the same hair color. In fact, it was this last emotion he wrote dirt in his lap. His shoulders right down his shirt he pulled off. However, did I still protect him from the wind? Pulled him underneath his coat, which is nice and puts them into some nasty nightmares. What could possibly raining?
Hello and welcome to Ars Electronica 2020. Welcome to the start of a very unusual and for us rather new form of festival. A festival that itself has grown into a huge global network of festivals. A platform for more than 160 project partners and partner institutions who together with us are joining for these next 5 days to celebrate this wonderful world of art, technology, innovation, and who are analyzing and investigating how these new technologies are shaping our world, our society, our culture, and how we as artists, as people from the creative and cultural sector, can contribute to a better, more human development of this digital world. Of course, it has been very much due to the circumstances of the global corona crisis and lockdown that very soon it was clear to us that Ars Electronica this year would have to happen in a completely different way. We would have to go online, of course, something that for Ars Electronica and many of our partners in the digital world is a very usual thing, but none of us has ever made this endeavor, ever gone into this risk of really trying to not only broadcast your own content, not just putting up a local festival and then send it out to the world, but creating a platform where we are not presenting, but sharing, where we are getting in dialogue and communication, in exchange and in interaction. And I think this is one of the most important things that we can do and that we have to do. We see on a global scale how solidarity is going back, how continents, countries are isolating each other, where even now within societies we feel and we see a tremendous amount of extremism, a tremendous amount of loss of faith, loss of trust. And I think in particular art, culture, sciences are those areas of our society, of our world, who depend on exchange and communication and who have to contribute to exchange and communication. And this is actually what this year's Ars Electronica is about. It's not so much about the topics that we are discussing, which are of course very important, but the real topic, the real theme of this year's Ars Electronica is the network. A network that we created all together, a festival that is not a festival from us here in Linz, for you, for the audiences, but a festival that we are doing together, coming together, doing together, working together, talking to each other. I mean, these are the inspiring things of a festival. A festival is never just the program that you present. The quality of a festival depends on the quality of exchange, the possibilities to meet each other, the inspiration that grows out of this coming together. And this was a wonderful experience to see after this very depressing first months of the Corona lockdown, that more and more of you partners were joining us and contributing with your own energy, with your own inspirations, really also helping out to say, okay, yes, this is the direction where we want to go.
We are here on the main square of Linz, the city that has a long tradition in transformation. A transformation that is coined by industry, by other circumstances, but also by the culture and by the arts. And what you see around me is a circle of 120 chairs from the wonderful Baroque monastery of St. Florian. Each chair is representing the absence of the guests that we are normally expecting. But in times like that, where nobody is able to travel, this is a symbol for the beautiful transformation the international crowd is doing normally in this 1 week when Ars Electronica is on in the city of Linz.
Ars Electronica 2020 in
Silicon Valley,
Linz,
Oslo,
Belgrade, Montreal,
Tequila, Riga,
Barcelona,
Auckland, Osaka,
Seoul,
Australia,
Yamaguchi,
Adriatic Sea, Porto, New York, Athens, Moscow, Paris,
London.
Of course, we have important topics to talk, and many of you have in particular addressed the probably most important topic of our times, which is not really the Corona crisis, but even more so the climate crisis, the big environmental disaster that we are going to. And it's exciting to see how many artists, cultural activities are addressing this topic right now. And of course, there is the second very important topic and theme, the conflict between autonomy, democracy, and the digital technologies. Will democracy even be able to survive in the age of social media and artificial intelligence? Will we be able to develop a new understanding of the importance of our autonomy, of our self-determination, as an important part to contribute again to that way how we are developing this digital world. The digital world is, as we all know, no longer just a technical infrastructure. It's really a living space, it's a social space, and it depends on us how we are designing the circumstances under which we can act and live in this space. And we see, of course, these dramatic activities all over the world. We see the huge protests in Hong Kong, we see the big problems in Belarus, we see the problems in many European countries, and of course we have the huge turmoil going on in the US in front of this big election campaign that is going on. All these are areas where we as a society have to take our stand. We have to take up our responsibilities, and we see in all these countries, in all these areas, it's very often the artists, the creative people who are leading the activities, who are going in front, who are using new technologies to empower, to support the communities and their needs and their desires and their fight against oppression. So these are some of the things that will be strongly in the focus of these 5 days. There will be wonderful concert events, performances from many of your countries. There will be exciting views where we can see interesting collaborations of artists and scientists doing new types of research and not only investigating the way how our world is changing, but contributing to it. Art is taking action. This is a very inspiring and very hope-giving development that we could strongly see. In particular, in one of our huge program areas, the Ars Electronica. We have wonderful and exciting prize-winning projects in the Ars Electronica, in the STARTS Prize of the European Commission. These are all projects that really have the power to lead the way for not only here, for us in Austria, but I think for all of us globally. So please take all your energy, your excitement with which you were helping to put these 5 days together. Take it along through the next 5 days. Let's make all together a wonderful and strong festival, a network of festival that is carried on by all of us. And thanks for your contribution.
Welcome back to the session Fashion, Technology and Responsibility. I hope in between you enjoyed the video of Fabio Molinas and the contribution of Gerfried Stocker. So welcome back now. I would like now to introduce the next artist from Hub Linz, and therefore I have a little story. In fact, around 12 years ago, I worked on a European research project in FP6 called Leapfrog. This was a really huge research project with over 23 million budget, with 35 partners, a lot industry partners from fashion. And one of the goals of this project was the robotic sewing. It was an automation of the whole garment development process, but there was also a section about robotic sewing. And I'm still in contact with people from that time, and until today, we do not manage to sew a suit or garments with a robot. There are some solutions, but in a larger series, it's still not possible. But in the Reframe project, we have the Yokai Studio team, and what they manage, it's really impressive. They manage this in an urban manufacturing way, and they manage this because they put the design in the center of their project. So the next project, what we see is Yokai Studios. Behind Yokai is Michael Wieser and Viktor Weichselbaumer. They collaborated with Profactor, with Sebastian Zambal, and with Haratec Guillaume Clément. And Michael and Victor both, they have a background, an artistic background, but also a technology background. And they combine their knowledge to create garments in an automated, local and sustainable way through the use of industrial robots. And the long-term goal is a robot-based automated manufacturing system, which enables the local production and customized clothes. So, hi, Michael. And we are happy now to hear your final presentation.
Of course, let me start. I'm going to share my screen, my presentation, and we'll start now. Okay, hi again everybody. My name is Michael Wieser. I'm one of the founders of Yokai Studios, a small startup based in Linz, and I'm happy to be here today and show our Reframe awarded project, Rethink Manufacturing. So why do we need to rethink manufacturing? As many of you may know, the fashion industry is the second most polluting industry in the world. Employment conditions are not very good. Employees are mostly located in low-wage countries. The European Union and other Western countries outsourced most of the manufacturing of textile goods and lost the know-how to produce them. And they are dependent on open import ways. Bulk production also led to a huge amount of clothes floating on the market, and most of them don't even get sold and get thrown away before they get sold because there are too much, so it's not sustainable at all. We at Yokai Studios, we think the solution will be a digitized and automated urban manufacturing solution where humans and machines work together to produce on-demand and personal clothes. This will lead to affordable local clothing. This will strengthen European competitiveness, extend local value chain, and in our opinion, it will lead to a more sustainable and more durable consumption of clothes. Our vision is a fully integrated production line, which ideally fits into a shipping container to shift production where it's needed. Our vision is also based on 3 pillars: a fully integrated software pack, a smart pattern construction, and a unique joining technology, the so-called Loma bond, which was created in co-creation with our tech partners Profactor and Haratec during the time of Reframe. Let me talk a little bit more about the co-creation and the Loma bond, because we had to test a lot of different materials, we had to test a lot of different methods, and therefore we teamed up with Profactor and Haratec. With Profactor, we did dispensing on textile. With Haratec, we focused on FFF printing on textiles. And with our third tech partner, EMPA, we then tested the samples created in order to figure out which method is most promising and which method should be adapted onto our or into our robotic prototype, into our machine prototype, which was used to produce the final demonstrators in the end. Let me introduce to you now Guillaume Clement, R&D engineer at Haradec. He will talk a little bit about Haradec's part in the project.
Thank you, Michael. So hello everyone, Guillaume Clement here. And yeah, it was very interesting during those now 11 months to work with the Yokai team, because on one side we are technicians all together, but also they also brought the artistic point of view, which was kind of new for us. And we had the possibility to talk together, to talk the same language, and still we could share our different point of views, especially about fashion, which was completely new for us. And yeah, we made different tryouts with the FFF printer with different kinds of material, different kind of fabric, also to print directly on the fabric to bond different kind of fabric together, which was very interesting. We tested a lot of these materials then at EMPA in Switzerland. I mean, the EMPA tested them, and when we found out that the best bonding mechanism was the one with the FFF printer, we decided to go deeper into research and to see what we could achieve with that. That's how, for example, we printed different patterns to join pieces of fabric together, which gave a nice strong bond, for example, and still yet elastic. But we also explored other possibilities with more rigid materials. And also we, for example, stretched fabric directly on the 3D printer, and for this we needed to develop the appliance for it, because no printer is made for that in the beginning, which is also an interesting part of the core research, that we have even to create our own tools to, for example, create in the end this piece of fabric that has been printed flat, and then it just becomes curly and curvy on its own. So creating new shapes, 3D shapes, thanks to 2D tools, just playing around at first and exploring a lot, because this is so new that we have no real idea where we will land. And some of our input was useful to Michael and Victor for their projects, and was very exciting just to have the free playground and to explore together with a nice goal of then making fashion more sustainable, local, and just to think outside of the box. So looking forward for extending this project or for other projects with you guys.
Thank you, Guillaume. Thank you very much. Let me now introduce to you Sebastian Zambal, engineer at Profactor, and he will talk a bit about Profactor's part in the project.
Yes, thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everybody. So in my experience, it was also very exciting to collaborate with Yokai, because at Profactor we do research in materials, robotics and machine vision, but very often we have the kind of conventional industrial setting, I would say. And in the Reframe project we could go a little bit out of our comfort zone, look into that specific world, let's say, of small-scale production, local production, a more flexible production. And yeah, the idea that we have is to be able to reconfigure production lines in the future with small building blocks. So small building blocks that can be used easier by everybody, more or less. Yeah, and in that sense, we initially started to collaborate regarding dispensing in the project. So we did some experiments with applying glue on textiles. And then we had some interesting discussions where we decided to go a little bit also into the sensors kind of topic. So we developed some laser triangulation sensors where we could show that it is possible to really detect shapes of the objects that are produced, and to use these recordings or this recorded data to really make production more adaptive and more robust to situations where the product itself changes for whatever reason. Yeah, so I think to summarize, it was very exciting, and I hand back to Michael.
Thank you, Sebastian. Yeah, as we tested a lot with Profactor and Haradec, we came to the conclusion that the best sample created was a FFF printed one with Haratec. On the slide, the video shows a tensile test done by EMPA, and the chart on the right side shows actual data of the testing results. And I'm very happy to tell you that most of our FFF printed results reached military standard, which is 1,650 Newton per meter. Yeah, that makes me actually very confident that our Loma bond, which we now adapted onto our robotic prototype, will be able to accomplish daily usage and is similar to wear as an ordinary seam. Yeah, as we finished our testing, and yeah, we had to think about a demonstrator, an actual product, and that was the time when COVID-19 came across the corner and everybody had to wear pandemic masks from one moment to another. And there was a huge shortage everywhere. They were sold out everywhere. So we decided it would be the ideal user case to show the flexibility of our on-demand robot-based production. It took us 2 weeks from concept to actual production. You can see it on the video. It's the production of pandemic masks for the reopening of the makerspace where we are located. It's the Grand Garage in the tobacco factory in Linz. We were successfully able to supply masks for the employees of the makerspace for the reopening in June. Yeah, we were very thrilled and excited that our process and our prototype worked out so well that we decided to do another demonstrator for Reframe with the same production method, the so-called Narigama jacket. You see it on the right. It's also a combination of tests we did with Haratec, because there's the actual Loma bond which we use to produce the jacket with our robotic prototype. And also on the cuffs you can see stretched fabrics where we printed onto with Haratec in order to shape them, to give them a 3D shape. I'd like to end my presentation now with a short animation clip we did from the Narigama jacket and our pandemic masks. Thank you very much for having us. Have a good day. Bye.
Thanks to Michael, Victor, Guillaume and Sebastian for this presentation. Now we come to the final presentation of one artist from Hub Berlin. If we think of electronics and textiles, it's a lot about optimization. We know a lot of examples from the sports industry. They capture all kinds of data to improve, to perform better. In fact, it's with regards to fashion, the integration of electronics and especially the interactivity, I think it's the most unexplored. For fashion, it's really a new design element, and Giulia Tomasello with her project, she goes really a different way. That's why I'm really happy for this contribution here. The team, Giulia Tomasello, the team, she worked together with the Fraunhofer IZM, with Christian Diels, and Alma team, in fact, is Giulia Tomasello and Tommaso Busolo, who is here with us. Giulia Tomasello is trained as an interaction designer. Her aim as a designer is to innovate women's healthcare, combining biotechnology and interactive wearables to sparkle critical conversations in feminine hygiene and the surrounding taboos, to raise awareness and provide alternatives to intimate self-care. So hello, Giulia and Tommaso.
Hello everyone. Okay, so welcome. So it's me, it's Giulia Tomasello. I'm an interaction designer. Was based in Berlin until last week to develop the last prototype of Alma. And with me there is Tommaso Busolo, which is the technical and scientific part of the team, and he's a material scientist and actually like finishing his PhD at the University of Cambridge. So today we are gonna share with you the last development of Alma and what we have been doing with the support of Reframe and at Fraunhofer IZM. So Alma is a wearable biosensor that monitors the pH in the vaginal fluids, and that it will aim to empower females, but by let them know in their body. So I'm gonna start with a small little trailer of a documentary that is gonna be online very soon. It's a collaboration with a collective of females called Connecting Females, and it really kind of also gives the feeling of the whole co-creation process that we did in these last 2 months in Berlin and in the last 11 months since October.
Posso dire di conoscere il mio corpo molto bene a causa delle patologie di cui soffro.
Unfortunately, when we were growing up, from my cultural background, they don't talk much about the body, about the female body.
如果有这样一个成熟的产品出现的话，大众会对女性的生理健康不会再是那种闭口不谈。
The reason why probably I started to work on this field was mainly also because we as female, we've never been understood from even simple problems that we have, like suffering during menstruation or actually feeling wet sometimes in the underwear, which is just normal ovulation of your vaginal fluid. The best is going to be to really start slowly to destigmatize society from different point of view and different levels.
Okay, so Tommaso, you can introduce Alma.
Hi everyone, I'm Tommaso, I'm the scientist behind Alma, and today I'm going to start talking to you about like why we started this project and also what the technology really is. Like this project, it started with Julie and I getting together and having a conversation, and when she brought up like her problem about female health, it's sort of, we thought that so many females experience this, that we must do something about this. And we thought of how can we use technology to address these problems. And the more we looked into, the more we understood that actually the problems that Julia was experiencing were actually more common than we thought. 75% of females experience vaginal infection at least once in their lifetime, and 8% of this have recurrent vaginal infections. The big problem in vaginal infections is that there are two types, a fungal and a bacterial infection. And the treatment for each of this is completely different. The important part is understanding which infection each female suffers, but females often don't do this properly because there is a cultural stigma and a taboo around speaking with a doctor or with a pharmacist about their intimate health. So often these things go like unnoticed or so like ignored. So we've built a smart underwear that is able to monitor vaginal fluids in order to tell females which kind of infections they have. And all this data can be easily visualized using an app on their phone. This project has been in collaboration with Fraunhofer IZM, EMPA, and the Carnarian Lab at the University of Cambridge. Since the beginning, we thought a lot about the sustainability of our product, as is in Reframe scope. So with Fraunhofer, we worked a lot on different concepts, different designs. And we settled down for a modular design where the technology is embedded into the gussets of the underwear, where the pH sensor is located, and then the data is transmitted through some conductive wires to a small case where the electronics are kept that is placed in the elastic band of the underwear that can be easily removed when washing is required. The prototype has wireless communication, and we're soon adding wireless charging too. So we're trying to make it as sustainable as possible because we see all the limitations that current fashion technology has, especially towards the environment. The textile-based pH sensor is actually one of the most novel parts of our project because we have created a pH sensor that is normally on a plastic or on a hard surface into a textile form. Our sensor is made of 3 different layers that is placed in the gussets, and the first layer is a moisture absorbing layer where the fluid is initially captured. Then the fluid passes through to the second layer, which is the functional layer where the pH is measured. And then we have a third layer, which is a hydrophobic layer that sort of keeps all the fluid onto the sensor and avoids any leak. And this was done in collaboration with EMPA. We've done testing on these materials. The other part that sort of make ALMA possible are the electronics. So we work with Fraunhofer to use novel technologies such as WISP, which is this microprocessor and other electronics in it that are able to wirelessly charge and transmit data through like a small, very small chip that can be easily integrated on the side of the underwear on the elastic band. And we've tried different types of antennas. We have an embroidered antenna as well as a text PCB antenna that you can see here on the left to sort of see what strategy works best to integrate electronics into textiles. And this big wheel that you see here, it's sort of like the underpinning process, underpinning framework that we've used when making decisions about our product, because we want to consider the people, the planet, as well as the business side and the design side of ALMA, so that we can create the most useful solution for females. We are trying to go beyond what is currently done in female technology. Like, we are trying novel technology, and we know that these are just our first steps. We are excited because we see the potential of this, but also we started to recognize more gaps in female technology. In particular, we've done a lot of research trying to understand where can we add value with ALMA, and which other conditions do females experience that are underserved. So we looked at 3 different things. First, how can we improve vaginal infection detection? Second, we looked at heavy menstrual bleeding, which is a condition where females experience a large volume of blood, which is very hard to quantify, and doctors often don't really understand or believe females when they report this. And then finally, we're looking at menopause. And this is a particularly interesting topic because the world demographic is aging, as well as like technology doesn't consider this a very interesting or sort of attractive field. So we really want to bring something novel into this. So ALMA is moving forward. There are many directions, and we are excited to share them with you.
As you can imagine, we were not only me and Tommaso, or mainly not only me in Berlin. And actually, through Reframe, we managed to build a team of quite many people that I will show you later. So this in particular is the co-creation process that happened in Berlin at Fraunhofer IZM from July until August, when I was available to travel again. And you can see that we have been really trying to use different departments as well, which it was quite a curiosity to really go from the textile lab to the chemistry lab to really develop the old sensor, especially because Tommaso was supposed to code the sensor, but in Cambridge everything was stuck at the moment. So me, Christian, Dils from Fraunhofer at ZM, and actually Tobias Schmidt, we really developed the coating of the sensor as a new technique. And then with Raphael, the electric engineer, Robin, the product designer, and Max, which is also another mentor from Fraunhofer, we really try to co-design together the whole system, also from an eco perspective point of view, as Tommaso was mentioned with the planetarium. And the main co-creation part that we developed is the participatory design that we did with females. So we prepared a project in a laboratory called Alma Meets Flora, which looked like two women meeting up, but actually it's Alma the sensor meeting the vaginal flora. And what we did, we ran a workshop, and this somehow this visual really shows somehow what we have been talking through. So we have been talking through like different products that exist in the market, the stigma and taboo that are actually in our education and why there are. And what you can imagine is that most of the time when you put some female together, it's difficult to let them talk and feel comfortable, but trust me, like at the beginning, it takes time. And indeed, the first exercise that we do, and you can see in this video, is kind of a trust and contact exercise. And then we really go through 3-5 hours of workshop to understand how to co-develop this new product like Alma. And the workshop since October has been run in different countries all over the world, from Rio de Janeiro, like Thailand, Malaysia, Switzerland, Italy. Just Sunday, we did another workshop in Italy again. So we are really open to really investigate how the user can help us to develop technology in intimate healthcare, which is something very challenging. But at the same time, we hope that it could really help female to be aware of their own body and be curious in order to take care of themselves in first. And this is actually a trailer of Alma Meets Flora documentary, which you can find in my Vimeo channel. It's a long documentary also of the whole workshop of 70 minutes, and it's very also passionate. I will suggest you to watch. And with the workshop during pandemic, it was not very easy to do it. So we did an online version of the workshop, but we also launched a survey, which is still online, and which I will suggest you to join if you're interested. And through the survey and the workshop, you can understand that we really gather many data from a quantitative and qualitative level, that we, with the help of a medical anthropologist, Isabel, in the team, we really try to deconstruct and understand how those different workshops help us to develop a methodology of language. Because this is the point, like, unfortunately, if intimate healthcare is a taboo, if it's difficult for us as female even to talk with our peers, is because there is not a language. So with this workshop, we really wanted to create a methodology and a way to let female to express. And what is happening, and this is a spoiler, we are preparing a book. So we are preparing a book that really shows how it's important to co-design with user in order to develop technology. And we will bring Alma as an example that we are actually developing. And with the whole co-design, there was also a lot of investigation into the inclusivity of clothing and how actually the garment itself can be a tool to let female be empowered and at the same time feel comfortable with a possible technology that can get really closer to the body. We have been collaborating with a clothing designer, Silke Oxman, which she also worked very much in inclusivity in females. And we really try to develop, in this case, like we developed 4 pairs of underwears, as you see, from the red, the green, purple, and off-white, that are also with 2 different styles, 50 to be a bit more female, and a basic one that can somehow give a different feeling on how different females would love to wear Alma. And it has been a very long collaboration, which I'm sure it will continue even more, because this, of course, is just the first step. And what you can see as a ribbon coming out from the underwear is actually kind of a trademark or showing that the technology is there. And also what probably will kind of become a bit more special for Alma underwear. And this is another collaboration and co-creation that we did with 11 fashion designers. They are coming from all over the world, actually from 9 different countries. And it was an invitation call to develop the artistic and speculative prototype of Alma. And it's amazing to see the result. So we developed like this collaboration in 2 months, and actually now they are like they send me all the prototypes. So we are planning to do with this 11 pieces like a performance, and to see how really we can push forward technology in intimate health, also from an artistic point of view, which is still very difficult to see, and especially also from also a catwalk, let's say, performance. And so this was our collaboration in rethinking the fashion. That was also very important from the reframe call. And this is the team. So as I told you, we are many and various from different backgrounds. So I'm gonna just like briefly go through. Eve, which is a biotechnologist research assistant. Silke, the clothing designer. Rio is a physicist and a PhD at University of Cambridge. Isabel, which is a medical anthropologist. Me, Taura Stolnionis, which is the graphic designer of Alma. Julia, which is the product design research assistant. Rafael, the electric engineer. Tommaso, here, and Robin, the product designer that helped us through the whole project. So thank you very much. Thanks to Reframe, to Fraunhofer, to EMPA, Werit, and the University of Cambridge, and everyone that really supported us through, and also to all the females that are helping us to co-design, and that will hopefully like help us also in the future, because we really would love to have an impact soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you for presenting your final work. We should now be all together, and we have a few minutes left for questions. I see Giulia and Tommaso. Is there also Fabio and Carmina and Michael? Otherwise, we start with you, Giulia. Yeah, everybody's here. Is Fabio here? Carmina is here, and Fabio should be here as well. As we have not met Fabio and Carmina in person yet, is Fabio coming? Otherwise, I start with you, Carmina. Fabio is here. Hey. Thank you also for your video contribution, Fabio and Carmina. I have a question to Fabio. What was actually the biggest challenge for you to develop the cork leather? What was your experience?
Hola, hello,
Hola.
Everybody. Can you see me? Sorry.
Yes, we see you, Fabio.
Okay.
Yeah, everything fine.
What was the question? What was the challenge?
What was the biggest challenge for you to develop this cork material? Because I think it's really amazing how you started from a waste product to have, for me, a product ready to market. It looks like this to me.
Yes. Well, the biggest challenge was to use the technology and to find the perfect process in order to use this powder, which is useless in its natural state. So we did with IPEX and care application a lot of tests, and also we blend technology in order to stabilize this waste, these particles, and make them more elastic and also resistant, because remember that is a waste that normally is burned, and it has no any values, how to say, characteristic, and so it's basically a filler for something. But with the help of biobinders and also other kind of technologies, and also the temperature that is very important, we could transform and make at the end this particle suitable for stretching and also inking and coloring. So for me, the most stressful part was the research and development part, that was never ending, because before to find the right composition, we did like hundreds of other tests. So it was a never ending, but at the end, we found the perfect composition to be stable and be produced, because the big challenge was also the industrialization, because I used to do it at home. That was in a way, but then when you jump to the providers and also to the technology, to the industry, it totally changed. So this project was very good. The program also was very good, because we could fill this gap between art and industrialization, which is always what is missing, no, in a design world. So yes, we did it, and we still are improving the material, but the most difficult was to transform it in something that is usable, basically.
Yeah, it's really impressive to what you arrived in developing this material. And Carmina, because we speak here about savings to traditional processes, so in the development, if you compare what you do with the cork material, the treatment, how much are your savings to traditional processes? How much sustainable is this process?
Well, hello to everybody. Well, it's really a big jump, because, well, first we had to work, as Fabio said, with the formulation, then if this was sprayable or not. After we try our technology to nebulize, and as was shown in the video, the nebulization system creates a mist inside the washing or dyeing machine, with the garments rotating. The garments are absorbing slowly the particles, so we only apply what the garments are able to absorb. So we are saving a significant quantity of water, chemicals, energy, and also in the water treatment plant, because we are not discharging anything. So if we compare, if we would compare hypothetically the system, the applying the cork in bath or by nebulization, we would save about 90% of water, 85% of energy. Chemicals, we are talking about 85%, and also in water treatment, 90% water. So it's significant savings.
Now, very interesting. I really hope that now you can go next step and bring it on the market. I think it looks really ready and interesting. But if we speak about sustainability, there are the traditional sustainability aspects with regards to material. But there's also a social way of sustainability. So my next question is a little bit for Michael and his team. I don't mean it so mean, but if you speak about new manufacturing, if you speak with the activists in Bangladesh, they try to protect the production there. They do everything to keep some kind of production, even if we say, wow, it's really not good what they are doing. So where do you see the niche exactly of the development chain, what you are doing? Because it's really impressive if you think, wow, you have a cell and you could just bring it somewhere and somebody could launch a production. So how is this in contrast to the productions in Bangladesh? What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, of course, I agree that these jobs are totally necessary, and we don't aim to make a lot of people unemployed. So actually, we clearly addressed a market from personalized clothes, like mid-range to small quantities or mid-range quantities. We clearly want to develop a system where humans work with machines and not machines that wipe out labor. It's not meant as another tool for mass production, and it's clearly not possible to adapt it as a mass-producing machine, actually. So we clearly position ourselves in the niche of co-working machines and humans, empower small and mid-range sized labels or individuals to produce their products. And yeah, I think no worries at all that we are not working on making people unemployed. So it's the future in a way.
No, I think it's really a very contemporary approach. And maybe to Sebastian and Guillaume, what do you think from the development of the material? How far are we from a kind of production for really bringing it on the market? Could you already put this to really produce garments? Because we also have the impression you made tests and it's already quite ready.
Guillaume, I think you are the...
I had no idea to whom I asked.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we have solutions that are working. We have found correct combinations of materials and process that are working indeed. But there are also other challenges to address, like the wearability, the comfort, the wearability tests that have not been made yet so far. I know, even though that's of course on the plan. So we still have a lot of things to try out, and quite a lot of things have to be finalized and have to be fine-tuned. So I'd say that in 1 year it'll be too early, but in a few years I think it's then much more thinkable that it's a possible way to go. The other question is also that it needs to find its place on the market, right? Because it's nice if we have an awesome product, but if nobody wants it, then it's just for nothing. So also the mindset of the users and the sellers and the fabricants have to change and to be worked on, I'd say, so that these technologies with its advantages can then go to the more open market and can find its place in the broader audience. So from the technique, I would think that the rough lines are, roughly it's ready. It needs to be fine-tuned, as I said, but then you have a whole bunch of other parameters to take into consideration for an access to the market.
And maybe for Sebastian, do you also see potential? I mean, Linz is not really the fashion area. It's not a fashion capital, far away. But do you see potential also like for Profactor to have more projects in this direction? These production cells for fashion application, is this something you concentrate?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. So this reconfiguration of production machines, let's say, or components that can be reused, I think that's very interesting. And we're also looking a little bit into this whole machine learning topic. And I think that's, this is only starting now. I mean, everybody's talking about it, but it's there are some obstacles where you need to really bring that technology to the market and make it available for a large number of people. So, like for example, if we're talking about machine learning, you need a lot of training data, which is sometimes for niche applications. It's very difficult to have. So there are lots of training data for things like people tracking, skeleton tracking, that's well known, but there is a lot of training data for that. And for niche products, it's difficult to get that data. And yeah, we have some ideas on how to do that using partially artificial data and things like that, so that we can also bring that technology to a niche application.
Super. Actually, we are already running a little bit out of time and we have a very tight schedule, but I want to also ask Julia, what are the next steps for ALMA?
Well, we briefly mention them in the presentation. Physically, we are now producing a book, which is really going to show all the analysis that we have been running through from the Alma Meets Flora workshop and survey, and that really shows how a project like Alma could impact different females over the world and how. So maybe for some of them, the product could be the best solution. For others, maybe a more digital educational platform that can really actually impact them first in the educational level and then let them understand how a technological product can also be useful. And from a more bigger perspective, we noticed that Alma is becoming really a space for empowering female through technology. So technology is going to be our tools, and the methodology of language, so the education is also going to be another, the way that we will create this awareness for women, for females. So we are just excited, I have to say, because we want to continue, like we enjoyed the time at Fraunhofer like a lot, because it was a sprint, like in 2 months, we really developed a lot and we are very, very happy. So we are now looking for further opportunities to really bring forward like the educational section, the research, scientific research, but also the all technological development.
Very interesting. I really wish you a lot of success for the future of your projects, and I hope we keep in touch in the Reframe family, STARTS family. Finally, I would like to thank everybody who was listening the last 1.5 hours, and thanks especially to the European Union, also the STARTS initiative to finance this project. I think for fashion, it's really an important step to have this research, to renew fashion. And I would like to show the slide. Do we see the slide? We have the next call open until end of September. So to artists, designers interested in fashion designers, please apply. We are looking forward to the next 10 artists who we receive then in autumn. And finally, I would like to invite you once more to the talk of Otto von Busch. Thank you very much for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the journey of the Adriatic Garden. The Adriatic Garden Aqua Forensic 2.0 program, presented at the Ars Electronica Festival 2020, focuses on ecological and climatic changes and challenges of the Adriatic Sea. Within the project, we would like to give special attention to the values of care, compassion, environmental justice, action-taking and cooperation with the world's rivers, lakes, wetlands, seas, oceans, aquatic flora, fauna and minerals. Adriatic Garden Aqua Forensic 2.0 connects two places by the Adriatic Sea: Dubrovnik, Croatia, where Gino Šutić is hosted by the UR Institute, and Koper, Slovenia, where Robertina Žibjanić is hosted by PINA. The framework of the Adriatic Garden project is Aqua Forensic, an ongoing art and science research method. The Adriatic Garden is a platform which hosts a wide array of activities: exhibitions, installations, panel discussions, workshops, and much more, while enabling audiences to immerse themselves in the underwater world of the sea, as well as listen to the soundscapes under, above water, in the sonic wilderness of the Adriatic. The sound program featuring guest artists is co-curated by Manja Ristic from the Croatian island of Korčula and Robertina. Within the scope of their works, actions and research in the Aqua Forensic framework, the artists attempt to shed light on the presence of invisible pollutants in the water environment, which are of anthropogenic origin. mostly pharmaceutical or chemical. We have been and will continue organizing open panel discussions which connect various locations of the Adriatic Sea. In the panel, which is part of the Adriatic Garden project, we extensively focused on the values the project aims to stress, namely care, kindness, compassion, environmental justice, action-taking, and cooperation with the Adriatic Sea and its creatures. In discussion with local experts and citizens, we have delved into the anthropo-socio-technological relationship with the sea, described the impact our enterprises have on waters, as well as addressed the issues we have to tackle to achieve sustainable collaboration among researchers, artists, institutions, and citizens who work in the field of maritime research and conservation. We all have the capacity to pause, listen, observe, and recognize the diversity and quality of the present environment. The aquaforensic aims to encourage global and local audiences to familiarize themselves with the topics of water pollution and climate change, as well as actively engage in community work on these issues through citizen science-oriented workshops. Scientific environments provide the sophisticated tools needed to undertake analysis and build predictive ecological models. Citizen science communities and their DIY approach serve to collect data, conduct local observations, and provide insight into the historical patterns of change. They are thus of great importance to the project. Art, science, and citizen science coalesce within the framework of Adriatic Garden Aquaforensic 2.0, opening up a wider discussion about our solidarity and empathy with waters beyond human perception. From the micro level, viruses, bacteria, and other microorganisms to the largest organisms in the oceans. Aquaforensic. It's a voyage into the relationship between the microbial seas and humans who are aquaforming the water habitats all around the planet. The question is, how do the oceans feel our impact?
Andrea Ling has received the STARTS Prize 2020 for artistic exploration for her work Design by Decay, Decay by Design. The exceptional architect, researcher, and installation artist has worked with Philip Beasley Architect and also for the Mediated Matter Group at the MIT Media Lab. She was a 2019 Ginkgo Bioworks creative resident, exploring how to design the decay of artifacts in order to access material circularity. We are looking forward to our presentation.
So I am Andrea, and I'm an architect, an installation artist, and I have a background in human physiology and cell research. And so I currently work at the intersection of design, fabrication technologies, and the biological sciences. After I graduated, I spent 3 years working for Philip Beasley, working on a series of immersive interactive sculptures for that Philip considers as near living in their ability to respond and change with human presence. And so these are some of the drawings and documentation that we would do for him. And what's interesting about these sculptures is that he considers them near living because they don't just enclose the human body, but instead often you interact with it, and they often encroach on the human body. And I also worked on a series of plastic textiles for his first collaboration with Iris and Herpin. So at the same time as working for Philip, I had my own design practice with some friends. We work mostly in public art, and we do these really large-scale kinetic installations that we're concerned about maximizing the amount of connection and interaction that people have with artwork and maximizing interactivity. And some of them are still under construction today. And so I was this architect who had a general interest in designing responsive environments and responsive skins. And combined with my science background, that led me to become a research assistant for the Mediated Matter group at MIT. And so I'm sure most of you are familiar with Mediated Matter. It's led by Neri, Oxman, and it's a group of architects, scientists, computational designers, and engineers that work together on projects that leverage nature as a design partner and fabrication partner. And so the group will develop platforms to work with biological agents like insects or microbes and other biologically derived materials as design agents to access the built-in responsivity and liveliness from these systems. So you can see here, this little silkworm, when we removed his Z-axis, he needs to find, he still wants to spin, he has to spin or else he'll die. And instead of spinning the cocoon, if you he'll just do a planar surface once you remove his branch. But my main project in Mediated Matter was on the biomaterials team, working on Aglaia 1, which is a series of artifacts in a 5-meter tall pavilion that's made out of biocomposites. And so this is the project team, and I want to stress that this is a group project that took over 2 years. It took like 4 full-time research assistants and a bunch of part-time people to do this scale of work. And it took like different skills in computational design, fabrication, material science, and architecture to do this. And so the project is the development of this water-based composite system of natural sugars of chitosan, cellulose, and pectin that can be 2.5D printed with this custom robotic fabrication system. And it forms a set of artifacts and then this tall pavilion. And the lines here. And these are the artifacts that we printed over the span of 2 years, testing things like different material compositions and different type of tool paths to see what we can do with this material. And what's interesting is that these composites are just complex sugars, and so they give us a water-dependent system that's biodegradable and biocompatible. And so here's the custom robotic fabrication system that was developed by Jorge and Daniel. It's capable of depositing different proportions of different materials in specific locations in order to vary mechanical properties and material properties. So I'll put different amounts of different things in different areas, but all as one functionally graded object. And so, yeah, you can functionally grade these composites at architectural scale by designing things like material composition, tool path, and preconditions. And then you can get this library of like strength, color, translucency, flexibility, and other properties. And this is all done just playing with the ratios of these 3 base ingredients and the physical parameters around those ingredients. Yeah, and so because we could functionally grade these materials, my question was how to make the most of behavior such as this, where you can get differential deformation based on material composition. And could you design things like responsivity and degradation rate as induced by humidity or water? So how could you respond to like slowly failing structural capacity that occurs in response to these changing environmental conditions? So I extended this work further during my creative residency at Ginkgo Bioworks. So Ginkgo is a synthetic biology company. They design organisms or the metabolites of organisms, and they can do their design work at scale with the use of automation. So that means they can test many different versions of organisms fairly rapidly and much more quickly than we could do so in an artisanal lab. So they're starting to look more seriously at bioremediation as a research and as a business path. And they're exploring new ways that their technologies can assist in designing this remediated carbon cycle of the future. So they host this residency every year to explore with art and design the potential that synthetic biology and genome engineering can have on designing sustainable futures. So Ginkgo's theme for my year was how to design a world without waste. And so my response is to reframe the nature of waste as something that's both unavoidable and unacceptable. So it's unavoidable in that currently as an architect and as a designer, all I do is design waste or what will be waste. And it's unacceptable in that with proper design, I think waste should not exist. So I wanted to design waste as nature designs it. So not only as a product of breakdown, but also as inputs for renewal. And so design by decay is a series of artifacts that exhibit design decay. So I would incorporate enzymes, bacteria, and fungus, and other biological agents into the material as ways of decomposing and composing matter at the same time. Some of the questions I had were, could you spatially and temporally guide when and where decay might occur? And could you harness it so that, like in nature, it can be used constructively and able to assist in the creation of new artifacts or change existing ones while degrading matter? And then also, given that autonomous biological organisms are the decay agents, how can a designer accommodate agency and variation within the design process where the unexpected might result, but you are still okay with that? So the base material system I was using was the one that I learned how to use in mediating matter, so chitosan, cellulose, pectin. And in the first set of samples, I took enzymes that were derived from fungus and human saliva and integrated them into the biocomposites. And with some sort of crude spatial and temporal control, in order to transform the material rather than simply destroy it. And so I was trying to employ degradation as a fabrication process. And so the deterioration that results is tunable.
Hi guys, sorry for the delay in connecting. We have a very busy day here.
That you keep the active enzyme on the material and which enzyme you use. And so the areas with the kind of powdery residue is what you see where the enzymes are working. And as a point of comparison, I laser cut a bunch of the biomaterial samples as well. So I would create these really industrially precise pieces so that when I compare them with the enzyme ones, the enzyme degraded lines were of very poor resolution as the enzymes would diffuse through like these semi-lit colloids, and then you would get much more blurry lines. But I think it's still usable if you adjust expectation. And so some of the more compelling results were with these little tripod structures I was making, where I used the enzymes to subtract holes from the material or like subtract some of the perimeter material. And so the objects created, although they're not identical, they're similar enough to each other that I could aggregate them with some sort of consistency. In the second set of tests I was doing, I learned how to work with different strains of Streptomyces, which is a common soil bacteria, and it's a secondary decomposer that produces and jasmine is the compound responsible for soil smell. And so Natsai Chiesa used the same bacteria during her residency at Ginkgo to naturally dye silk with these bacteria, and she made these beautiful textiles. And so I wanted to use the same bacteria to transform cellulose and other different bioplastics. So I was able to culture the Streptomyces in sterile conditions onto plain cellulose and into like wood substrates, except it was very, very difficult to get any of the Streptomyces to grow on the bioplastic. So I only got it to work a few times. And so while we knew that the bacteria that I was using was capable of producing cellulases and chitinases and then theoretically feed on these materials, sterilizing these composites without damaging them or producing toxic residues was an issue, as was like figuring out ways of precisely controlling where I'm pipetting, if I'm doing it by hand. And so I was testing different means of spatial templating with the materials, changing my pipetting technique to using antibiotics in certain areas to inhibit colonization and decomposition. And I was also exploring using Ginkgo's automation equipment to pipette in a more spatially precise manner. And so my hope for these tests was that I could transform this cocoon structure that I had designed that was made out of the biocomposites, and that as it decayed, I could change the color into a deep indigo with time. But it didn't work. And so I had, I made this thing and I took some test strips and sterilized them and incubated them over 30 days. And what resulted was this white mold and no evidence of the streptomyces. And so I think it was really interesting lesson in kind of doing this work in a BL1 lab rather than simply like burying my samples out in the soil where, because what I was working with wild strain bacteria, and I was just asking them to do what they would naturally do on like a dead tree stump or like decaying leaves or rotting fruit outside. But because I was doing it in these really artificial conditions of a lab environment that demands sterilization, that grow predominantly monocultures, that are sensitive then to contamination by stronger strains of things, it seemed to hinder rather than enable the growth of any of these bacteria. And so it was a really interesting lesson on kind of the limitations of wet lab work and how artificial the setting is and how things don't work as they do outside in nature sometimes. And what was also interesting is that it allowed this other species of mold to flourish instead. So my final set of tests was using different types of mold to decay objects in design patterns or like onto wood carvings. So I used Aspergillus niger, which is a black mold, and Trichoderma viride, a green mold. And so these the fungus are extremely effective decomposers. And they're very hardy and resilient. And so they will probably outcompete any other strains of things out there. And so here I was testing if I could spatially guide where the mold could grow and see at what point overgrowth would occur and like what conditions would encourage the molds to stay in the original pattern. And then I also tried co-culturing the different fungi in over the span of a month into these large wooden blocks that have been computationally designed to increase the surface area for maximum colonization. And so the Aspergillus colonized the block within a week, and then the Trichoderma needed 2 more weeks before you can start seeing the green areas. And the growth pattern was interesting in that I had plated the different species in different valleys, but they would really start to mix together as they developed. Then I had these 2 other blocks that showed really heavy contamination with other species, but were also interesting. So I think the point of this project was not to develop a product, but instead outlines a process by which we could create artifacts where decay is built in. So not only as a means of disposal, but also as a potential fabrication process where you could transform objects in ways that are still acceptable to the user. And these transformations are not always predictable or standardized, which is very inconvenient for industry. But given the state of climate crisis we're in, I don't think we can design primarily for human convenience anymore. And I think our current paradigms of design are insufficient in addressing climate crisis because they're founded on these premises of extraction and very narrow definitions of efficiency that are somewhat myopic. And they fail to look at ecological consequence. So it's why I'm interested in designing systems using biological entropy as a means of accessing new means of organization or construction is that I think they offer new paradigms. So much of my focus is on developing fabrication techniques that allow for regenerative construction and design, and that address modes of production, consumption, and disposal all together holistically rather than separately. And so my goal for these material systems and these biological agents is not to create this zero carbon footprint project or upcycle waste into new products, but instead it's to support a different mode of design where the process of making something and then breaking it is provisional rather than just consumptive. And so design by decay means working at this intersection of design, fabrication, and biology to develop ways of redistributing value away from permanent materials that might destroy ecosystems onto these transient ones that could potentially restore them. And so finding some sort of philosophical as well as practical value in designing responsivity, degradation, and renewal into man-made objects. And so I'll end with, Ginkgo is this company that designs life. And so they understand how in synthetic biology, long-term success comes from working in symbiosis with the underlying logic of natural systems, rather than trying to subjugate them to human will. And so as a classically trained architect, I'm used to having precise control over my output. You can kind of see that in my working drawings. And so the struggle for a design practice like this is for me to learn how to accept all the embedded tensions where material and biological agency will sometimes work in contradiction to what I've planned or what I'm comfortable with. But if you learn to accept all these inconveniences and even work with them, I think, using decay to facilitate renewal offers like extraordinary advantages, such as access to circular systems, and the ability to grow, adapt, and reproduce out of garbage, and providing this resilience that's not found in industrial systems. And so I'm really looking at ways of shifting design away from these extractive paradigms with very narrow definitions of efficiency towards maybe softer paradigms that first address ecological consequences in order to take care of social and economic ones. And this is, my last image, where part of the inspiration for my project was this 70,000-year-old Bradshaw rock painting in Australia that's super vibrant despite its age. And they're really vivid because the original pigments had been decomposed, hundreds of centuries ago. And so the original pigments decomposed and eaten by a symbiotic community of black fungus and red algae, and then that stayed within the confines of those drawings for thousands of years. And they're symbiotic and growth conservative, and so they just stayed there and they feed each other and support each other into this like human-made drawing. And it creates this material system that has existed far longer than any man-made system. And so it might seem odd for an architect to promote the design of transience as a design solution, but I think when working with natural systems, it's the fact that nature's materials degrade and can reorganize that allow for a systems level longevity that's based out of renewal rather than static robustness. And this longevity is something that man-made materials are not capable of. Yeah, and that's it. So thank you. Yeah.
We kicked off today's conference program with an exploration of how art thinking and interdisciplinary collaboration can trigger innovation processes, and are now circling back to this idea with a 2-hour session on how artists and artistic practice can play a role in urban planning and the design of future cities. This panel is presented by Garden Avignon by French Tech Grand Provence in collaboration with Beaux-Arts, the Center for Fine Arts, who are hosting the Garden Brussels, both of whom have been part of the network of the S+T+ARTS initiative for many years. The upcoming keynote, panel, and talk will focus on questioning how artists can be involved in creating new imaginaries for urban development and collective and participatory systems. We're also going to hear about a new residency program hosted and organized by Fondation Fermanco and Sony Computer Science Labs in Paris, tackling the topic of mobility as artistic strategy.
So,
Hello, hello all, and welcome to this START session, Art and Tech for Urban Resilience, co-organized by French Tech Grande Provence and Beaux-Arts for this very special edition of Ars Electronica Festival. So I am Marie Albert. I manage European Transdisciplinary Innovation projects at French Tech Grande Provence in south of France, and I'm very happy to be here today with such high-level START partners from all over Europe, artists, policymakers, researchers, artistic directors, innovators, to discuss this major subject of how and with whom we want to shape the future of our cities. A few days ago, I had this chat with an artist, and we discussed about the notion of human well-being. She was telling me that she had this feeling that this notion has been totally left behind within the last months and with the health crisis. And preparing this session, I was thinking about it and asking myself what was needed for well-being in cities. Health, for sure, but also transparency, democracy, trust, beauty, diversity, safety, a complex combination of things that cannot be created through a unique point of view, but as contrary by a multiplicity of visions and skills. And I think this is precisely what we are going to talk about now with our amazing speakers. So thank you all for being there. We will start the session with an inspiration keynote of Francesca Bria, the president of the Italian National Innovation Fund, who is also a Great Starts ambassador. Then we'll go on with a panel moderated by Anastasio Stelios, who is professor of architectural design at the School of Architecture of Thessaloniki. Then we'll end by a short session to launch a new STARTS residency open call on urban mobility, hosted by Foundation Fimaco and Sony Computer Science Lab. So I will now leave the floor to Paul Dujardin, Artistic Director of Beaux-Arts, for his welcome word before we dive into the session with Francesca Bria. So hello, Paul, and let me end with a big thanks to Beaux-Arts team for having set up this program with us.
Thank you, Marie, for introducing this evening's program. I'm myself very happy to be able to launch this event as part of the participation of Beaux-Arts in the Ars Electronica Festival, happening digitally this year. Ars Electronica and Beaux-Arts have been close partners for many years now, and we are involved in many European projects together, and of course, namely in the STARTS program. And STARTS is a program by DG Connect that connects artists with technologists and industrialists. We believe that the creativity of artists leads to innovation, or let's say, progress in society. Artists and speculative designers co-create with technologists new products and processes that are more humane. And I guess this is also the question when we go into the topic of smart cities, a term that is still controversial these days. When technology was used for smart cities, it resulted more in the top-down processes. And the technology was used to make transport, waste management, and migration more efficient. But these should go further. Technology should be used for the common good and can also help humans. When artists talk about technology, they are mostly critical, and with good reasons. It's the most, and it is the question if smart technology are beneficial to humankind or not. Via the STARTS program, artists are directly involved in innovation processes and the development of new technologies. STARTS give them this place. I give two winning examples of the START Prize. The first is the Precious Plastic Universe project, developed open source recycling machines and online tools so that everybody in the city can recycle plastic at home. The second, the Code of Conscience project, developed open source tools that allow the citizens to map heavy transport in protected natural environments of close city centers. They are not allowed to be there. These are interesting examples because they are bottom-up approaches and lead to more sustainable relations between technology, the natural environment, and citizens. I guess this will be also the topic of today's discussions. How can intelligent machines make our life more enjoyable, equal, inclusive, and ecological? Let's not be too critical and stand aside while engineers and policymakers try to develop these things. But let's take part in their creation. Colas, for example, one of our major architects, has been extremely critical towards smart cities. In Canada, I discovered the AI for the Good project. They were making technology that make it easier for migrants to find their way in our bureaucracies. This is the way we have to move. And the inclusion of artists is important to reach that. Some of them are highly skilled in digital technologies. They look differently towards society and come up with interesting ideas that engineers and ICT experts would never have thought of. However, it is not an easy process, and many things are at stake in these collaborative practices. Today, we are more than honored to be part of the Ars Electronica Festival and to be able to be part of this global art and science technology network. And we are also glad to be able to create synergies between the two STARS exhibitions that will open in a few weeks. The one in Romainville, close to Paris, organized by our friends from French Tech, and the one in the Center for Fine Arts, Beaux-Arts, of course, opening on 25th September, where the winners of the STAR Prize 2020 will be displayed alongside STAR Prize 2019 and many other fascinating art and science projects meticulously selected by the team at Beaux-Arts Lab. And highly recommended you to visit the exhibition as from September 26. There will be a virtual guided tour online. Beaux-Arts has always had the mission of giving the role to artists and researchers to be central actors of societal questionings. And today, before our panel discussion, I would like to introduce you to Professor Francesca Bria for an introductory keynote. Francesca Bria was a Chief Digital Technology and Innovation Officer for the city of Barcelona in 2018. And she founded the Decode project, a peer platform for the participation of citizens in tomorrow's urban planning decision. She has put a great effort in claiming data sovereignty for the people of Barcelona and is convinced of the importance of involving the citizens in technology developments and preserving our democratic rights. Dear Francesca, I leave you the digital floor, please.
Okay, I think they have to activate my video from the centrally because you took it away from me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Francesca. And
okay,
yes,
fantastic. Okay,
it's
right.
gonna work.
So I'm gonna share now my slides. And now you can see the slides also. It's very good. Okay.
It's
so
perfect,
thank you.
Francesca.
Yeah, fantastic. So thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very honored to be here. And thanks for Paul for the very good introduction and also for outlining part of my work. So let me start first of all by saying that I'm very happy to speak here because I think this year Ars Electronica Festival, it's truly exceptional. not only because it happens in a distributed and digital way with 120 cities participating. I think this probably is the first experiment of such an endeavor. I don't recall something like this happened before. But also, I think it's a unique festival because it interrogates us and it brings together artists, policymakers, technologists, and creatives in a post-pandemic phase to really fight against many of the emergent crises that we are facing, and to think about how do we respond to this crisis in a new way? How do we articulate a new direction for society? And especially how we fuel a new social imagination, which I think we really need to put forward the radical and looking to the future ideas that will project us into a society that's more equal, more diverse, more digital, more democratic, and carbon future. And obviously, I think that we all saw during this pandemic in particular, and probably we can define this pandemic as the first crisis of the Anthropocene. And we understand that there has been a profound link between the pandemic, the climate crisis, and the impoverishment of biodiversity, and that we are facing a triple crisis at the moment, that is a public health crisis, a climate emergency, and an economic crisis. And we see, of course, the interlinking of this situation, which is giving rise to increasing inequalities. So this is a strong call to transform our cities towards becoming climate neutral, but also to do that including people and thinking about social equality and social justice. And let me just say that I think also this pandemic has exposed our fragility and vulnerability as societies. And it highlights also the social and economic difference amongst people in status, in habitat, racial differences, access to resources. And we saw that most people hit by the pandemic crisis are also the most vulnerable communities that have less possibility, for instance, to access of public health care, services, social security, and even differences in race and gender. So I think also it is important to look at the big picture, and we should not underestimate the big transformation, the structural shift, the structural economic shift that society is undergoing with the shift to the robot economy, with robotization, artificial intelligence, and massive computation, with also automation of industrial production and manufacturing, which is transforming our society and our industry in real life application, from precision agriculture to mobility to deep learning in healthcare, access to food that will be different, also because of the interplay of these new technological infrastructures. And I think the big question that we're facing in this new techno-economics change is if digitalization will exacerbate the existing problems and crises, or it can help us to lay the foundation for a renewal of Europe. And how do we want this renewal to happen? Of course, we do have many challenges that we are facing, also at the kind of macroeconomic and geopolitical level. The first, I think, big challenge is that we are facing an unprecedented industrial concentration when we are talking about the digital economy, and probably unprecedented corporate monopoly power. So also reflecting upon this question during the pandemic, all of us have been really pushed into a kind of forced digitization. And we understood how digital infrastructures, connectivity, and data became critical infrastructure for essential services of society. From smart working to online education to access to food delivery, many of our essential services of society have been happening online. So we realize how this infrastructure is critical and important for the future. But at the same time, we saw how we are reliant on external, when we're talking about European player, external infrastructure in the hands of a very strong monopolies. And for big tech, for the GAFAM companies, this pandemic was a shock, but unlike all of us, it was a positive shock. And now if you look at the big technology players, these are very up-to-date market data. Actually, the market data continue to go up. The GAFAM has a combined stock market value of over 6 trillion. Actually, Apple stock market evaluation has reached $2 trillion. So at the moment, US tech shares are now more valuable than the entire European stock market for the first time on record. And I think this has to make us think. And also, if only 5 companies own the digital economy, can it really work for all of us? So as Europe in particular, of course, we are facing many challenges when it comes to trade regulation, when it comes to antitrust and competition laws, when it comes to digital taxation and how we redistribute the wealth which is created by the digital economy into our society. But we're also facing a very strong geopolitical challenge. And I think as Europe, we have to harness European digital sovereignty or to reconquer European technological sovereignty to accelerate the ecological transition and put forward a new model for European digital sovereignty that doesn't see Europe as a sandwich between the US on one side and China on the other side. I will come back to this topic at the very end, because I think here we are thinking about empowering citizens, but at the end, it's going to be a European-wide effort to reconquer digital sovereignty and put technology at the service of society, people, and the ecological transition. I think that Europe is stepping up and has given itself, in particular with the Next Generation EU program, which is also unprecedented for Europe because we have a much more fiscal unity in the way we are tackling the crisis with Eurobonds and a European-wide program to address Europe's twin transition, the green and the digital transition. And I think it's going to be also our task to make sure that these two transitions are running together, because it is about harnessing the power of community, cities, and digital technology to attain both social and environmental sustainability and to build a digital and carbon neutral future. So we have to bring this European Green Deal together with the European digital strategy, and also within the Next Generation EU framework, address these twin challenges together. So what is the role of cities in this bigger framework? I think that cities at the moment really have the potential to represent laboratories of democratic and sustainable innovations, to become the place where the Paris Agreement goals, where becoming a climate neutral Europe is not only a technocratic target set by governments, but it's really an experiment. It's really practice from the bottom up with communities. However, we have a very challenging situation because we know that cities at the moment consume 70% of global energy, 80% of food, and emit 75% of pollutants and greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And they occupy only 3% of the planet's surface. So we do have a very strong situation where we have to really understand how do we make cities less impacting on the environment. And that's why the UN, the United Nations, had set itself the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda with a new urban agenda that has agreed that we can guide the achievement of sustainable urbanization. And the new, the UN New Urban Agenda calls for the adoption of a smart city approach that makes use of the opportunities from digitization, clean energies, and technologies. So, of course, cities cannot be the solutions to all problems, but they can become laboratories for this democratic and sustainable innovation. And as my friend Saskia Sassen always says, the city is the one of the few places that those without power get to make a history. So it is also important, as Paul said at the very beginning, that we are basically able to reclaim and rethink the smart city and put it really at the service of this new idea for an inclusive urbanization. And just quickly here, I've been involved I'm an advisor for the UN Habitat on Cities agenda. And we presented at the World Urban Forum a new UN Habitat flagship program, which is called People-Centered Smart Cities, which has three main axes of digital policy transformation, digital urban innovation, and digital empowerment. And now the UN is working globally to make sure that digital and ecological cities can become a very central program also for the UN in the coming years. I think when we're talking about the smart cities, we are still confronted with a binary vision, which is a very contrasted vision. And Paul mentioned in the introduction that I've been the Chief Technology and Digital Officer of Barcelona for the last 4 years. And in that period, I was also coordinating a cities coalition and the cities coordination globally of city CIOs. And I was very pleased to see this article on the Financial Times that was saying, we have two models in the world when it comes to the smart city. On one side, we have the Google city, the Toronto Sidewalk Lab city, which is a top-down, technology-first city owned by a tech giant, where basically it's lacking accountability, democracy, and transparency, and in particular is lacking people's power. And on the other side, we have the Barcelona model, which is a people-first digital city that is really trying with technology to rethink the future of city by empowering communities. So the model that I've been working on in the last years when I was in Barcelona, but also that we see many cities obviously around the world. And I think actually we are gonna have to move a little bit away just thinking about cities, but think about networks of interconnected cities with also countrysides. I think this we realized during the pandemics, what Rem Koolhaas is talking about all the time, that we need also smart countrysides. We need to bring back nature into the cities and plan for self-sustainable biocities, which are about life, are about nature, and connects with the territory that we have. So we don't want to create this kind of metropolis, which are really creating more problems than what they help to solve. So how do we create cities that are people first? And in particular, instead of starting tech first, which end up in a technological solutionism when we are ending up solving technology problems, how can we redefine the smart city to ensure that it serves citizens and to make digital transformation work for all, starting from the real problem of citizens, reducing inequalities, affordable housing, healthcare, sustainable mobility, the ecological transition, the creation of green public space, and reducing carbon emission. I think this is the approach that we need to do. Start from citizens first and solve the real daily problems. And this is why many cities around the world are basically experimenting new forms of democratic participation, collective intelligence for democracy, in order to make sure that citizens can really contribute to shaping the program of what cities are doing. And I mean, as you can see here, I talk about, you see Taiwan, Madrid, and the city in Barcelona, but really there are thousands of examples of cities around the world that are experimenting to devolve more power to the citizens. And the example of Barcelona, which I know the best, of course, we created a hybrid process of online participation and offline participation in neighborhoods. And we use a platform that's called Decidi in Barcelona, that's now used by hundreds of cities around the world. And I was very pleased that the European Commission decided to use Decidim as a main platform to engage citizens in shaping the Green Deal and the EU Next Generation Agenda. and 400,000 citizens engage in shaping the policy of Barcelona. 70% of the action plan of the city came directly from citizens. So I think it's a very strong achievement. Of course, another area where cities are driving this transformation, and they are really experimenting from the ground up, lots of concrete projects, is how to become carbon neutral, how to have zero net emissions in 2035, 2050, as this is the main target that we have. And basically, I think in this kind of projects, of course, we have a lot of networks of cities that have ambitious climate actions that they set up, that have energy transition programs. And for instance, the C40 network where cities are exchanging program and practices. I think this is a very strong thing about cities, how they can create networks and how they can really learn from each other. We have Helsinki that is pledging to become carbon neutral by 2035. We have Copenhagen, which is becoming really the standard for the energy transition and the ecological transition. And I think here we have to go back to see what are the concrete projects that we can put forward to decarbonize our economy, to basically shift to sustainable mobility. I think we have to change the patterns of mobility in city, basically shift to electric mobility, to hydrogen mobility, and to regain public space. So this is, I mean, not only, as I said at the beginning, we're probably going to need to plant more trees in cities. For instance, I love this project from Milan, from Architetto Boeri, that is aiming to plant 20,000 new trees in Milano and 100,000 in the Milan metropolitan area. So this is a kind of reforestation project for cities to become more self-sufficient, but also to have really green areas that can absorb CO2 pollution. But we also need to move to have transport, public transport that are interconnected, free space from traffic, invest in hydrogen mobility, invest in renewable energy production and energy saving buildings and systems, and make the waste recycle system of the city more efficient and connected. So this is the super block of Barcelona. Maybe some of you know about that. And I think this has been, and it is today, a real great project because we have created self-sustainable neighborhood and we recuperated 60% of public space that today is green space and is space for new local businesses to find a balance between commerce, tourism, and local activities. And also new hectares of greens and tripled the bicycle lane of the city of Barcelona. And I think this is the 15-minute city model that at the moment is also experimented in cities like Madrid, like Paris, like Copenhagen. And I think also in the urban south, these are some of the models that cities are replicating around the world. So I'll try to be a bit quicker because I don't know how much time I have, but there is so much to say about what cities are doing. Of course, also, how do we use digital transformation? How do we shift to open source, transparent, and collaborative government to make sure that technology will create more know-how for cities, but also set ethical digital standards, for instance, about how do we manage free software? How do we shift to technological sovereignty? How do we do ethical data management, and how we innovate public procurement cities. A lot of this digital transformation is going to be about changing the culture of public administration and changing the way we do things internally. And so these are some ethical standards that cities are setting in order to shift to a more ethical and accountable use of digital technologies. A very central and core issue of smart cities is going to be how to regain data sovereignty for citizens. What a new deal on data is about. How do we democratize the use of data so that we can create public value of data with data? At the moment, we know that data is the raw material of the digital economy and is very concentrated in the few hands. So many economists talk about data extractivism. Sorry, the slides are really slow. as a model where you have only a few companies that extract the data that we produce as citizens and can do AI and machine learning and use this data to create profit, but just only centrally. How do we move from a model of data extractivism and what my friend Shoshana Zuboff, professor of Harvard Business School, called surveillance capitalism, which is basically the model where only few companies, I mean, where you, the customers, are the product, you are the raw material because your life is continuously tracked and mined by very few companies. How do we move from this model to a model where data is a public good that can be unleashed and can empower communities and societies, and with data we can create more innovation? And of course, we need to basically also monitor this black box society to have strong public engagement, to look at the ethical, racial, and geopolitical implication of uses, for instance, of automated decision system, artificial intelligence in cities. I mean, we saw now during the pandemics, a real peak in the anti-racist movement in the US, Black Lives Matter, where there was a really pushback to racial profiling, because we saw how strongly AI systems that are not accountable can impact on vulnerable population. And even Amazon had to ban the use of facial recognition technologies in cities, and many cities are now campaigning to do that. So I think that also access to data can be very important for cities in order to regulate platforms locally, for instance, to regulate Airbnb or Uber. If we don't have access to city, we cannot do smart regulation. We cannot take actions and regulate these companies for the benefit of everybody. So we need a new deal on data, data as a digital public good, data as an infrastructure, as a public infrastructure like water, like electricity, like the air we breathe. And then we have frameworks to assess automated decision system and to ensure the accountability. Of course, I mean, I'm not saying how much open data and open budget can help cities to take better decisions, to fight against corruption, and to involve citizens in decision making. And we have a lot of examples on how today you can integrate Internet of Things data, sensor data, data lakes with data analytics capability to take decisions in real time about what happens in water management, energy monitoring, the traffic situation, garbage and waste management. And to do that by managing the data as a public good, and also by preserving privacy, security, and ethics and data sovereignty of citizens. So this is a project I've been pioneering, maybe some of you know. It's called Decode, and it has created the decentralized privacy-enhancing infrastructure, data infrastructure, to give back data control to citizens so they can control what data they want to keep private, what data they want to share, with whom, and on what terms. And this is the kind of data democracy and data trust that we want to scale at a European level. Because data, it's not just about efficiency. Data is also about community engagement. This is a project we have done with the Fab Lab and Ideas for Change in Barcelona, where people use IoT sensor data to monitor environmental data for CO2 emission or pollution, and then share this data in a secure way, keeping their privacy together with the neighborhood. And also sharing with data with the city can represent improving public services while maintaining citizen fundamental rights. So why do we do all of this? Because we want to create an urban digital innovation ecosystem and foster circular economy. I'll go quick because I think I'm really like running out of time. But anyway, we have a lot of developments in cities about the 5G connected cities. Cities are in the frontier of deploying 5G connectivity at the moment. We have cities that are becoming science hubs, where the collaboration between scientists, the technologists, and artists, which be absolutely central, for instance, with supercomputing facilities or quantum research. This is the supercomputing facility in Barcelona, which is amazing. It's a new cathedral, as you can say, a new church of digital technology. And also, how do we create urban laboratories where we can do mission-oriented innovation? So this is the example of the Future Mobility Hub, where we have 46 cities, 15 countries, 17 companies, and 18 research centers collaborating for the future of mobility. to tackle the sustainable development goals through truly a collaborative experimentation that try to move from a congested traffic city model where the cars are occupying all the public space into an open, connected electric mobility where you have public transportation that's integrated and more free space for green and for people. And I think this is going to be a fundamental transformation in cities. So I think that given this kind of big missions that we have to face in cities, science, tech, and the arts will be absolutely a crucial ingredient to achieve this transformation and to transform our cities towards green and digital and also more equal cities, more just cities. And that's why we're starting now this movement of regional STARTS centers. I mean, these are some of the STARTS prizes that also Paul mentioned at the beginning, which are really already having an impact on cities and city planning. And in cities, there are also many networks which are becoming factories of creativities, laboratories of democratic innovation, where artists and creatives and scientists work together in physical spaces in cities. This is the Barcelona Factory of Creation. And we have seen, I mean, I think this will be presented. It is the Barcelona Ciudad Vella plan. It will be presented later. This is the STARTS prize of last year, where we gave it a prize because we saw how much this arts, citizen participation and data can push the frontier for urban planning, which really transformed the life of citizens in a very concrete space. And I think because of the work of the artists and architects and the use of artificial intelligence tools, it changed completely the urban process, but also the decision-making of politicians that was transformed also because of the process and the tools. And we're also seeing how arts, I mean, with the events and the residencies of STARTS, this is becoming real part of regional innovation hubs. I mean, these events, like the event of today with 120 cities around the world, which are contributing to put forward ideas that are going to be experimented in cities. I think this is truly exceptional. And well, there are experiments, for instance, with quantum and artificial intelligence and music, which are really at the frontier of what also the European Commission is expecting to see out of these programs. I mean, let me finish by saying that I think this can be realized, this vision of digital, green, and inclusive cities, only if we really put lots of energy into capacity building, education, and empowerment, because we don't want to leave anybody behind. And because at the end, it's really the basis of this transformation is investing in education. There are more than 80% of the population worldwide is still offline, and we have a very strong gender gap. I mean, less than 30% of women are involved in scientific education or a tech academic career. We need to make the digital revolution also a feminist revolution, and we need to invest in basic research, basic education, public culture, and really investing there can be the only way that we succeed to implement these plans. And let's don't forget that being part of the city movement, we also have very strong partnership and alliances like the Global Network of Cities Coalition for Digital Rights that are putting this kind of fundamental rights of citizens and this new way of thinking about digital in a democratic and sustainable way at the very center of their technology policy. So this is really the end. My contribution is to say that we are at a very historical time in this post-pandemic phase, and Europe must be able not to be this sandwich between this big tech model, which is presented by the US, and the big state model presented by China, but to put forward its original green digital New Deal that is a digital humanism that should start from cities and citizens. And it is really about using digital technology to attain both social and environmental sustainability and use data as a public good, technology at the service of the ecological transition, and at the very center, citizens' participation. And I think that the role of STARTS, I hope, and the STARTS regional hubs will be very critical to achieve this kind of objectives.
Thank you so much, Francesca.
I hope I wasn't too long.
Just a bit, but it's okay. We will catch the time. So yeah, thank you so much for this very inspiring keynote. We are, yes, the schedule is very tight, so we are directly, we will directly jump in the panel moderated by Anastasios Stelios. Anastasios is professor of architectural design at School of Architecture in Thessaloniki. He's participating in projects, research programs, and international architectural competitions in the areas of architecture and urban design. His recent academic interests are related to advanced architectural design, conceptual spatial experimentation, contemporary design theories, and research by design and emerging technologies. So thank you very much, Anastasios, for having accepted our invitation. I will let you start in a few seconds, and the floor will be yours also to introduce our speakers. Thank you.
Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Anastasios, but we don't see you. So maybe let's wait just 10 seconds so the technical side will be ready. Yeah, we don't see you yet. Yes,
but
now
I can be seen on YouTube on the small picture.
Yes, we see you. Okay, it's good. So I will go away and let the floor to you, Anastasios. You can start. Thank you.
Okay. So let me know when I can start.
I think you can start
okay.
now, but maybe it would be nice to have also the other speakers. So they will arrive, I think, but
yes.
You can start, I think, no problem.
Okay. Thank in the beginning to thank the organizers. It was really a nice initiative by the French Tech and Funds and Beaux-Arts for putting up these demanding task in COVID times. I will move directly with our four speakers. I'm going to talk later on, and I'm going to introduce them, starting with Marc Santamaria and Pablo Martinez, who are the co-founders of 300,000 Kilometers, which is an urban innovation office based in Barcelona that explores the potentials of data and new computation paradigms to extract relevant information with the aim to improve urban planning and decision making. They bring about big data and citizen participation to ensure the coexistence between economic activity and the citizens' quality of life. They work with architects, urban planners, and development engineers in the fields of urban analysis, cartography, strategic planning, development of digital tools, and digital humanities. So 300,000 Kilometers, they had this project, the Ciutat della Land Use Plan, that has been awarded with the STARTS prize last year in 2019. and it has been developing a democratic grassroots system of public consultation. That's really, really interesting. We are really eager to hear from you later on. Second speaker is Joachim Flieger. He has worked at the Opera Nacional de Paris, Teatro Real in Madrid, and New York City Opera between 2006 and 2012 in the artistic directions of these multidisciplinary institutions. He's now general manager at Fundación Flamingo, which is a new contemporary art space focused on international cross-disciplinary visual art, dedicated to supporting a multidisciplinary program of exhibitions, residencies, performances, events, and workshops, and is based in Romainville in Paris suburb. And at the same time, they're building and establishing ties between creation and territory. That's also very interesting. Then the third speaker is Vittorio Loreto. He's a full professor of physics of complex systems at Sapienza University in Rome, Italy, and the Faculty of Complexity Science Hub in Vienna, Austria. His activity is mainly focused on the statistical physics of complex systems and its interdisciplinary applications. He's currently leading the Sony Computer Science Lab in Paris, where he also leads a team of innovation, creativity, and artificial intelligence. He and his team have been experimenting with a city of Lego blocks where the public could explore different urban scenarios in terms of employment, education, and quality of life, give form to the ideas by creating new parts of a city and modify previous constructions. So this city has been watched by video cameras, enabling the visualization of city characteristics like the number of inhabitants, consumption of energy, pollution rates, etc. And our last speaker is Stephanie Lepczynski, a political counselor for scientific research in the cabinet of the Brussels Capital Region Secretary of State for Economic Transition and Scientific Research. Prior to this, she was senior director at the Lisbon Council, the European think tank overseeing initiatives on public sector innovation, digital government, co-creation in the public sector, and more broadly, analyze the impact of digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and big data in various aspects of our lives, ranging from the delivery of public services to the internationalization of startups and small medium enterprises to the future of mobility. She's also the co-founder and president of Bouge ASBL, a non-profit organization active on the cultural scene. So I'm really happy to moderate these four people, and I'm really waiting for them to talk about their work, which sounds really interesting. So I would start with Mar Santamaria and Pablo Martinez, and I would like to raise the issue of complexity in their work and ask the question like, how can this collection of data, let's say big data, of complex urban aggregations like, let's say, big cities today, how can this be attributed towards, let's say, a better designing of our cities? I mean, is there a direct link between the collection and the elaboration of data and with direct, let's say, outcomes in the cities? I would like to hear your opinion on that.
Thanks, Anastasios. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. So we are very happy to be again this year in Ars Electronica by the hand of Beaux-Arts and also the STAT network. We are really proud to be a part of since we received the STARS prize for this land use plan of Ciutat Vella last year. And to answer a little bit your question, which is kind of a complicated one, I would say that we come from the urban planning part, so I would not talk about art, science, technology itself, but I would like to focus on this creative process applied to the city. and how these processes, facilitated, of course, by technology, have radically changed the way we observe, we think, and we take decisions about these urban environments. So we were really excited about the idea that urban planning, which means the laws that build the city, can be, or were considered by this S+T+ARTS prize a creative process, and a creative process that, thanks to technology, is more open and more collective than ever. So to really sum up what is this master plan for Ciutat Vella, we start with an analysis that was developed not only with this traditional cartographic data that urban planners or architects we are really used to, but we use also data from social media, citizen and police complaints, data from noise sensors, and we built a data ecosystem that enabled us to make a further step to predictive models, of course, using machine learning techniques that wanted to determine which was the combination of variables that generate, and I think this is the big question, an unhealthy environment. This diagnosis, as was said before, was complemented with a participation process that has the objective to provide more data to include to this data model. So on the one hand, it's like we obtain insights about citizens from this big data or massive data approach, and on the other, they directly provide this information in this participation process. So we put together all these layers. We extract knowledge, and with this knowledge, we develop a plan, an abstract master plan, I would say, that is based on parameters. It's based on simulation of future scenarios that were really important to decide which was this most appropriate regulation, but of course enable us to generate political consensus, which is really important to make ideas a reality. These simulations, which were based on constant iterations of computational processes, of course show various degrees of uncertainty, but have been the basis also for evaluation and evaluating the real success of the plan once was implemented 3 years ago. This is I left it for the last part, but it's important to understand that this master plan is applied in the most vulnerable district of the city of Barcelona, where we have a high density of population which is exposed to a really unhealthy environment. So in this context, the plan prioritizes the health of the inhabitants over the economic activity, something that can not seem really controversial, but it's crucial if we want to create a well-being and quality of life in citizens. This approach, this putting the health as the main topic of urban planning that we did, as I said, 3 years ago, it's also the key question of a last project we have been developing for the Catalan participation in the next Venice Biennale, where we are working under the curatorial direction of Olga Subiros. And here we are lucky because we are working with scientists from the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, also from CSIC, also with doctors from IS Global and the main research centers here in Barcelona dedicated to health, and also with the small companies. So we are reaching this transversal approach, also with a topic that is radically changing the quality of life in cities, which is air quality. So these two first experiences for us represent a new way of planning the cities. Until now, we think that we have understood cities as organic bodies with separated functions, segregated into different organs. So in the same way that our body has a hand, a head, or a heart, the city, has part with defined functions. And moreover, in this way of understanding the city as a body, it acts on the citizens. So we think that nowadays we can understand the city in a much more sophisticated way and have a more complex approach. So thanks to data, we can understand the relation between the urban environment and its effects. So data, it's this material that helps us to describe everything that happens between the buildings and the streets, and the effects that the city has on citizens, in questions as important such as poverty, creativity and innovation, or health, as it was the case of Ciutat Vella. Today, we think we are really lucky because we have tons of data to talk about how this relation occurs. Data about transport, the urban services, the social media. And what we have done is introducing all these into the discipline of urban planning. So we brought its areas of action. And more important, we think we include the areas of action that directly interfere with the building of the social pacts. So to put it really, really, really short and start summing up, thanks to this technology that has changed the way we observe, we think, and we decide, we can make urban planning more diverse. So for us, the trend is not to simplify the models, but to make them increasingly complex. The more complex, the more questions we can ask, and the better we are able to describe these different realities. So I said before, we are really optimistic about this way of working. But of course, there are a couple of final remarks that I think that were introduced a little bit before by Francesca. The idea that, of course, this new model of governance, it's not possible without a robust data sovereignty and algorithmic transparency. I talk about real case studies that were made from the most modest reality, in the case of Ciutat Vella, of a small district, from a small urban planning studio where we invest a lot on research. So it's really important to have these infrastructures of data which are public. But of course, we need to have public servants and politicians that have the vision or like to envision better cities. I said I was really positive, but of course, we think we are in a turning point where we need to rethink our urban models. And we think that it's really urgent to transform how we are planning, how we are building cities, because now or never, we have to face critical challenges that threaten our survival as a species, but also, and more important, as a society. So for us, urban planning and introducing all these new data technologies into urban planning will be a tool that should help us provide the solutions. But we think the most important is that it has an enormous creative potential for imagining futures through the processes.
Thank you, Mar. It was quite clear and quite, let's say, really interesting. I mean, to be honest, because I always thought that urban planning was a little bit like a self-contained scientific activity that has been happening for, let's say, some periods in the past. I would stick to the creative solutions that might offer, and I would like to go to Joachim. Hello, Joachim.
Hello.
And open a small discussion about art. I mean, you are the special person to talk about art. And art is a new player. I mean, this combination of art and science, and not technology, but science, has been like quite the new coexistence. I mean, that's why the STARTS program is so great. Joachim, I would like to ask you if do you think that arts and artistic activity, not just the artists and their installations, but I'm speaking about the whole system, including institutions, curators, etc., is properly positioned in the decision-making procedure? I mean, as a social agent, does it promote, let's say, inclusiveness, diversity, equality, all the qualities that arts have been able to somehow feel like intrinsic qualities? Does it manage to, let's say, to spread them, to distribute them to, let's say, to the social realm?
Yeah. Do you hear me well?
Hmm?
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, great. Maybe I'm just like changing this background because I think I'm like a bit I will disappear otherwise.
This is better now. Otherwise, there were some circles.
Let me explain you a bit where we are actually. Because this is a way also to answer your questions about how the artists and also how the artistic structures. I would speak about my French point of view, but of course with a lot of European level too. So we are not in Paris. We are really, as you said, Anastasios, in the banlieue, in the suburbs, and especially in the east side of Paris, which is, I mean, and has always been a poor area with people having less access to the culture, less access to education. And we made the choice to really establish an artist residency program here, even if actually we are really close to a metro station. But we decided to open this kind of artistic hub here, just to see if we were able also not only to work with artists. We have an artistic residency program with today 18 artists coming from all around the world that we keep here for 1 year. They have access to studios and we will do exhibitions together. But we also decided to use this space, which was an industrial site, pharmaceutical laboratories, to tell you the truth, that we converted into an artistic hub. We tried like 3 years ago also to convince other cultural partners to come and to join us. So today we have like commercial art galleries, a public institution which has a public collection of art. We have like also associations of young artists. We have also craftsmen joining the project. So with the idea that we can share our spaces, that we can share our activities, and that we want also to share it with a wider audience. The point that you are stressing, Anastasios, is for me really the key and turning points of what we are trying to do here. And of course, this is an experiment. To decide to be not in Paris, not in the center, but in really on a peripheral situation, was to see if we were also able to connect with the society. If we were able all together, so for my side from the foundation, if we were able to put on track educational programs to work with the local communities. But I would say this spirit is shared today also with the commercial art galleries that we have here. And this is something we are like discussing a lot with the visual artists that we have in residence, and we have also a curator in residence, and we are talking a lot about how making sure that what we do here is also accessible and open to a wider audience, to the society. And I would say this part of Paris, this east side, the so-called Seine-Saint-Denis, is really the mirror of the French society in a way, in the way that we have this balance of a lot of social differences, discrepancies. We have a lot of also diversity, a lot of immigrants to coming to this area of France. And this is also a very young society that we have all around. So schools, but also networks of young people. And I would say, and even, I mean, the COVID crisis made it even clearer that we are all trying to support the arts, and we are all trying to support the artists, but this is really a turning point. If we cannot succeed today, I would say, in the next months, to really try to work with local communities, to share ideas, I think this will be the end of a certain idea of what we call a cultural policy. Because young people have now all access to other kind of cultural contents. They don't go so easily to museums or to cultural institutions, and the idea of having an institution is even something we have to really discuss. So I would say this kind of laboratory, I remember Francesca talking during the keynote speech about STARTS Urban Center. This is the kind of thing that we are trying to do here. I'm not telling you that we will succeed. Actually, I'm opening the first activities now in a few days, a first exhibition, a crazy one in 2 days on Friday night. Then we will have the STARTS exhibition in 1 week. And this is with my team, always the question of how we address the projects that we want to share with the public. How we can also, from time to time, try to really break the traditional way of showing projects, that we can also make performances, we can also do another way of approaching the education. And just because I'm at the very beginning of this story, just wanted to tell you one story. The COVID crisis put us in a very difficult moment during the spring, because we had the first artists coming from abroad, so we had really to take care of them, and we could not really open the first exhibitions and educational programs that we wanted to do. So we decided in June, July, August to start with a very easy thing, and just to suggest to people from all around Paris to come and visit the residency, which is, the Fondation Fiminco has still to do a lot in terms of communication, but I was amazed. Every Wednesday, in July, in August, we got a group of 20, 25, 30 people. At the beginning, it was only people really interested in the arts, and from step by step, we could really approach people coming from all around Paris. Local communities are around us, but also people coming from other cities, and a very diverse range of people, which is a very interesting clue for me, meaning that people still want to have physical environment where they can meet artists, where they want to also understand, and it will always be very political in a way, because the art is political, and the art is always a way and a space where you can discuss huge social issues. You can discuss what a city is today. You can discuss also what is society. In a way, it has always in the history of art reflects the state of democracy and the state of the public debate. And this is for me such an interesting thing to be with you on this panel, because I have the feeling that we will still have to share spaces, virtual spaces, where we can really communicate with a wide range of public, but we will have also to keep concrete physical centers where we can physically meet the people, where we can also address this, for me, key issue of education. Francesca was ending a speech with this idea of education, and Paul Dujardin in a way too. For me, this is really at the center. We have to explain we have to explain in the STARTS exhibition or the STARTS project that we do what the technologies can bring, what the artist can do with the technology, meaning that the technology is not a goal in itself, but this is a mean. This is a potentially really powerful means of knowledge, of sharing knowledge, of sharing also the public debate. But this, from my point of view, here near Paris, in the suburbs, has to be done really hand in hand with the artists, with the schools, with the associations, because we have to explain. It cannot only be a tool that we use, that the artists are using, but this is also a concrete example of an educational project. So this is why we will try next week, at the end of next week, to see a bit how we work with the people. We are working with schools, but also with associations, but we will also be welcoming for free people from visitors. And I will see also, it will be very nice also to have a moment to chat after all these experiences, to see how we can really talk about technologies and what it means nowadays for young artists and what it means today for all this work we have to do with society and especially with local communities.
Thank you, Joachim. I wish you every luck for your new initiatives. And I would like, because I think we are running short of time somehow, to go directly to Vittorio Loretta. Hello, Vittorio. You're coming from the world of science and academia at the same time. So it's, I think whenever I'm reading, and I guess more people reading about all these exquisite, let's say, developments, the AI, robotics, and these scientific achievements, they are all somehow intensified inside cities. I mean, urban systems like really are fertile ground for all these technologies to, let's say, to grow. I would like your opinion. I mean, through your experience, through your activity, about if all of these developments somehow create a new ethical system. I mean, I would like to let's say, to put the question of ethics and, let's say, citizenship, what all these old school terms mean, you know, in a world of AIs and robots, and that are not like sci-fi anymore. They are like coming into our everyday lives. So I would just like to have your opinion on that.
Thank you, Anastasios. Thanks a lot for the introduction, and also thanks a lot to the organizer. I mean, it's a real pleasure to be here with such high-level panelists. So thanks a lot also for the question, and because it's a very tough question, I'm not sure I have an answer to this specific question. But okay, let me put this a little bit in a context. I'm very glad and grateful to Francesca for the nice introduction. And I guess one of the key points, okay, there are many points she brought up, but I guess one of the key points is the interplay between the challenges that city create and the opportunities. Okay, of course, one can be pessimist or optimist, but I would say, I mean, it's almost impossible to decouple, I mean, challenges and opportunities. Let me just give one example. So, of course, I mean, we know, I mean, we are living in the COVID era. I mean, it's not yet clear whether it will be the post-COVID or right in the middle of this era. But okay, if you think carefully, I mean, the COVID era taught us something, which is we need to take care of physical distance. This is a sort of a grain of sand, okay, in the structure of our societies and our cities, because this is actually changing the way in which we interact, the way in which we go to work, the way in which we go to school. Okay, so it is changing everything. It's a very small thing. I mean, the virus is even smaller, okay? But, okay, this thing is actually changing the perspective. So, I mean, in this situation, you can think, okay, oh, how bad? I mean, this is a very bad situation. Or you can say, this perhaps is an opportunity because, I mean, cities in the last few months have changed probably so much that if someone told us, okay, why don't you change your city, stay at home more, I mean, try to do smart working, okay, probably we wouldn't do this. It would be impossible to coordinate billions of people, I mean, in this challenge. So these events somehow, of course, has been catastrophic in many different respects, but it also, I guess, is a great opportunity. It also, the other example, I mean, this example is also interesting because it tells us, and I guess here is the role of science, technology, and arts together. It tells us that we cannot just try to optimize cities. So the cities are not there just to turn a little bit of the knobs and try to improve this and that. I guess we need to take, I mean, a big leap in order to redesign, I mean, our cities. In this sense, actually, we should do this all together and in a bottom-up fashion. And I guess the connection to your question, I mean, about ethics and empowerment is this one, I guess. I guess we need tools, and I guess tools can actually come from technology, but not only, okay? Tools, I mean, to reinvent our cities, okay? But of course, I mean, in order to reinvent our cities, we need to understand a little bit our cities. Another example of the kind of leaps we should take is, Francesca also mentioned this, so this idea of 15-minute cities, right? Okay, so normally you can think, okay, I should improve transport system because I want Joachim to reach Romanville, I mean, faster in the next year. Okay, that is not the point. I mean, the point of 15 minutes is, okay, centering everything on the specific person and say, okay, around this person, it should be everything which is really needed and is strictly needed within 15 minutes working on or biking. You see, this is a completely different perspective. I guess if you take only a technological point of view or an engineer point of view, you cannot get to this kind of solutions. Okay, so what is important is, okay, we cannot do this just by words, okay, we should use tools, we need to do so. And I guess what they did, I mean, in Barcelona is a beautiful example in that direction. We are also working in some examples along these lines. So what you mentioned about our installation Crayon City goes in that direction. This is part of a larger project that we call, I mean, what if experiment. So the point is this one: can we give people, I mean, everyone, I mean, not only scientists, artists, everyone, I mean, common people, but also decision makers, the tools to answer the question, what happens if I do this? Okay, not giving solutions. I mean, this is very important. This is not a solution machine. I mean, this is something I need to understand. I mean, what would happen if? And Crayon City, I mean, with these Lego bricks, I mean, it's interesting because people are playing with Lego bricks. They are building a city, okay? But then at some point they realize that they get a feedback because there are sensors and cameras, and these sensors or cameras are monitoring something about the city, okay? And this is an input for a mathematical model which is underneath. It's complex because it's been inferred through artificial intelligence and machine learning, okay? But then, I mean, the point is people get a feedback about how good is the city from very different perspectives: quality of life, or is it a Gini coefficient for inequality, and other things. And looking at this feedback, they can try to improve the city. And in doing this, they start learning about something which are the interplay and the interactions among the different components of the city. By the way, the Crayon City will be on display, I guess, next week in 10 days at the Fondation Flamenco in the framework of the STARS exhibition. So, I mean, if anyone is in Paris and wants to try, I mean, this will be an open space for this. So this is one example. And the other example, if you go, for instance, at the microscopic level, is try to redesign mobility. But also in this case, I mean, if you take in consideration the idea of physical distance, I mean, the whole environment and ecosystem of mobility has to change. Because now we have to redesign, I mean, mobility in a way that is safe. So somehow the word safety acquired a new meaning, which is not only to get, I mean, home without a broken leg, okay, but also to get home without the virus, okay. And of course, this implies a huge redesign. So we constructed other platforms, I mean, for this, in which we can actually plan, I mean, look at the city from a different perspective, which is close to the 15-minute cities, because the project is called City Chrome. So the idea is to look at the city from the point of view of traveling times, okay. And if you look from this point of view, this is getting closer to people and their specific needs. Actually, through this, you can actually sort of trigger what we call now a sort of precision mobility. So it's not a mobility for everyone in general, but precision mobility means mobility plan for specific categories of people. And typically, I mean, the most fragile categories of people who needs to move, I mean, for a specific reason. So I don't want to go along. I mean, the time is very short, but just to conclude, I guess the idea of creating through technology, what if tools, I mean, it's very democratic, okay, it's really bottom up, and partially solves the problem of the ethics and the empowerment. And I guess it's a fantastic, I mean, ground, I mean, for the interaction between scientists, technologists, and artists. Because, I mean, there is no passport in this situation. Whoever has ideas or where to land, I mean, in this sort of abstract space of the city, I mean, is winning. Thanks a lot. I stop here.
Thank you, Vittorio. And I will really keep the bottom-up nature of technology, and I really hope that it can be maintained like that and not go vice versa with black box. I think Francesca showed something about that. I would like to remind people who are watching from the YouTube channel that they can ask or place their questions or remarks on the chat next to that. And I would like to go to Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie. And Stephanie, you're closer to the decision-making, let's say, groups. And I would like to have your opinion about all these dynamics of participation that seems that it's easier and more effective. But I would like to ask you if it really is that way, and if it really promotes other, let's say, notions like inclusion and cohesion strategies. I mean, taking for granted that we're talking about an internationalized world that used to be quite mobile, at least before the COVID. But within this frame, I mean, I would like to, as a, to have your opinion.
Thank you, Anastasios. Yeah, and thank you for having me tonight. Thanks to the speakers, the organizers, and the discussion was very rich already. So as you said, I work for the cabinet of the Secretary of State for the Brussels region, and it's true. I mean, one of our big projects is to increase participation in the Brussels region. So and this is a really important pillar of all our strategy and vision for the region. And if you don't mind, I will give you a big overview of all the activities that the region is doing in the field of innovation, technology, the arts, and participation. This is my big point, and I think this is for everyone in here because you mentioned it many times. So I'd start with one point which is important, especially to me. I think it's really it's a big introduction for this topic. Technology is often summarized by the STEM acronym that stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. In Brussels, in the Brussels region, we want to add the A of the arts to this traditional STEM acronym because we think that, I mean, so we want to promote that STEAM subjects, so science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics, because it simply corresponds to the reality of what's going on in the field, as many of the initiatives that we heard today demonstrate. In Brussels as well, it corresponds to the field. When you look at projects like Gluon, for instance, that tries to raise awareness of the kids to the impact that technology has on their lives through the design of wearable technologies, for instance, or with EMAL, which is a cultural center that promotes exhibitions on the links between the arts and the researches made at the CERN, for instance. So this is something which really see on the field, and fundamentally, and maybe that's why I'm so moved about STEAM. I'm convinced that making more links between the arts and technology is a good entry point for girls and women to choose a more technical career. And we strongly need that because we cannot just rely on half of the population to solve these challenges in front of us. So I really think that this is the orientation that we must take. So in Brussels, the regional agency for research and innovation is called Innoviris. And Innoviris has among its mission to fund projects about science awareness raising. And many of these projects are about the arts and technologies, such as the exhibitions you can see in the Isle of Science Festival, which is a very popular festival in Brussels about science. And this is really tailor-made for pupils, for students, and for families. And so within Innoviris has this big branch of acting, of sponsoring, raising awareness activities, and within that branch, a lot is dedicated to arts and technology. But in the Brussels regions, we also support the cultural and creative industries and the makers communities, especially through the Fab Labs, for instance, which are spaces where creativity meets technology for beautiful projects. For instance, at the height of the health crisis, when no one could find any personal protection equipment, the makers community from Brussels managed to create lab coats, ice shades, and ventilators, one with the snorkel, which was made from a big and famous sports stores, whose brands starts with a G, if you can recognize this one. Anyway, all this personal protective equipment, they really managed to help the health workers during the pandemic. Another impressive example I really like is about social innovators who worked with disabled people, who collaborated with around 1,000 citizens in Brussels, and also with an electric cargo bike company. Altogether, they managed to produce more than 240,000 reusable masks and to distribute them in an ecological way to the population at a time when no masks could be found because globalized value chains were broken. And I'm really glad to say that the Brussels government financially supported this initiative, which is really at the crossroad between innovation, design, and social inclusion. And now to come to your point, Anastasios, about participation, I cannot not talk about Horizon Europe, which is the upcoming framework program of the European Union to fund research and innovation. One pillar of Horizon Europe are the missions. The missions, they are kind of the man on the moon projects of the EU. This is about picking big societal challenges and to be ambitious to resolve them thanks to the help of research and innovation. One of the big challenges of our time, this is climate change, and so this is of course one of the themes of the missions of Horizon Europe. Innoviris, in this framework, is hosting big public consultations with citizens to ask them about their opinions and their ideas on what could be done within their cities to make them resilient and climate neutral by 2030. So this is very ambitious, and this is also very important because the EU is asking directly for the opinion of the citizens on this matter, on this challenge. And again, I'm glad to see that the Brussels people are responding, because during the first consultation on this topic that was done in August, we were looking for 50 people to participate in this consultation, and we had over 400 people responding. So it really showed the interest from the people to be included in this kind of decisions. Maybe more impressive figures, Let's Prepare Brussels. It's another public consultation launched in July about the way the Brussels people experienced the lockdown and what were their wishes for their city to be resilient in the future. That consultation gathered more than 5,000 respondents. So I mean, these examples really show that the people here are ready to experiment and to participate, as Francesca put it earlier. So I would say that the challenges which are in front of us are really huge. And if we are ready to face them together, citizens, artists, cultural and creative industries, tech startups, high-tech and low-tech ones, researchers and politicians, and if we start from the citizens' needs, a feature that many of you highlighted, but also if we have in mind the environmental limits of our planet, I'm sure that we can achieve the transition of our cities towards social and environmental resilience.
Thank you, Stephanie. It was really, really interesting. We really hope for a more responsive Brussels and for a great Horizon Europe frame, you know, that's following the previous one. I would like to ask, you know, you, all four of you, if you want to, let's say, address each other. I mean, if you have questions or some observation of what you have been talking about. I mean, it would be nice to have some sort of interaction among all four of you, because we're basically talking about the same frame, but from a different point of view.
Anastasios,
yes, Joachim.
Which is maybe not a question, but a thought I wanted to share, especially because we are in the frame of Ars Electronica in many European countries. And this is a bit what Francesca addressed at the beginning, but how also Europe can play a fundamental role in these various topics that we all try to address today, about urban complexity, about education, about the use of technology. And maybe this is a question to you, Anastasios, from your point of view. Mm-hmm. I really like, what do you think about the power of Europe to help us develop more consciousness about what the new technologies, what the arts can bring to more sustainable cities, especially from your point of view in Greece, in Thessaloniki?
Well, I wasn't prepared to answer questions today, but let's do have a few more minutes so we can talk. I really think that Europe has a lot of responsibility, and it has a lot of good decisions made in the past that were, I mean, we as Europe, as a continent, we have been, at least the last decade, more careful with cities and with the environment and our societies than other parts of the world. I think Francesca noted the differences between Toronto and Barcelona. That's quite indicative of what's happening. I'm not like idolizing, let's say, European ways, because we've seen like tactics and strategies that were quite far from what societies and social groups have been expecting. But I think we have this big responsibility, not just for our cities, I mean, for our urban systems, but I would include, when I say urban systems, I would include the European countryside as well. I mean, it's not natural anymore. It's organized, it's streamlined, it's somehow part of, you know, of the broader urban systems. I mean, so I would really be careful, and that would reflect the question that has been placed previously in Francesca's keynote about smart countryside and what would that mean. So I'm really hoping that we do not repeat, you know, things that we've done to our cities, and now that we can think better, and now we can think wiser, and now that we have managed to somehow control, let's say, technology, or try to put it in a more like social frame. Now it's a time, you know, to think about the smartness of our countryside and make it smart indeed, and not just like a really top-down smartness that, you know, is not always effective. I think if someone has some observation, comment to make for one more minute, we can hear it. Otherwise, I think we are running out of time. But I really would like to hear some reflection by you. Okay, so I think we have our last seconds. So I would like to thank you all. It's really a short time, but I really think that we managed to, let's say, see some points of view about art and tech for urban resilience, and let's say reappropriate this resilience term and smartness and put it in a better frame. Marie, I think we somehow have concluded, and we are just 5 minutes ahead. No, 5 minutes after our time. Thank you all, Joachim, Mar, Vittorio, Stephanie, Marie, yourself, and you know the organizers. And yeah, that's from me.
Thank you so much, Anastasios, and thank you all for your insight and for the discussion. We are coming now to the last part of our session on art and tech for urban resilience. And as we just discussed, I mean, as you also just discussed, we realize that interdisciplinarity and creative thinking are fundamental if we want to solve complex problems as the one we are facing in cities and urban environments. And to put this in a very concrete application, Fondation Fiminco and Sony Computer Science Lab, both based in Paris region, decided to team up to set up an artistic residency on the topic of urban mobility. This is a 5-month residence program between an artist and the Sony Lab research team that will take place in 2021 at Fiminco Foundation to explore this topic of mobility through artistic practices. So hello again, Joachim and Vittorio. For those who are joining us right now, let me introduce you two again shortly. So I don't know if you can put again your video, probably yes. So yes, Joachim Pfliger, you are the General Manager of Fondation Fiminco, a contemporary art center and also artist residency place based in Romainville in Paris suburb. And Vittorio Loreto, you are the Director of the Sony Computer Science Lab based in Paris. So maybe I will wait because okay, yes, I see you, sorry. So maybe, yes, let's start with you, Joachim. Can you just tell us more about the context of this art and research residency you are launching with Sony Lab, and maybe also how is it a bit different from the international residency program you normally have? I mean, you started to have.
Yes, and thank you, Marie, for the introduction. Thank you, Vittorio, to share this last session. I hope that some artists are still like following the talk, because this is also a bit of a message that we want to send to some creative teams and artists all around Europe. I hope so, because we just launched this call for application 2 days ago on Monday, together with S+T+ARTS and together with Vittorio and the Sony Lab. The context at first. So as I explained, we have a place here in Romainville, which is a former industrial site, like pharmaceutical laboratories, that we converted into creative studios, apartments, specialized studios dedicated to emerging artists. So far, we have like 18 artists. They all arrived this last few months, just after the COVID and at the beginning of the month of September. They are like coming from all around the world, working on many techniques. which is also something important. So this is not only about paintings or video. We have a large range of approach and techniques. They get some support from the foundation, so to live here in Romainville, in the complex. So they get an apartment. They get also access to studios where they share spaces with the other ones. And we also decided to have very sophisticated and specialized studios. Few of them, so we can do video post-production. We have intaglio and print and graphic workshops with with a very high level of technicity, not very technological in a way, but a bit more classical, which are at the disposal of the artists, meaning that the foundation is like really helping them developing some artworks, some projects, and this is a long-run residency, so almost 1 year. At the end of the residency, the idea is that they can also share part of their work with the public, which is something very crucial also to what we do with Vittorio. Is launching now. So the call for application runs until mid of October. We are looking for an artist with we will apply to the call. So all the details are on the website of fondationfiminco.com. An artist willing really to address this question of urban mobility, but an artist who will also get the support of Sonilab. So short time, during 5 months, to get access to what Vittorio will explain, and we will provide her or him with all the support that we can have here. So meaning that the artist can live here in Romainville during 5 months, can rely on the team of the foundation really to develop the artistic approach. She or he can really work on site in the studios, and of course what we were discussing with Vittorio, to find a good reason of collaboration of what Vittorio and his team based in Paris can bring to the artist. And with this idea that we want at the end of the residency, I would say in May 2021, we want a moment when the artist can really share his or her work, his thoughts with an audience, meaning that we will open the studio to the visitors. We will also maybe do an exhibition, because as we said previously, we want also to the artist and us to explain the kind of approach we are together. So I will not present all the means and powerful means and technologies that Sony can bring, because I think this is more your part, Vittorio.
Yes, thank you, Joachim, for this presentation of the context, as you will be hosting the residency. Yes, maybe Vittorio, if you can give us more insight on the topic. I mean, because we chose this topic of urban mobility because it's also resonating with your research at the lab. So why this topic? What is your research on this? And yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Maria Albert, and thanks, Joachim, for the introduction to the call. So I'm very, very happy to be in this initiative, and I really look forward to interact with the chosen artists. So why urban mobility? So urban mobility is part of what Sony called the global agenda. So Sony is really engaged in the research, basic research concerning SDGs, so Sustainable Development Goals. So we have several activities, including agriculture, cities, energy, and information. And so in this sense, urban mobility is just one of the possible chapters, which, as we said, several times, I mean, this afternoon. I mean, it's very, very important. It's actually raising a lot of challenges. Of course, we do many things, I mean, using science and technology about cities, but I guess, I mean, what is important for the call? I mean, I guess the main message to transfer to the artist is there is a general topic. The general topic is cities and mobility, and intrinsically that would be how to redesign mobility, but not from the engineer point of view, how to conceive new solutions and probably new visions. I mean, if the role of the artist and the art in general is to make visible the invisible, I guess this is the main point here. Okay, so we are looking for visionaries. Because you see, I mean, what we can do with our tools is try to map cities and also more complex objects in a sort of abstract space. Okay, in this abstract space, for instance, you can project cities. So Rome is here, Vienna is here, Paris is here. Okay, but then the point is, okay, suppose now I want to improve Rome, I mean, to get closer to Paris or Vienna. Vienna is always, I mean, first ranked, I mean, in the cities with the best quality of life, right? Okay, suppose now I want to turn Rome into Vienna. How do I do this? Of course, I mean, I cannot turn Rome into Vienna. I can turn Rome into a city, which could be somewhere, I mean, in this space, which more or less the same kind of features of Vienna. But how to get there? Okay. So I guess, I mean, what we'll be probably discussing with the artists, and I guess the discussion will be more sort of brainstorming, I mean, at least at the beginning, is what could be the target city we want, okay? Is there any specific path we can actually get in terms of investment and operations and actions we take, for instance, over several years in order to get to this target? So I would say that the first point, I mean, about this call is extreme freedom of the artist. Okay, there will be no constraints, okay, except for the general topic. By the way, this is a general philosophy of our lab. I mean, CSL is very special because it's within Sony. But the point is researchers at CSL are very, very free to explore, I mean, their curiosity and express themselves. And I guess, I mean, the artists should be treated in the same way. So perhaps, I mean, this wouldn't work for the first month. At some point, there would be a spark, I mean, emerging in this situation. So, and you know, I mean, the tradition of our lab is if you don't push people, sooner or later something very, very nice will emerge. Okay, and I will hope this will emerge, I mean, in the 5 months' time. But I'm pretty sure this 5 months will be a seed, okay, for, I mean, future activities. Then, of course, I imagine that some sort of outcome will be there. I mean, at the end of the residency. And this outcome could be a demo, could be an interactive installation, could be a performance. I don't know what can be. I mean, the point is we want to be surprised, I mean, by artists, but also by scientists in general. I mean, if you know in advance what will be the outcome, okay, what is the fun? So the idea of this, I don't know whether Joachim, I mean, agrees with this, but I guess one of the points of this residency is to have fun trying to address very important problems.
The freedom, Vittorio, is really the freedom of creation, the freedom with which the artist can work during these 5 months is really at the principle of what we decided to do together, thanks to the support of STARTS. But this freedom is really the condition sine qua non for, I think, the success of this residency. I would just add one thing. The artist does not have to have really expertise in technologies. This is really like trying to think also out of the box how this urban mobility means nowadays. Of course, the area of Paris, of the bigger Paris, is a sort of landscape that we have here around, but it does not have to be really the topic chosen by the artist, but of course to be with you at the center of Paris, in your lab, to be outside of Paris, in Romainville, will also, I'm sure, drive the artist to really questions how we make cities and how we can also work with them. So really the message is from outside as well, that we will try to support the selected artist as much as we can and keep him or keep her really free choosing the topics and the way she or he want really to develop an artistic idea.
Thank you, and we will close soon the session. So the artists, we also have to say that the artists can come from worldwide. This is a very open call in this sense also. And we just published the link to the open call on the YouTube comments, and you can also find it on the STARTS.eu website and on Foundation FIMACO website. Maybe it will also be on Sony CSL website, I hope. Yes. So maybe Joachim and Vittorio, to end, if you had just one sentence, one thing, one challenge to address to the artists now that will apply, what would you say in a very short way? Like the mindset that they should be, or I don't know, your expectations, or yes, I didn't say I would ask this question.
I go first, or you go first?
As you want.
Okay. No, I mean, I would say the following. I guess, I mean, this is a great, again, I mean, speaking about opportunities, this is a great opportunity, I mean, to prove that the interaction between science, technology, and arts can be very, very effective. Okay, so I mean, I guess the challenge for the artists would be this one, to be in the middle of something which really matters. Okay, and I guess, I mean, now more than ever, this is really important because, I mean, the world is changing, our cities and our societies are changing. And I guess, I mean, more than ever, we need new visions and new ideas. So please apply.
Mm-hmm. I would like to stress the fact that you can really come from any countries of Europe or across Europe. So even we will pay for the return tickets. So the really idea is there is actually no perfect background to have to apply. So there is no royal academics that we want to examine from outside. So really, I would say, if you are interested in the topic, if this is something you want to work on, if this is a topic you are already working on, and if you want to develop it further, thanks to the resources we have both in Romainville and in Paris, you should apply. And actually, you will see in the application form that there is a fee for living expenses. There is also a production fee. We wanted really to make sure that everybody can apply and that emerging artists as well as established artists can really try to apply, and we will make sure that they can really live in Romainville, they can share ideas with us, they can also share ideas with the other artists in residence. So as Vittorio said, don't hesitate to apply in the next 4 weeks.
Thank you so much. Yes, I can attest that the call is very complete, and you will have all information. Also, some stuff we didn't have the time to discuss here, but the technologies provided by Sony Labs, working on data, artificial intelligence and everything, all the workshops that Fondation FIMACO will also provide to the artists. So read it, everything is inside. So now it's time to end this session on art, tech, and future of cities. So I will just say a big thanks to all of you, all the speakers, to Ars Electronica team for all the technical organization support. Thank you so much. Thank you to Christina that you didn't see, but that was here all the time to support us also with the technique and everything. And yes, we are on time to close. So thanks a lot. We stay just here for maybe, I don't know, seconds, minutes. So if you have still comments and everything, don't hesitate to write on the YouTube, and the session is recorded. So for the people who just came maybe too late or something, you can also hear again all the talks on Ars Electronica website and also on STARTS.eu. Thank you all and goodbye.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome. It's still the first day of this year's Ars Electronica Festival, and we are introducing a new series of lectures, the night keynotes. And it's a great pleasure for us that for the beginning, we can welcome Neri Oxman. You know, the very famous artist, designer, scientist from MIT who created the Mediated Matter Research Laboratory and Group at the MIT. And she's really a perfect example of the power that comes out of crossing over all the disciplines and genres, from art and design and architecture to science to engineering to biotechnology, using all these opportunities of new technologies and sciences to really tackle the serious problems of our time. Whether it goes into new materials, new design principles, new methods of production, from fashion design to architecture to hardware engineering, all these things are part of this group. And we are very delighted that Neri Oxman is now telling us about her exciting work. Please enjoy.
So hello, now from the live Zoom studio. I have the wonderful and exciting pleasure to be now really online with Neri Oxman. And well, actually we changed plans from just a keynote presentation. Neri proposed to make a conversation, which I think is a wonderful idea because it's so much more appropriate for online sessions. Nevertheless, I think it's not necessary to introduce Neri Oxman to our audiences. She's really world famous for the Mediated Matter Group that she created on MIT Media Lab 10 years ago. We just talked about it. It's the 10 years anniversary. So it's really very exciting to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, Gerfried. And I'm excited to join the Ars Electronica community. I'm sorry that this is not happening in person.
Well, likewise, but definitely it's the highlight of our first day. We started this morning already with our program. It's a huge international network, and I'm sure many people are now really interested in using this opportunity to hear more about your work, what you are doing. And for me, the first question I would have, of course, is going a little bit back to the origins of, why did you become such a wonderful example of this interdisciplinary, not only work and researcher, but interdisciplinary person as well. And I wrote in your biography that you say that you grew up between nature and culture. So what does this mean, and how was this situation maybe already the starting point of your career?
Yeah, I was just commenting to a friend of mine the other day about my father, who I hope is online and watching us. And I was telling this friend, I said, my father, you give him a book and a tree and he's happy. And that's all he needs in life. And I think I grew up in kind of the same way, with a tree, a garden, and a book, a library. And between my parents' house and my grandmother's house, I sort of traveled, 25 meters between the library and the garden throughout life. But I was very, very lucky, I think, and very grateful for the opportunities I have had as a youngster, my sister and I, to be exposed to architecture, to design through my parents' life and work. They've been architects, both professionally practicing architecture and academics all their lives, and exposed, to the art world in such a meaningful way. And of course, the love of nature came from my mother. So I really I really got the best of both worlds, and I'm so grateful for that. I should also say that, I believe in a slow and serendipitous education, even if it's long. I did go to medical school before architecture. I did go to a science school before going to a design school at the Technion, later on at the Architectural Association in London, and then a technology school. So from science to art and design through engineering, I sort of had the opportunity through my education, first degree, second degree, the diploma, later the PhD and the faculty position to enjoy all of these different views of the world through education.
Wonderful. We just saw from our regie here this screen, this slide. You sent us some slides that we can have some nice images to our conversation. And I think it's a very central issue to your whole career and your work. Maybe we can get this also back on the shared screen to talk a little bit about it, because it's all about this interactivity, interdisciplinarity. I mean, all these keywords and buzzwords of the digital revolution are kind of accumulating in your work, and I think it's really not far-fetching to call you kind of one of the best examples probably of this often referred to new Renaissance type of scientist, artist, designer, engineer, and probably it's no surprise that you ended up in MIT Media Lab in 2005. But then in 2010, when you started your own lab, when you became professor there, you added a very, very important element to it, which I think until then was barely really represented enough in MIT Media Lab, which is the society as a background, so that it's not only about this collaboration of art design on one side, engineering and science on the others, but give it this perspective of sustainable and responsible approach to engineering, to science as well, and as design. I mean, how did this come about?
Yeah, I think, again, a lot of, I found a home at the Media Lab. The Media Lab definitely felt like, I always say, a second home for my mind and a second home for my family, my students. And in the diagram which you just showed, you can see sort of, I would say, my contribution to the Media Lab and the approach that we've taken at the Media Lab. When I arrived to the Media Lab, and I think it's probably unfair to say that the Media Lab has not dealt with societal issues. It has. But when I arrived to the Media Lab, there were sort of four lenses through which to approach societal issues. And those lenses were art, science, engineering, and design, and they were discrete, or at least they were drawn as discrete. This is the diagram I was given by the head of the Media Lab at the time, of these four discrete rubrics. And what I did is I turned them into a circle. And that circle basically enables a kind of a fusing or this continuous reading of the disciplines in the context of societal problems. So for example, this is vis-a-vis, of course, the Bauhaus wheel diagram from 1922, which we can talk about. But in the Krebs cycle of creativity, which I've created, you're sort of moving between science, the role of science is to predict and explain the world around us. So it converts information into knowledge. Engineering takes that knowledge and creates utility. Design takes that utility and creates a new occupation of the world, a new habitation of the world. And art takes this existing condition and creates a new perception of the world. And at that 12 midnight point, the Cinderella moment, is where art informs science, not only inspires it. And so in the Krebs cycle, the input from one domain is the output for another, and they really act in tandem. And what is special, I think, about our work over the past decade has been the ability to address bigger questions through the cycle that is a circle as opposed to a four distinct rubric diagram. In the Bauhaus diagram, also a pedagogical sort of formulation of bringing the disciplines together. At the center, you do find the product, the building or the site or the actual Baum, you know. But in our cycle, you find awareness and the quality of being aware in the world and being able to approach the world not from a product-centric or even a human-centric point of view, but from more of a process-centric and one that respects technology not only as a tool, but as a new, as a lens through which to view the world in a different way. And so that cycle also enabled us to unite between the units of the built environment, the digital environment, and the biological environment. And so here you see in the cycle how you convert genes into atoms, atoms into bits, bits into the units of perception, and the units of perception into genes. We can talk more about that, but I've tried to place certain of the fields at the Media Lab and group names at the Media Lab in this cycle and show how it all works together.
And in this process, you were really starting to combine some of the kind of, at this time, very hyped new technologies like 3D printing, digital fabrication, with materials that were rather unusual. So again, we have this combination of really looking at nature as a source of inspiration, but also as material for your work, but not in a, so to say, contradictory way to technology, but in a kind of complementary. And I think that's something I would really like to hear a little bit more from you, how you think that is, because many people, I think, or quite a lot of people rather see this always as opponents. And it's always like nature versus technology. But then again, this is what human culture and civilization is all about, how we connect these two things. So
absolutely. And now more than ever, I think, especially in the age of COVID and climate change, we can see that, you know, culture begets nature and nature begets culture. There are obviously implications, ramifications for our use and abuse of the natural world and how it affects human civilization on our planet. I mean, you're looking at some of my team members putting together this project Agua Hoja, which was a tall, structured, whose skins are entirely made of natural materials that were sourced in the natural world, the most abundant biopolymers on the planet, including chitosan, cellulose, pectin, calcium carbonate, etc. And here we had to develop new processes in order to process and place these materials in gradients that were functional, meaning where we could control, almost like alchemists, the distribution of properties such as mechanical strength and optical transparency/translucency across the surface area of the structure. I think that, and you were asking me about the team. I think one of the things that unites us, or that creates sort of a unique atmosphere of work in our group, is that indeed we don't look at nature as a sort of a resource. That would be a very reductive approach. And very much in the spirit of biomimetics or bioemulation, where, okay, this is nature, this is a resource, let's look at it, let's try to emulate. But we rather try to push towards biointegrated approaches and even biosynthetic approaches, where the ultimate Turing test for my team would be, you know, when you look at a project and you're unable to say, was it man-made, woman-made, or was it human-made, or was it nature-made, nature-grown? Of course, man is and women are part of nature, and there's a whole philosophical discussion around that. But material ecology's Turing test really is that kind of singularity, material singularity, where you cannot differentiate between what is grown and what is built. Because as designers, as artists, as technologists, we're approaching an age where we can access and alter the units of the physical world through digital, physical, and biological tools that are entirely integrated. So I would say, rather than biomimetic, we lean towards sort of on the way to biosynthetic, towards bio-integrated projects and processes.
Mm-hmm. I think one interesting aspect besides this, you know, continuous bridging between nature and technology is also when one listens to your talks or explanations, like just right now, you always go very fast from talking about you and the I to talking about we. And probably this is, I would say, one of the recipes of your success as a research team. Is this a necessity to sort of say, survive in this jungle of interdisciplinarity?
Absolutely, yes. I think, I mean, if you look at the greatest projects of civilization from, you know, the great pyramids of Giza to SpaceX most recently, they were all team projects. This is not, you know, Joseph Beuys, you know, used to say, the artist is the smallest entrepreneur. But in order to make real impact in the world, and I so believe in making a single individual cry and be moved by a work of art. But in today's culture, designers have more of a responsibility in the context, obviously, of what is happening in the world. There is a really beautiful saying by a French philosopher, writer, Renaissance man, Exupéry, who says, you know, you can't get people to build a boat by drumming them around to collect wood and metal, but you can teach them to long for the immensity of the sea. And that kind of longing, that shared vision, that sense of looking to the horizon towards something much, much bigger than yourself, both in terms of space and time, meaning something that exists beyond the sense of the individual, beyond the sense of community, but also possibly beyond your lifetime, is I think what has inspired us for the past decade in terms of the projects that we selected and how, you know, how I thought about the we. I actually used we well before we were a we, and well before, you know, I was pregnant with this gorgeous team of mine. And so I think we should all be so lucky.
So how do you select the people to your team? What competences, skills does one have to bring to be able to join your team? I
often ask prospective team members to tell me about their childhood and what they can share with me about their childhood. And I look for, I always say shine and kindness. I look for that kind of technical shine and ability to commit to technical excellence, and also a compassion, a kindness, a gentleness of the heart. I really look for those two things, and they're often found in individuals who can relive their childhood as I did. And so here you see the team at the opening of our show, Material Ecology, at the moment, which, by the way, has now officially reopened. It was curated by Paola Antonelli and her wonderful team, Anna, and the rest of the amazing team, and it will be open until October 18th.
Yeah, we will come to this a little bit later. I'm definitely very curious to learn more about this exhibition. But coming back to your team, maybe what was the most unusual career that somebody had coming in your team? I just remember, like in our case, in our Ars Electronica Future Lab, we quite a while ago, we had a woman coming to our team. She was a trained psychologist, and actually within a few years, she developed her own research area in robot psychology. And it was really exciting to see how very unusual careers are suddenly coming together and having such great outcome. And I'm sure this is even more so the case in your team.
That is absolutely true, and I can give, and I will, several examples, but I think it's also true of the entire Media Lab. I mean, before I joined the Media Lab, you know, I read this is the place where if you have a degree in Chinese poetry and mechanical engineering, you know, you'll thrive. And I think the same is true of my team. I mean, we have computational design, you know, we have a roboticist who studied graphic design, and we have an industrial designer who has just graduated but is an incredible roboticist, and a marine biologist who is an incredible chemist and material scientist and a genius in additive manufacturing. And so I think it's true for I guess on the individual level, the interesting combination of disciplines, but also when you bring these individuals together, you sort of compound the skills in a factor larger than two, to the point where you get very, very interesting combinations of worldviews, especially within a discipline. I mean, even within biology, we have had recently graduated a biologist who's a scientist and a biologist who's an engineer, or a bioengineer, and they see biology in very, very different ways. And the kind of productive and wonderful arguments between them have really helped us arrive at projects that are meaningful scientifically and technologically.
It's wonderful and great, and there is always this wonderful fantasy that when you have all these different brilliant minds together, then something is happening. But I think most of the time it's not happening on its own. And these teams also need, in a certain way, leadership, guidance. I mean, how do you manage this? I mean, probably you usually get a lot of money for advice like this. So, but maybe you can share some of your experience also in how do you guide these projects?
Well, thank you for noticing it. I think usually, it's a little bit like Johnny Ive talking about the design of the Apple products. You look at this product and you assume it has always existed. It was almost inevitable. And I think a great product or a great company or a great team interaction seems inevitable in its positivity, beauty, and elegance. But actually, it's actually very, very complicated to achieve that state of flow in that kind of scale. And it requires you know what they say, you have to point to the moon in order to get there. So it requires pointing to the right direction. And it requires understanding that the whole is bigger than the part. And in providing vision, providing leadership, you always have to go back to the fundamental truths that guide you. You always have to go back to that whole. What is that whole? What is the bigger statement? What are we trying to achieve? And then how do you cut up the project into quote unquote digestible elements that can, when they're brought together, can build the bigger whole. And I find, I mean, as time goes by, that the model of the quote unquote architect leader who acts like a tyrant and is sort of the singular leader in the group works less and less. It's really about teamwork and team collaboration, and enabling that kind of collaboration and understanding that the brain of the group is, I also think about the team as a single organism, and that has really helped me. Over the years, I understood, this individual this individual acts as part of the brain of the group. This individual acts as part of the optical vision system of the group. This individual can hear very well. This individual can see very well. This individual can touch the lives of people. This individual can speak our work very well. By the way, my team members do a much better job than I do at speaking, the intricacy of the scientific contributions of our work. So when you think of the team as that organism, you don't see yourself as the center of the team, but you really try to think of how can each team member contribute to this bigger organism. I think there are miracles that lie ahead in pursuing that approach, and I have been extremely grateful. The team is an incredible one.
I think it's probably easy when you're MIT Media Lab to attract these talents, but probably it would be also very helpful if this kind of skills, or at least a little bit of this, and then this diversity would take place in many more areas of science, engineering, but even in the companies, because many of the people that are educated on our universities, they end up in corporate research and development. And also the companies are now very desperate to look for innovations and new business models. So what do you think? I mean, should scientists and engineers nowadays also be required to take art classes or even philosophy classes?
I think absolutely yes. I mean, you don't separate between, you know, Lego bricks and I'm just thinking about my 16-month-old child. I don't separate between the toys that she plays with them. It's reading, it's drawing, it's thinking, it's moving. I think yes, that at a single moment in time, there's a moment where you say, okay, there is a difference between engineering and philosophy, between the art of critical thinking, philosophy, and the art of invention and creation. One is head in the sky versus feet on the ground. It's a different mentality, different worldview. Engineers are trained from a very early age to problem solve. Philosophers are trained to problem seek or seek critical understanding of a problem. And so solving and seeking can clash, can create conflicts, but it actually is in this kind of conflict between problem solving and problem seeking that you get incredible opportunity between, I would say, affirmative design that is problem solving, and design that is speculative, that is not about solving an existing problem, but maybe creating tools for problems that do not yet exist. And so I think it is very, very important for critical thinkers to practice the art of making, and for the makers to practice the art of critical thinking. And I mean, you very beautifully called Ars Electronica this year in Kepler's garden, which I was like, this is perfect, because when Kepler was alive, the fields of astronomy and astrology were definitely connected, but the fields of astronomy and physics were incredibly disconnected, right? One was liberal arts, the other was natural philosophy. So there was definitely that kind of separation. And then Kepler really brought them together. I think Carl Sagan said of Kepler that he was the last scientific astrologist and the first astroscientist. And I think we should all aim to be Keplers. We should all raise our children to be Keplers. And Kepler sort of, we could not have reached Newton, one may claim, without Kepler. We could not have reached the theory of relativity without Newton, who was, inspired by Kepler's celestial astronomy and astrology. So I think it is just incredibly important to practice the dichotomy between the how and the why when you're approaching the what, and to always keep those three in mind, almost like exercise: how, why, what, and you're always wearing those different hats every day, every hour, every second, every breath. And that exercises the brain to operate and to produce and to create from that kind of mental approach. And it's very, very powerful. It is a form of meditation, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Well, you spoke about Kepler and Newton, and of course Newton said this, about Kepler, that he is standing on the shoulders of the giants. So, I mean, this is definitely true, I think, for all science, but also for all art. And of course, also very successful and famous artists and scientists like you are standing on shoulders of giants. There's something everybody does. But then at some point, you have to get off of it and find your own way. And I think this is something that you did very successfully in a field that not many people have been brave enough to really, wandering in this field of this crossover of art, science, and technology. It's very easy. It's nice to be like a tourist and say, okay, let's look how funny this is or how inspiring. But you really dedicated your career and your life, which is, I think, quite a risk-taking thing, because it was definitely not sure in the beginning when we think 10 years ago that something like your mediated matter group would be so successful. Now you have this wonderful exhibit, this retrospective. I mean, after 10 years of work, already a big retrospective at MoMA. So we could really say it's now you are one of the giants, and now many other people are stepping on your shoulders. Maybe that's a good point now to talk a little bit more about your projects and your work, starting with this wonderful exhibit in MoMA, which was closed down because of Corona, but now it's finally open and people can see it, I think.
That's right. So we have opened. We were very just sort of prefacing. I was reminded as you were talking of a moment I shared with a colleague of mine at the Media Lab, Patty Mace, who said, you have to decide, are you building a kind of a Starchitect practice, or do you want to dedicate your life to invention? And I thought the latter is true, but that kind of life requires a commitment, and it requires responsibility, and it seems all very beautiful and again effortless, but it requires a lot of work. And so these 10/20 years of work over the period of my life as a student, later as a graduate student, as a professor, have culminated in this suite of tools and technologies that were then identified by Paolo Antonelli, a friend, a colleague, a mentor of mine, at least for the past 12 years. And she had invited us to put together this wonderful exhibit, and has very thoughtfully decided to only include demos, not products, not final objects, no wearables, no sort of fully fledged architectural structures, or in a way legible product, so to speak, but only to create a show that is entirely comprised of processes, which was challenging not only to us but also to the visitors, and that's so beautifully was fitting with our approach, in fact. So I think as you enter the exhibit, you see a collection of 8 projects, each of them proposing a new technology, a new way of thinking and making. And you leave the exhibition, I hope, with the understanding that not a single object in the show was created by a process that was not our own, meaning we invented all the technologies from glass printing to bio incorporation of hybrid living materials. We invented all of these computational and digital fabrication tools to create these objects. So this was early on in the creation of the group. We started with the first iteration, the first generation of the 3D printer, which was developed as a printer for optically transparent glass. And this is the video of the first iteration of the technology. And you can see that the products that we've created were sort of lacking some control. And as we continue to develop the technology, we gained more and more control over the process. Again, the objects in this first iteration ended up in museums and galleries and were rightly considered as, objects that are beautiful and tell a story. But more than that, they were the output of a new technology. And that new technology, which was the product of very skillful engineers working together to create it, also created new science, and it created new knowledge, and it created new theorems about how does this viscous liquid, this glass, act in high temperature, and what can we do to control its shape, its properties. And of course, immediately the designers are thinking about design applications. This is Marcus's, one of my team members, son Emil, with a glass printer product, the column. So of course we move from the scale of the product to the scale of the column, from the column to the facade, from the facade to the skyscraper. And we kind of question in the process of scaling up in terms of the architectural siding, what do we need to change in the technology engineering-wise in order to attack a bigger scale or a higher complexity? But what's interesting about this is that we never looked down on science, and we also never used art as an opportunity. We really approached both worlds with innocence, and we approach both as equal. There is no gender divide in the disciplines when we're in the room. We sort of see them as entire equals, and that that ability basically implies that now we can use a technology to create science, and we can use science to question design products, and we can use design products. So this is not the kind of the typical case where you look at science as a pool of metaphors or principles from which you then generate a technology. No, you generate a technology, you engineer it, and then you produce science. And that's a very, very powerful moment when you can use art, design, and engineering to revisit scientific knowledge. That really, really excites me and definitely members of my team.
I think that's an important point really for people to understand, because the example is very good with your glassworks. I mean, you look at them and of course you are intrigued to see them, first of all, purely as art and design projects. And even then, when you read or hear this is a new 3D printing technology, you still have the idea that, okay, there is a new technology and now you have given shape to this technology. But I think what you are doing much more with this work is actually this reverse engineering, so to say, because we need also a new design thinking to be able to utilize and apply these technologies. And I think this is this very nice circle where suddenly art and design is not only benefiting from new technology, but really helping these new technologies to take shape and get into applications.
That's right. And again, we've moved from the age of enlightenment to the age of entanglement, to the age where disciplines and domains and knowledge from different areas are entirely entangled. And individuals who will truly be successful are those that are able to have compassion towards that agenda and to kind of seek out the beautiful in an intricate whole as opposed to a compositional approach. And an engineer will practice a compositional approach. The soup and the salad is a good metaphor, actually. You know, the engineer will engineer the most incredible salad. But what is interesting about the salad is, you know, what you put in. When you look at the salad, when you process, digest, eat it, enjoy it, you can see exactly what was put into the salad, meaning the whole equals the sum of its parts. But when you eat the soup, you know, you have to sort of imagine what went into the creation of this incredible and delicious, you know, feast. And so the soup sort of presents a whole that's bigger than the sum of its parts. And that has always been sort of the chosen meal in my group, I would say, where we're not interested in compositional thinking or compositional making. We're not interested in taking things apart for the sake of putting them together in a new way, but we're interested in building systems, again, not products and not even processes, but systems that are less product-centric, less even human-centric, and more systems-based. And that, of course, comes with a responsibility for societal issues, environmental issues, even economical issues now more than ever. And in a way, you know, it's challenging to practice art and design today without having that responsibility on your shoulders to address, at least, even by saying you're not addressing climate change. This is already an attitude. This is already a choice. And we make those choices every day in our every action and in the way we choose to treat our team members and our projects.
Do you think that technology can help us to deal with the climate crisis?
Yes.
And how do we have to influence the world, the scientists, the engineers, the companies to follow this path?
Yeah. Look, I think if the answer was no, this was sort of the end of it. I don't think there is a choice. I think the answer must be yes. And in as much as we've created technologies to fight, you know, ironically, the most some of the most interesting innovations, technologically speaking, came from war, you know, and ended up changing the world. And I think back, as I always do, one of my favorite movies of all times, Space Odyssey 2001, by Kubrick, of this first scene, 9 minutes of complete silence when Kubrick is sort of taking us from the ape who's using a bone to declare warfare on another ape that has conquered a water pool, and springs this bone in the sky, and in a period of whatever how many seconds, the bone transforms into an orbital spacecraft. And here in 9 minutes, you have sort of 400 million years of evolution. I think. This is 4 million, I should say, but nature is 4 billion years old. But I think one way or another, this notion that, whatever technology, when we can utilize technology, you can utilize it for bad, you can utilize it for good. And so I think there are so many interesting technologies out there, additive manufacturing being one of them, that inspire a different way of thinking about the physical environment. And I think that the project I presented earlier, Gohocha, definitely questions that paradigm and proposes that we can now and must design products. We must design the structure of the products and how they quote unquote grow, but we must also design their decay. And if we can design products that, that turn into other products, we're sort of looking at a culture where there is no waste and there is incarnation of one product into another, that is artfully or artistically incredibly poetic. But of course, if we can translate it to the real world, it will make a big difference. And we hope that many are focusing on that. And again, there are so many good examples of that kind of work at the Media Lab, but as well in the world.
And in particular in your group. And one of the projects, which is one of my favorites, and I think a very well-known project, is the Silk Pavilion, which is not only this wonderful aesthetic sculpture that you made it into, but I like it so much because it really shows very nicely this very special approach of you, how you deal with this form follows function or the other way around question, but also, of course, the way how your work is always showing that art and design is not only benefiting from technology, but challenging it, inspiring, and really creating new directions or offering new directions. So maybe you can talk a little bit about this project.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at this beautiful site in Italy, in Abano Terme, where we've landed with this incredible researcher, Silvia Capellozzi, and her lab, the Sericulture Lab, where silkworms live, amongst these organically grown trees and incredible wineries. And we have reapproached Silk Pavilion 1 in the creation of Silk Pavilion 2, this time using not 6,500 silkworms that were FedExed, but 17,532 silkworms, to be exact, that were sourced at the very site and organically fed organically grown mulberry leaves. So we, in this project, we attempted to sort of revisit Silk Pavilion 1 through multiple lenses, where again we ask in one of the most important industries, the textile industry, how can we revisit that industry through the lens of co-fabrication? Meaning, can an architect, can a designer, can an artist, can an engineer co-create with another life form, in this case, the beautiful silk moth, the Bombay Mori, to create structures for cohabitation, both humans and... So again, this is less product-centric, more process-centric, but I would say less human-centric and more species-centric. How can we think about designing in a world where all species are treated equally? Not only genders are treated equally, but also species. Other species are treated equally. As we know in the silk industry, the silk moth, the cocoon is boiled to separate between the fibers and the glue, the fibers and the matrix, and the silkworms, unfortunately, get exterminated. And in this process, the silk moths build together with us and metamorphosize together with us. And we follow this beautiful process, and and enable, maybe this is a charged word, but that beautiful and natural metamorphosis to create the Silk Pavilion. The Silk Pavilion in its second iteration was built from 3 layers. This is its installation at the gallery in the Museum of Modern Art. The first layer was this cable system that was produced by a robot. The second layer was a water-soluble mesh. And the third layer was the actual silk that was drawn out of the silk moth itself. So in a way, this was a machine, a robot, a human, and a silkworm working together to create a whole that's bigger than the sum of its parts. And what you see here, interestingly, there was a jig, which you saw in the previous slide, and that jig rotated, I forget, every 15 minutes, 90 degrees. So about 15,000 rotation through the duration of the construction. And as it rotates, the silkworms climb northward, upward, as they were quote unquote trained by natural selection and evolution. They climb upwards, and the density of silk that is deposited across the surface area of the structure is informed by that movement of the underlying jig. Interestingly, you see the big holes that were human-made to control in the environmental factors imparting certain conditions on the pavilion. There was also another interesting thing that happened is we started seeing these little holes in the structure. And those little holes were the excretions of these lovely creatures, the silkworms, that created the excretion created these holes, and the holes released energy, structural energy in the structure, which enabled the quote-unquote optimization of the mesh along the structure. So this was a very interesting collaboration between digital fabrication, material science, and of course, biology to create the structure, and a structure that's definitely larger than the size of each of its contributors. And it was a wonderful experience, and one that really invites the visitors to question sericulture and question how we treat other organisms. Again, ironically, the silk moth is the most domesticated, but still, when you think about it, you kill 1,000 silk moths for a single T-shirt, and so that sort of invites you to think about the economy of scale in terms of relationships between biological species, material output, and technology in the bigger context of eco-GDP.
Great. Our program directors just gave us 10 more minutes, which I'm very thankful, because we can maybe, of course, if there are some other projects of the exhibition that you would like to refer to, that's something I'm very happy to hear about. And also, I maybe would like to ask you some question about the relationship between art, science, and industry. I mean, these are 3 very different cultures, in particular when it comes to issues like, who owns ideas, copyrights, IP rights. We learn this very often in this project, and it sounds so nice again to have, artists, scientists, everybody collaborating, and it's a wonderful world. But then, of course, always comes the moment when projects are successful, and then suddenly, who owns these projects? Who gets the merits, not just the credits, but who also can financially benefit from it? How, in your experience, I mean, the MIT Media Lab, of course, is a huge transformator of all these things. What are your experiences here, and what could be your recommendations also to young designers and artists who want to go in a closer contact with this world of engineering and even industry and business?
Yeah, so I think through that trajectory, the sort of decade-long trajectory, I think I started off as a rebel thinking, I'll eat rice, listen to Beethoven, and do my work without regard for the industry and industrial or economical forces. And I find myself in a very interesting place today where, actually, in 2005, I already started thinking about this question as a student. Is this work art? Can I move a single person, or is this work going to make a huge difference in people's life? And of course, art does too. But to take your question first to the past before I go to the future, so I take you 40,000 years to the past. The origin of art actually started with the cave paintings. And when you think about the cave paintings in the south of France, 40,000 years ago, 37,000 years ago, they were incredible works of art, but they were actually not designed as such. They were designed, we have no mention of who the artist was. And they were not designed to be deployed and displayed in a gallery. They were designed in a cave with, a community of hunters and gatherers that were felt that they had to express to themselves the reality outside of the cave in order to face reality. So this was, of course, sort of the human story told through the lens of a zoology-centric world, where we were still afraid of the behemoths, to an age today where we are controlling zoology around us and we're harming nature around us. And in this duration, you sort of understand, wow, art was actually an instinct. It was not created for credit. It was not created to place the human center stage. It was created in order for us to be able to deal with the problems that we face in the world and to find ways, philosophically and otherwise, technologically, to deal with it. And I think now we are facing a similar moment where all of a sudden, the way we are dealing with a crisis of epidemiology, the crisis of the pandemic, the crisis of global warming, take center stage. I mean, even in the elections, you hear about ways by which to represent the truth, and more so than ever, those facts are so important to everything material that we create in our environment. So now I forgot what you asked me, but my point is that the business industry, of course, it's very, very important to always keep in mind not to bow at the service of economical forces, but to understand them and use them for your benefit. And always lead through a value system. And I think a good example for that, and sorry to bring Alon again to the conversation, but is SpaceX and how, SpaceX failed 3 times. And here you have an individual that, created resources through PayPal for understanding the economy of the social networks in the context of banking, and created enough capital for him to not challenge NASA, but actually to help NASA, sort of single-handedly with his team. And through that process, reinvent, the electric car and deploy it, So I think there are incredible examples out there, with Tesla being one of them, of ways to not only understand the perception of economical forces, but also use them to your benefit. Because at the end of the day, the units of work, meaning currency, are not equal to the units of perception. Units of perception cannot be quantifiable. And it's very, very important to understand that difference between work and perception and how you unify those. Anyway, long-winded answer to say that it is an opportunity, that we have an opportunity as builders and makers and technologists to approach a very broken economical system and to fix it from the ground up. It's a very, very exciting moment. Tragic, but also with an opportunity to help nature help itself.
So probably when artists have succeeded to repair the broken economy, maybe artists can also help to repair many broken political systems we have all over the planet right now. But I think what's, seriously talking again, what's behind all this is really a big call for taking out the responsibility, which is of course not only to the artists, but to the whole society. At the end, I think all of us, also as individuals, as laymen, we have to understand that technology is not necessarily the enemy, but it is a means that we can use to express ourselves, to empower ourselves, but it always comes with responsibility. And I think this is one of the, important messages that I take very much from your work and your career, that you have never shied away from embracing both things, not just utilizing technology, having fun with art and design, but always showing responsibility as the first and major issue of your work. So with these praising words, and you really deserve them, I have to say it was a wonderful pleasure to talk with you. It was so much more enjoyable than just listening to a talk, to be able to really ask these questions and get so many background information also from your side. Thank you very much for joining us.
So much,
and
Gerfried.
of course, not only politeness dictates it, but I would give you the last word.
Thank you. So I want to thank my team, my family, my intellectual family, who have for so many years now contributed to an incredible body of work and vision, and worked so hard along with me and with each other to support each other in the face of great challenges, pandemics and other challenges. And I'm just so humbled to have grown this body of work with such an incredible family. So I wanted to take this minute and thank my team, and of course thank Paula and her team at the Museum of Modern Art for the opportunity to show this work in such a timely place. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Gerfried, and thank you to Ars Electronica. Love you guys.
Hope next time we'll see you here in person in Linz.
That's
Thank
right.
you very much, and good luck with your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So,
In collaboration with the Austrian Council for Robotics and AI, we are now closing today's opening day of Ars Electronica 2020 with a program from the European Artificial Intelligence Lab. The panel on AI and ecology will focus on the importance of computer-controlled systems for ecology and the environment. Artificial intelligence can be used to save water, stop species loss, or detect plants in the field. By optimizing the monitoring of ecosystems, a significant contribution can be made to reduce climate change and counteract it. At the same time, the enormous potential of AI also carries great responsibility, including ethical and social issues, security and control risks, just like in the question of how systems can be protected from unauthorized access. With these questions and counterpositions, I wish you all an exciting evening.
Good evening from Linz and a very warm welcome to the AI and Ecology panel on this first day of a very special Ars Electronica festival. It's the year 2020, and if the worldwide coronavirus pandemic that we are still going through teaches us one thing, it's that we can change our behaviors and we can make use of our technological tools to avoid an even bigger crisis if we want to. There are still some deniers and skeptics around, some of them unfortunately in very powerful positions in this world, but aside from COVID-19, we have another global crisis to fight. It's one that researchers have been warning us about for decades. It's one that makes young people around the world beg for attention on Fridays. It's one that we have somewhat lost out of sight recently due to the pandemic. It's the climate crisis that goes along with global warming, with species extinction, with water pollution, and with societal and social effects whose dimensions are not yet known to all of us. What we know is that the climate is already warming, and what we know is that this is due to human activity on this planet. So the question for tonight's panel is, how can we make use of our technological tools, and especially the tool that everyone is talking about at the moment, namely artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, to reduce CO2 emissions, to avoid further warming of the planet, to protect the species that live with us in this world. This is what we're going to hear about in this panel, in a keynote speech. This is what we'll discuss with top-class experts from various disciplines in the upcoming 1.5 hours. My name is Martina Mara. I'm a professor of robopsychology at the Linz Institute of Technology here at Johannes Kepler University, which is this year's venue of the Ars Electronica Festival. I'm also a member of the Austrian Council on Robotics and Artificial Intelligence, which is co-hosting this panel together with Ars Electronica. The Austrian Council on Robotics and AI is an advisory board of the Austrian Ministry. I have to read this. The Austrian Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. It's not for nothing that this ministry is called the Mega Ministry of Austria. Our recommendations are available to all Austrians, and for the coming year, we as a council have set ourselves the goal of increasingly addressing the interfaces between AI and climate protection. And this panel is also a wonderful start for us. I'd now like to introduce our keynote speaker for this panel, who will give us an introduction to computational sustainability in the next 15 minutes. It's a new interdisciplinary field which she significantly helped to establish. Carla Gomes is a professor of computing and information science, and she's the director of the Institute for Computational Sustainability at Cornell University. She's a pioneer in developing AI methods to address challenges in ecological sustainability. And I very much look forward to hearing more about her approach and examples from her work. So, Carla, it's your turn.
Hello, I'm Carla Gomes from Cornell University. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this fantastic festival and this panel on AI for ecology. Thank you, Bernard, for the invitation. I'll be talking about computational sustainability, computing for a better world and a sustainable future. So, what is computational sustainability? Computational sustainability is an interdisciplinary field that aims to develop computational methods for sustainable development. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising future generations. This notion was introduced by the United Nations in 1987 in a seminal report called Our Common Future, or the Brundtland Report, led by Gro Brundtland, then the Prime Minister of Norway. Our Common Future also stressed that sustainability is not only about the environment, it encompasses balancing environmental, economic, and societal needs. In fact, the ultimate goal of sustainable development is human well-being of current and future generations. More recently, in 2015, the United Nations put forward a very ambitious research agenda of 17 sustainable development goals, ranging from no poverty, no hunger, health, education, water, electricity, and economic growth for all, as well as a set of goals concerning the protection of our planet, namely climate action and the protection of all types of life on Earth. So, computational sustainability is truly an interdisciplinary endeavor, and it involves very challenging research questions.
At Cornell, we have a variety of projects concerning three main sustainability themes: conservation and biodiversity, balancing environmental and socioeconomic needs, and accelerating discovery of materials for renewable energy. In this short presentation, I'll talk about bird conservation and planning of hydropower dam placement in the Amazon basin. Our main computational themes are optimization, dynamical models and simulation, machine learning, and multi-agent systems and citizen science. I should stress that our sustainability projects lead to truly transformative synthesis across sustainability domains and also computer science and AI subareas. This slide shows cross-cutting computational themes captured by subway lines. The different projects correspond to stations and the lines correspond to computational themes. I'll talk about the black line, large-scale spatial and temporal prediction, and the brown line concerning optimization for bird conservation and hydropower dam planning in the Amazon basin. A fundamental question in biodiversity research concerns understanding how different species are distributed across landscapes over time. The Cornell Lab of Ornithology has a very exciting citizen science program called eBird. eBird has over 450,000 volunteer birders who have submitted over 650 million bird observations, corresponding to more than 22 million hours of field work. This is a lot of work, more than 3 times the time it took to build the Empire State Building. These bird observations are very precious, and because we have a large volume, we actually can get a good signal. And we combine the bird observations with environmental data, and using adaptive spatial and temporal machine learning models, we can relate the environmental predictors to observe patterns of occurrence and absence of the species. This animation actually shows the output of a machine learning model. It shows the pattern of migration of the northern pintail. These models reveal the habitat preference of the birds at a very fine resolution, and in fact they constitute the basis of the State of the Bird report released officially by the Secretary of Interior. They also allow for fundamental new ways of doing conservation. As an example, Bird Returns is a program of the Nature Conservancy for protecting migratory water birds in California against drought. What you see here is the Pacific Migration Flyway. eBird models predict the bird's migration paths and identify the target areas that need to be conserved. The Nature Conservancy program allows farmers to submit bids to keep the target rice fields flooded during the short periods of migration in California. They use combinatorial reverse auctions. The Nature Conservancy has generated over 20,000 acres of additional habitat for waterbirds in California. I should point out that this is a radically novel, dynamic way of doing bird conservation, and it's only possible because of the use of advanced computational methods. In the last 50 years, there has been a proliferation of hydropower dams in the Amazon basin, the real Amazon. In fact, already around 200 dams have been built or are under construction, and more than 300 dams are planned or proposed. The main reason for constructing a hydropower dam is obviously the production of energy. However, when evaluating alternative placement of dams, we have also to consider the different ecosystem service that river networks provide. In fact, dams fragment rivers and therefore they affect negatively a variety of ecosystem service provided by rivers, such as fish production, transportation and navigation, and sediment production. Dams can even lead to the production of greenhouse gases due to the fact that they can flood large areas of land, which can lead to the decomposition of organic matter with the release of methane. So, from a computational perspective, this is a multi-objective optimization problem, and we are interested in computing the Pareto frontier. What is the Pareto frontier? The Pareto frontier captures the trade-offs with respect to the different objectives of the different solutions of dam portfolios. Here is a simple example of a Pareto frontier. In this plot, the x-axis represents energy and the y-axis represents ecological value. If we don't build any dams, we keep all the ecological value. On the other hand, if we build lots of dams, we destroy all the ecological value. This solution is in between, and in fact, this solution has the same energy output, but a much higher ecological value than this other solution. So, this solution is dominated by the one on the Pareto frontier. On the left-hand side, we see two dam configurations with similar hydropower yields, but different degrees of river connectivity. The right configuration is better from the point of view of river connectivity, since it builds the dams away from the mouth of the river. So the river is not as fragmented as the configuration on the left-hand side. In our work, we are developing algorithms for computing the Pareto frontier, both the exact Pareto frontier, but also efficient approximations, and in particular, we are developing fully polynomial time. Hello, I'm very fast algorithm for eliminating dominated solutions that runs in order n log n. To give you an example, we can approximate the Pareto frontier with 99.9% guarantee for 3 criteria in a question of minutes. We are also exploiting hybrid strategies because this problem is truly exponentially in the number of criteria. Therefore, it is important to find fast solutions of computing the Pareto frontier. In this slide, we illustrate the cost of inefficient planning. This curve represents the Pareto frontier, considering all the dams as if we had planned them before building a single one. This is the point we are at, given the dams that have been already built. We can see the foregone environmental benefits. For this amount of energy, we could have had a much higher ecological value in terms of river connectivity. Alternatively, for this river connectivity, we could produce much more energy. This is the Pareto frontier going forward. Let me highlight that we are considering many other criteria: energy, sediment, seismic risk, biodiversity, in particular fish, greenhouse gases, indigenous populations affected, etc. Also, we have a very large team of collaborators, including biologists, ecologists, hydrologists, and social scientists. Here we show the Pareto frontier with respect to energy and greenhouse gases. Not because we want to minimize greenhouse gas emissions on the left axis, the Pareto frontier has a different shape. The lower, the better. This work appeared recently in Nature Communications. The lead author is our postdoc, Rafael D'Almeida. You see his picture here. We consider two different time horizons. On the left, a 20-year time horizon, and on the right, a 100-year time horizon. A key point with this work is that if we don't plan the dams properly, we can actually end up with solutions that are dirtier than coal. You see these purple lines. And this happens because, as I mentioned before, dams can lead to the generation of greenhouse gases, since they can flood very large areas that lead to the decomposition of organic matter, resulting in the release of methane. As a summary, this slide shows the Pareto frontier with respect to different criteria. On the left, top left, we see river connectivity. On the right, sediment production, fish biodiversity, and at the bottom, greenhouse gas emissions and degree of regulation of the river. We see that we lost the most ecological value in terms of river connectivity and biodiversity, fish biodiversity. In other words, the gap between the ideal Pareto frontier and the current Pareto frontier is the largest for connectivity and fish biodiversity. In summary, computational sustainability aims to advance computational methods to help balance environmental, economic, and societal needs for sustainable development. Computational sustainability is a two-way street. On one hand, we can inject computational thinking, providing new insights, methodologies, and solutions to sustainability problems. On the other hand, sustainability questions lead to foundational contributions to computer science by exposing computer science to new challenging problems and new formalisms and concepts from other disciplines, and leading to new cross-cutting problems in computer science. More importantly, computational sustainability can have tremendous societal impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla, for this great keynote and these practical examples from your work. I have maybe two short follow-up questions for you. The first is, you say that your work helps to balance environmental and economic goals, for example, also societal ones. The coronavirus crisis is considered also a global economic crisis right now. So what could you contribute to to reduce the economic disadvantages right now, or how to balance climate protection, sustainable development goals, and economy? You are still muted.
Muted. You know, that is a very good question. I think in general, and a key aspect is the fact that, you know, when we are trying to design systems, we need to really consider different implications. And indeed, the coronavirus is now a very specific situation. And I would say, you know, in general, the amazing thing about computer science is, you know, we have a set, in AI, we have a set of approaches and tools that can be applied to a variety of concepts, a variety of contexts. You know, we can study, you know, how the virus spread the same way I studied, for example, in my own work. I'm doing a lot of work on understanding how invasive species spread and how to stop them. So what I've tried to emphasize exactly in this talk, and thank you for the question, is that we cannot just design systems with a little particular goal in mind. We need to try to understand the consequences of our actions, and therefore, in fact, what I would say, we should aim and try to develop more ethical AI systems that, you know, consider a variety of goals and objectives. I use our project that we actually have. This is a real project in the real Amazon basin. This project, you know, typically people build hydropower dams thinking, oh, this is clean energy and it's going to be great. Well, our position, and as you, Martina, you saw, we have a very large team, and in fact, I should even honor a colleague and who was been involved in this project and unfortunately passed away in, you know, collecting data for fish. You know, this is really, you know, we need to have a variety of people, and there are many possible consequences of our actions. So our work has been trying to consider all the different aspects in terms of, for example, for the placement of the dams, you know, how it's going to affect fisheries, how it's going to affect the populations, for example, indigenous population, how it's going to affect the generation of sediment. So that, you know, the same way we can look at this problem from multi-criteria, again, we can consider other problems, and including, you know, there we have the tools to study problems such as, you know, the spreading of coronavirus, etc. So I'm not sure if I answer your question.
The coronavirus is not a species particularly worth protecting, but there are many other species in the world that we actually want to protect. And you are applying AI methods for the study of mobility patterns of specific bird populations that can be used to better protect these animals. But as I said, I mean, there are so many other species in the world. So is it possible to, or is it easy to, you know, scale up based on your efforts and models to other species?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And in fact, when we talk about birds, we are actually talking about, you know, hundreds of species of birds. And you know, one issue that I would like to emphasize is the AI technology really allows us to scale up solutions. That is actually what is so exciting, and, traditional approaches, they basically often actually focus on studying one species at a time. Even, ecologists are fully aware that, it is important to understand the way species interact with the environment, but also how species interact with each other. Yet, the models are typically studying one species at a time without understanding the interactions of species. Our work has actually pushed the frontier of models to actually understand and capture the species interactions. We have studied, indeed, a lot of our work has emphasized and had been about bird conservation, in part because, at Cornell we have the Lab of Ornithology, which is, an amazing bird conservation research, and actually with real connections to NGOs, etc. But we have also, developed models for bears. In fact, we have an effort with Ecuador, to protect the Andean bear, also wolverines and other species. And so these models are very general. I mean, on one hand, there's the component of trying to predict and understand the patterns, how the species are distributed. Another component is, how am I going to protect? How should I set up reserves to protect the species? In my talk, I showed, for example, how can I create habitat for birds when they are flying, the water birds, through California. So, these are very general settings, and indeed, the approaches are very general. I have to say, the AI is even more general, and I think that is quite exciting. The models we use to study species distributions, we are using those models to study materials, the distribution of elements in materials, or to study, for computer vision, to try to predict, the different components we see in an image. So our models are super general and can be applied to study birds, but can be applied to many other entities beyond birds or species.
That sounds really promising. Thank you very much, Carla. I'd now start to introduce the other panelists that are with us tonight. At least in Linz, it's already evening. They have been listening for a while and certainly also have a lot to say on our panel subject. So I'll introduce each of you with a short opening question, and I would like to ask you to use it to give us a little insight into your work, what you're currently up to, and the points that are especially important from your point of view. And I'd like to start with Ling. She is a postdoctoral researcher at the Energy Politics Group of ETH Zurich, where she's looking at how truck traffic can be monitored using deep learning object detection in satellite images, among many other things, I guess. She co-authored the much noticed paper Tackling Climate Change with Machine Learning last year. It's a very good source, and you guys in the audience, if you haven't read through it, you should do that. And she's also the co-chair of the initiative Climate Change AI. Lynn, it's great that you are with us. Could you tell us a little more about climate change AI? What are the goals of these initiatives and what you're up to right now?
Hi, thanks for the introduction. And I don't know if I would recommend everybody to read the paper from beginning to start. It's very long. It's actually 60 pages. So we see it more as a collection of application areas that can be relevant for machine learning and climate change. And that's really how a group of us got started to work on the project. We came from different directions. So there were lots of machine learning researchers that got interested in climate change. I am personally, I was doing my PhD on energy and climate change policy, and I was also working on machine learning. So I was trying to combine these things more from the climate change side. And we wrote this paper, we ran a workshop at a large machine learning conference, and then we realized that for doing impactful work, you really need to know machine learning really well, and you need to know climate change problems that you are addressing really well. So what's crucial is to bring together people who come from the machine learning community with people who have been working on those climate change problems in their career. And we made this sort of our mission, and we funded an organization called Climate Change AI, which is an organization that consists of volunteers. So we're mostly researchers from academia and from industry. And what we really try to do is facilitate impactful work at the intersection of those fields. And we do that by providing venues for people to present their work, to discuss problems. This is both like physical or right now virtual events like workshops and other types of meetups. And then we also have an online forum for people to connect and discuss. And we also have a monthly newsletter where we curate information on the intersection of these topics. And those also, we want to extend the sets of resources that we provide for people working at that intersection. So you can find everything on our website if you're interested.
Yeah, and I think you told me that you've already like 4,000 people on your newsletter, right?
Yeah, the community is quite large, and we've actually run a number of events in the past year. So we ran workshops at 4 large machine learning conferences actually. We also had a panel discussion at the climate change conference, the COP25. So there is a lot of interest in the topic, and we try to channel that interest and to help people connect.
One last thing, could you explain a bit more about your truck traffic monitoring, how you do that? You know, I'm a psychologist. I'm kind of a lay person in this area, and how it helps protecting the environment.
Yeah, so that's actually a project that I still did in my PhD. And before I worked on freight traffic, and I looked at the modal share, like is freight transported on the road or on rail, on water? And I realized that for the road transportation, there's a fairly little data, especially in developing countries. So I was wondering if you see trucks in satellite images, can you use that to monitor the truck traffic? So I did a little proof of concept. How can we use machine learning to count these trucks automatically in satellite images and then understand better the traffic flow on roads? So right now I'm doing also similar kind of research. So essentially what I'm doing is trying to understand how we can use data sources that are not so easy to analyze with more classical methods or typical methods for policy analysis. Because they appear in a form that's not accessible to these methods. So text data or image data or large data sets in general. And I'm really interested in how we can use machine learning to exploit these new data sets to create decision relevant information. So that's really one way that machine learning can be helpful for policy analysis. And I'm working in the field of climate change and energy. So I'm really like targeting those areas.
Probably there are way too many trucks on our roads, right?
Yeah, that for sure.
Okay, thank you very much, Lynn. I'm also very pleased that Claire Monteleone is with us today. Claire is an associate professor of computer science and the head of the climate informatics group at the University of Colorado, Boulder, which is one of the global centers for researching climate change. She co-founded the Colorado AI Research for the Environment group, and she's working on data-driven approaches to detect extreme climate and extreme weather events, among other things. So Claire, could you tell a bit more about how you do that, detecting these climate events, and how this work can contribute to ecological sustainability and protecting our ecosystem?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, so in our lab, we work on climate informatics, where we're guided by the vision that AI can shed light on climate change. And so you mentioned some examples with extreme events. We've shown that AI can use past storm track data to forecast, hurricane tracks at 6 to 24-hour leads. We've shown using satellite remote sensing to detect avalanche deposits from snow images that are hard for even a human to label. But more broadly, we've been really a proponent of using AI for the study of climate change. So we presented at NeRIPS 2014 a tutorial on climate change challenges for machine learning. And I think, one example of the uptake is Lynn's group, and another example that we're really proud of is in 2018 at Davos, the World Economic Forum published a report called AI for Earth, really laying out the groundwork to use AI for the study of the Earth and climate change, and outlined climate informatics as a key priority. I would also want to mention that, so in addition to attending AGU and NeRIPS and existing conferences, I would encourage those that are interested to attend, this conference that actually is at the intersection of AI and climate change, that's turning 1 decade old. And it's particularly timely to mention it now because the hackathon kicks off on the 22nd of September, and it was supposed to be at Oxford, but it'll be virtual. And I think it's only 20 UK pounds to register, and then we'll figure out, if people need financial aid, et cetera. Also, extremes is just one area that we work on. Another area is trying to robustify. So right now, a lot of climate and weather predictions are made by physics-driven models. So there's a lot of first principles and science behind these models. But then when you have models from all different countries, you'll see that sometimes their predictions can really differ. And so we've done some proof of concepts in the past that climate scientists found really interesting, where we could show that you could use AI to combine the predictions of an ensemble of climate models, where the climate models themselves are physics driven. And then with the benefit of historical data plus AI, we can robustify the predictions of an ensemble. So I'd be happy to talk about any of those other issues. The other thing that we've found really helpful as a practice in building a new interdisciplinary field is the use of hackathons. So we've had, I believe, 6 years of the hackathon, and there's a different theme each year, like forecasting El Nino Southern Oscillation at a several-month lead, which is a really hard problem, but you get a bunch of students and young people together who know Python and have some basic machine learning together with people that know more about the meteorology and the climate aspects. And you can see sort of the prediction error go down through different days of the conference. And the first day we kick off, and then people can keep competing. And so that'll be happening again this year. It's a different theme each year.
Thank you very much also for mentioning your hackathon. This would be something for our Linz-based AI students. You talked about the need for transdisciplinarity, or bringing together people from AI and the climate sciences. Earlier today, I talked about the difficulties of transdisciplinary project in another panel here at Ars Electronica. So what are your experience? Just quickly, is it difficult to understand each other's language? You know, in my experience, sometimes terms are used completely differently in different domains. So what about computer scientists and climate scientists talking?
For sure, yeah. In climate modeling, typically you would not use the word prediction for what we might in English say is a prediction coming out of a climate model. They would instead use the word projection. But this provided a lot of confusion because in machine learning, we're often dealing with high dimensional statistics, and a projection has to do with changing your dimensionality. So yeah, there have been a lot of funny examples. And sadly, due to the pandemic, kind of the only advice that I have from experience has to do with these in-person events. So, you know, for many years, we held the workshop in Boulder, Colorado before last year going international. And so there was always a hike. And this is, you know, a bonding experience, especially one year when we all had to like climb around a rattlesnake. You know, a reception where sponsors want to come and pay for beer. That also leads to very lively discussions over posters. And we were, you know, inspired by the communities that we came up in AGU or NeurIPS for these sorts of social events. And so it'll be really interesting this year to see how we try to continue all that virtually. But the advice I would give to anyone that wants to do a collaboration is really to build those relationships at the personal level. So if you are in Linz and you're in any economic or climate or you know, energy domain, to seek out a student who's in machine learning, and vice versa if you're in machine learning. So especially in Europe, you can always find people working on climate change. And if you're an AI researcher, you really have a lot to offer. And so those collaborations really have to start one-on-one with individual engagement.
Yeah, and it's so important to bring the different skills and perspectives together for a positive future on this planet. Thank you very much, Claire. Next, I'd like to introduce a colleague from the Austrian Council on Robotics and AI. Mark Köckelberg is with us, and he is not a computer scientist. He's a professor of philosophy of media and technology at the University of Vienna, and his research is situated amid societal, technical, ethical, and environmental aspects, also of AI. He is a member of the European Commission's high-level expert group on artificial intelligence. This group authored the European ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI. I think it was last year, in which social and ecological well-being is defined as one of 7 key factors of trustworthy AI. Mark, given your background in philosophy, what are actually the issues that you absolutely want to bring into the discussion about AI and ecology, and that you might have brought to the high-level expert group as well?
Okay, good evening, everyone. It's also evening here for me in Vienna. Yeah, thanks for the question. So I'm a philosopher of technology, and I look at ethical problems with AI. So I see it a bit as my role here to be critical of everything that's said, but I also wish to express my enthusiasm for using all this technology for the sake of dealing with climate change. And I think there are great things going on, and I'm really happy to be on this panel with all kind of interdisciplinary people. So what I could say is that from the side of philosophy, ethics, yeah, there are a few problems with using AI for climate. One is that AI can also be bad for climate due to the consumption of energy by by data centers, like computational processes. So this is definitely something that needs to be dealt with. And I know that many companies and organizations are doing research about this. So I think there can be technical solutions to minimize this. What is more something that I'm worried about is different ethical problems like the transparency of the technology. If we can really also as outsiders, not having developed this technology, if we can see what this technology is doing and if we understand what's going on. Something that many people mention monitoring by artificial intelligence of all kind of things happening in the environment. I think something that is also a possibility is to use AI for behavioral change. Because one thing that has to happen is definitely not only scientific work, but also just people changing their lifestyle, people changing how they live their lives, and this is something that AI could help with. And Martina, you're of course specialized in psychology, and you can do all kinds of things to influence people and manipulate people, and this always has ethical aspects. So one problem could be in terms of freedom, that if you really manipulate people like that, whether you really respect the rights of people. I mean, just to give an extreme example, like one scenario is that you have like AI take over the planet and steer the behavior of everyone. That's very effective for dealing with climate change. But obviously it's a huge ethical and political problem to do so. This is an extreme example, but they're definitely, I'm as a philosopher interested in this kind of tensions between different values we have. The keynote speaker has mentioned other species, and I think there are also value conflicts, because it could be that we have to make decisions who to advantage by means of technology. If we say that, like many people say, we need human-centered AI, that's fine, but it will also impact non-humans. It will impact animals, other living beings. So what about their interests, their needs, and the implications of our technologies for them? This is something to think about. And then finally, I would like to touch briefly a theme. It's called Anthropocene, the idea that we humans now have this enormous influence on the planet, often bad influence. But of course, we could also try to do good things. The problem is that if AI is such a powerful tool, we can change a lot of things, but our grip on the earth only becomes more firm. So we become actually kind of hyper agents, kind of managers of the planet. And this is not necessarily a good thing. So we should think about whether this is the kind of attitude we want to have towards non-human nature and towards our environment. So it's something to think about. Do we really, on the one hand, it seems all right to say like, yeah, we are stewards of the planet, we have to take care of the planet, but it's also this very attitude of trying to control things that has done a lot of bad stuff, that has also led to some factors that have contributed to climate change, because we are doing all these economic activities. So these are just a number of problems that I'm looking at, and I think it's definitely important to not just keep that kind of concerns to the philosopher's room or to the cafe where philosophers discuss. But it's important to see what technical people think about these things, how they can help to solve some of these things like the energy problems, but also if there may be some limits to the use of artificial intelligence, or some ways we can direct the use of artificial intelligence towards more ethical uses, that would be great. and it's probably necessary to avoid some of the things that I've been talking about.
Thank you very much, Mark. Was it difficult to push forward ecological well-being or the aspects that you just mentioned in the high-level expert group?
Well, it wasn't a priority or a theme that was very prominent, and although it was mentioned, there was very little interest in this, even not from people who defend interests of citizens or so, because usually they focus on things like privacy protection. So what I did is that at the end, so last year it's true that we produced this ethics document, but this year at the end we produced an assessment list that can be used by organizations to assess their artificial intelligence technology on various aspects, including ethical ones. And I worked on the category of environmental and societal consequences of AI, and asked some concrete questions about, like, have you thought about the energy consumption you're creating? Have you thought about wider societal issues? So I think that's kind of very important to have a more operationalized way of assessing this. So instead of just having the principle like, okay, AI has to be good for climate, to make very concrete in policy also in which direction we should go, and think like, can we ask of people who develop the technology, of companies who push the technology to assess their own technologies, not only on the effectiveness of, towards the goals that they developed, but also towards more unintended effects. And yeah, effects on climate and environment is definitely something that's often unintended, and it is something that I think we need to look at, and from a policy level see how to regulate that, how to stimulate also more research in that direction.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think the AI assessment list is already on the European Union's website.
Yes. That's right.
Can be downloaded by everyone. One person who is certainly very much aware of the results of the European high-level expert group on AI is also Stefano Nativi, who is with us as well. Stefano is the big data chief scientist of the Joint Research Center and contract agent of the European Commission. He coordinates the Joint Research Centers and AI and big data community of practice. And among others, he coordinates projects on Earth observation. And in one preparational talk, he told me also about Earth digital twins, which are used for this, among other things. So Stefano, could you tell us a bit about let's say the most important projects by which the European Union promotes artificial intelligence research in the field of climate protection, sustainability, and how the EU positions itself compared to other regions in the world? Maybe you can briefly tell us about the projects you are currently involved in.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and of course, good evening to everybody. And I would like to thank Carla for the very interesting keynote speech. Yes, indeed. I mean, the European Union has a strategy on artificial intelligence and a plan on artificial intelligence, and this artificial intelligence high-level working group, of course, is one of the many actions. And these actions are taking care of different aspects dealing with artificial intelligence, in particular in order to push artificial intelligence in public administrations, in order to make them front runners in the use of artificial intelligence. Then, of course, as it was beautifully explained, we are also very much concerned about providing guidelines on ethics in order to have an artificial intelligence use in full respect of the fundamental rights. This is what is called the European lifestyle, in order to consider ethics, privacy, fairness, etc. And finally, also another important aspect is about regulation. So, if needed, also this plan will consider to change national and European regulation where appropriate, of course, in order to face these new challenges coming with artificial intelligence technology, in particular uptake by the public sector, but also the private one. So, in the framework of this strategy, European Union, so the member states and the European Commission decided to develop a monitoring instrument in order to understand what is the European uptake in terms of social, technological, and economic uptake of artificial intelligence. This instrument is called AI Watch, and the Joint Research Center, my entity, is in charge of this instrument. I'm part of this. And as I said, we are very much interested in monitoring what is going on at the European, but also at the international level in terms of development and uptake. In particular, I am personally engaged in monitoring the standardization area, because when a process a technology is mature enough, then we have to start thinking about, providing open specifications so that you can push, this area, and so that you can also establish interoperability among the different sectors and the different areas, the different continents of the world. And so, we are also monitoring this. And in particular, I would like to spend a few words on one activity dealing with the environmental efficiency for artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. This focus group is run by ITUT, and they, here the objective is to provide guidance to stakeholders on how to operate this technology in a more environmentally and efficient manner. So this is, I guess, a quite interesting area. Of course, also IEEE, for instance, is taking care of ethical, guidelines and how to assess how much ethic is your artificial intelligence algorithm or process. So there are many different aspects again here, and the international standard organizations, they are, complementing each other in their activities. Then the European Commission has also a strategy, of course, an important plan in order to make Europe as maybe, the first, we hope, the first climate neutral continent. So, climate change and environment preservation is going to be a key objective in the European strategy, the new Commission strategy, of course, in a sustainable way, as Carla explained to us. And the objective here is to include the Sustainable Development Goals in the economic activities and, mechanisms. So to, consider these goals when we are planning our economic growth. And here a key instrument, it was very well, recognized that artificial intelligence, along with, several others, IT, information technology, is a key instrument in order to achieve this objective. And there are several, programs that are considering how to use artificial intelligence, big data, and scalable infrastructure such as high-performance computing in order to, to be a more sustainable economy. And I would like just to mention one, which is the Green Deal data space activity. What does it mean? That means that if you want to feed artificial intelligence models and algorithms, you need to collect data for training this model, and then, of course, in order to feed them and generate projection or forecast, depends on which community you are coming from. Okay, but definitely, data is a key element. So this is why it is called a Green Deal data space, in order to collect, to curate and share data. And in this framework, there is one activity, initiative project, which is called Destination Earth. You anticipated that. The Destination Earth aims at developing digital twins of our planet. What does it mean? It means that when you collect in a regular and curated way data about Earth phenomena, and then you use this data in order to generate insights by using artificial intelligence, okay? Then you can use the knowledge coming out from these insights in order to provide an effect, a feedback on these phenomena, such as Carla explained, for instance. Yeah. So this is in a very oversimplified way what a digital twin could be, and you can use a digital twin in order to run simulation